Introduction. It is well known among our brethren, the Breslov Hasidim, the great preciousness of the virtue of Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman. The main strength of his preciousness is that his entire essence was the seeking and searching after the Holy Spirit of our Rebbe, Rabbi Nachman of Breslov and Moharnat, Rabbi Nathan of Breslov. Through the greatness of his search, he revealed new ways and paths for everyone to be able to enter into the ways of walking in our Rebbe's teachings and advice. For even though much can be said about his greatness in and of itself, for he was truly great with many wonderful virtues and merited awesome levels in the service of God, nevertheless, his main virtue was that he merited that all his virtues served only as a vessel, a path, and a way to draw near, and to bring others closer to our Rebbe. For the main purpose is that everyone should draw close to God. And when one speaks of someone who merited great virtues in the service of God and in drawing near to our Rebbe, if this does not bring everyone closer to the service of God and to our Rebbe, it deviates from the intended goal. For sometimes this can weaken the resolve of someone who is unable to exert themselves in the service of God like him, or who did not merit gifts as he merited. Therefore, since his entire pursuit was the seeking and searching after the Holy Spirit of our Rebbe and Moharnat, which is relevant and essential for everyone according to their level, it follows that everyone can learn from him how to strive in this. For behold, it is brought in the book Siach Sarfei Kodesh that Moharnat once said to our brethren, "You must be careful that your greatness does not obscure the beauty of the Rebbe." This explains that everyone needs to be like the moon to illuminate the light of our Rebbe, and when one's greatness obscures the beauty of our Rebbe, that is a defect. And even though it sometimes seems that something can be gained by this, in truth it is a loss, for it distances one from bringing others closer and from drawing closer to our Rebbe himself, which is the greatest benefit one can have. And this was the virtue of Rabbi Avraham, that all his greatness was only to enhance the matter of our Rebbe more and more. And since this was his entire concern, his disciples could speak about him for hours, feeling that since his entire essence was to draw close to our Rebbe, by merely speaking of him, they would draw closer to our Rebbe. Of course, the purpose of telling stories about him is to begin to yearn anew to draw close to our Rebbe, and therefore a compilation was made here of all that could be gathered about him, based primarily on the book Siach Sarfei Kodesh, both the old and new editions, as well as the introduction to the book Bir Halikutim, which was published in the year 1989, edited by Rabbi Baruch Mordecai Frank. It should be noted that a significant portion of the introduction's words were read before his teacher and master, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak Bender, of blessed memory, who expressed, "Very good, very beautiful. That's how it should be. That's how it should be written." Thanks and blessings to Rabbi Yehuda Eastman, who took upon himself the burden of editing, printing, and distributing this small volume. During the days of Chanukah, on the 107th year since the passing of Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman, may his merit protect us. Signed, one of the young scholars. Abraham was one. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, may his merit protect us. Amen. His father was Rabbi Nachman. His grandfather, Rabbi Yisrael, was one of our Rebbe's people and was an exceedingly learned scholar. Our Rebbe told him, "You are a scholar, and therefore I will tell you a profound teaching." And he told him the teaching in Likutei Moharan on the verse, "And all the people answered," etc. And Moses returned the words of the people, etc. His son, Rabbi Avraham, after whom he was named, was also close to our brethren. Rabbi Avraham's first wife passed away, leaving him with two young orphans, Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin and his sister. Afterwards, their father married a second wife, but after a short time, he too passed away. At that time, Rabbi Nachman was about 8 years old, and the young orphans remained with the stepmother, who found them a heavy burden and was not obligated to support them. Since Rabbi Avraham had 4 brothers, she found a solution to take them to one of the brothers, the orphans' uncles. However, she knew that if she took them to one uncle, he would claim that she should take them to the second, and so on. Therefore, when she knew that in the city of Hyson there was one of the brothers, Rabbi Reuven Yosef, who was a respected and wealthy merchant among the brothers, she took them to his city. The time was arranged such that she would arrive there at night. Immediately upon her arrival in Haisin, she went with the orphans to Rabbi Reuven Yosef's house. She seated them on the porch and commanded them, "In the morning, whoever approaches you and asks, 'Where are you from, children? And who are you?' You are to tell the truth as it is." And she immediately departed on her way. In the morning, when Rabbi Reuven Yosef came out of his house and saw two children sitting on the porch, he asked them who they were, and they replied that they were the children of his brother, Rabbi Avraham. He understood the matter implicitly, and with no alternative, he informed his other brothers. One of them took the girl, and he kept the boy. And behold, Moharnat, when he was in the city, would lodge with Rabbi Reuven Yosef. And when Moharnat traveled to the land of Israel, he was also on his journey in Haisin, and ate at his place in the gathering of our brethren. It was then that the orphan, Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, heard his conversation. And after the conversation, his uncle sent him to buy something in the market. He recounted that all the time he walked to the market, he mentally established a connection to always be attached to Moharnat. And from then on, Rabbi Nachman served Moharnat as commanded by his uncle. For Rabbi Reuven Yosef would receive Moharnat with great honor in his home, and would light many candles at night in his honor, until Moharnat once said that in Rabbi Reuven Yosef's house, he found expansion of mind. Afterwards, the blessed name brought it about that his uncle married him to a woman in Breslov. And then he was always with Moharnat. However, after a short time, his first wife passed away, and he married a second woman in Toltchin, which is close to Breslov, and he would walk from there on foot to Breslov to be with Moharnat. From his first wife, he had a daughter named Shaya Baila, who married Rabbi Yudel ben Rabbi Yitzchak Ber of Teplik. He and his brother Rabbi Yukatiel were among the great disciples of Moharnat, and were born from the blessing of the Maggid of Tirahavitz. His second wife, Mrs. Esther Shendel, was a woman of valor and virtue. Before her marriage to Rabbi Nachman, she was widowed from her first husband and lived in the house of Mrs. Adel, daughter of our holy Rebbe. Mrs. Adel was the one who arranged her marriage to Rabbi Nachman. Mrs. Adel then told her in her ear, "I have given you a GD, fearing and worthy husband." She had a son from her first husband named Rabbi Velvel, who lived in Tishcharin and greatly resembled Rabbi Avraham. When Rabbi Avraham would come to Tishcharin, he would lodge with him, and he would regularly come to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. From her, Rabbi Nachman had two sons, the elder, who was Rabbi Avraham, and Rabbi Yisrael, who changed his family name from Chazan to Bul because he wanted to evade the army. He was a merchant and lived in Teplik, neighboring Rabbi Alter, and greatly resembled his brother Rabbi Avraham in his appearance. Rabbi Yisrael greatly honored his brother Rabbi Avraham because he was older than him and also due to his great holiness. When Rabbi Avraham would come to Teplik, he would lodge with him. Rabbi Yisrael was murdered by the Bolsheviks in the home of Rabbi Alter Teplik. May God avenge his blood. Rabbi Nachman also had three daughters. One daughter named Malka married Rabbi Natan Beidelmacher, and upon his ascent to the land of Israel, she divorced him due to her refusal to ascend with him. She then married Rabbi Alter Teplik after his first wife, Mrs. Rochelle, passed away. Another daughter, named Rachel, married Rabbi Yechiel ben Rabbi Hirsch Leib Weisleib. They lived in Uman, and Rabbi Avraham was often with them. Rabbi Hirsch Leib Weisleib passed away on the 13th of Nisan and was buried on the Mount of Olives. Rabbi Avraham greatly praised him and said, "Because I knew his greatness, I took care that he would be honored in his death." Another daughter married Rabbi Gedalia Velvele, son of Rabbi Menashe of Uman, who was a disciple of Moharnat and among the great members of our brethren in those days. In her later years, Mrs. Esther Scheindel's eyesight became afflicted, and our brethren who had known her son, Rabbi Avraham, in his youth, spoke at length in his praise, telling how he would greatly honor his mother, bringing her food and pleading with her to eat, and so forth, and was extremely careful with her honor. I was aroused to know and to contemplate the greatness of my grandfather, Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, for he is the one about whom Moharnat said in this exact language, "I prepare everything with the pen," and afterwards Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin will also be able to lead the multitude of our brethren, whom he then called the wheel. For even though, because he was an orphan without a father or mother, he did not ascend so high in the merit of study, yet he too read and reviewed a great deal, because the main thing is diligence and constant devotion at the Reb's door. And it was not found at all among any of Moharnat's disciples anyone who was as diligent at his doors as he was for approximately 14 years. For even Rabbi Moshe and his brother Rabbi Zeinvel, all the time they were in Breslov, would only come to Moharnat on Shabbat. Afterwards they moved far away to settle in Tisharin and did not merit to stand before him except for a short time that he stayed there. And a few times Rabbi Moshe also traveled with him, but this is not at all comparable to the closeness, service, and extensive standing before him that my father merited. And the blessed name brought about his wonders to settle him in Toltchin, which is not far from Breslov, about the distance of the city of Nemirov from Breslov. According to what is understood from the words of our Rebbe, there was a wonderful intention in this, that he settled in Breslov near Moharnat, who resided in Nemirov, and not with Moharnat in the same city. For Moharnat once desired during the lifetime of our Rebbe to also settle in Breslov, but our Rebbe did not agree to this. But since, in any case, hindrances arose only in measure and proportion from the blessed name, that our Rebbe should go out to settle in Breslov, and the distance from Breslov to Nemirov was not very far. And so the blessed name later brought about the distance of my father from Moharnat, this one in Breslov and that one in Toltchin, so that even between them the distance was not great. Rabbi Avraham writes here about the necessity of hindrances, through which the vessels are formed and exist in measure and proportion, which was between our Rebbe and Moharnat, and between Moharnat and Rabbi Nachman. And when we contemplate how this must continue onward, the hindrances between Rabbi Avraham and his father, behold, as recounted below, already when Rabbi Avraham was 6 years old, his father told him to ascend to the land of Israel, and all his suffering came from not listening to him. In this context, it seemingly follows that the hindrances which necessarily existed between Rabbi Avraham and his father were in the measure of the distance between Jerusalem, where Rabbi Avraham was supposed to live, and Uman, where Rabbi Nachman came to live. And perhaps this has a connection to us. On one of Rabbi Nachman's journeys with Moharnat, they traveled at night in an open wagon, and during the journey Moharnat dozed off a bit, and at that moment the winds grew so strong that the wind blew off Moharnat's top hat and swept it far away, leaving him only with his cap. The wagon continued to drive, with Moharnat raising his hands as if despairing over the hat. And Rabbi Nachman saw and understood that this would certainly be a humiliation for Moharnat, to enter the city without his top hat, especially since there was opposition in that city. So he commanded the wagon owner to stop and exerted himself to return and search for the hat. He walked back a great distance on the road, and meanwhile he prayed much to the blessed name that he would find the hat. He prayed until indeed he found it and returned it to Moharnat. When he returned it, Moharnat felt great pleasure from this and told him joyfully, "Just as you brought peace of mind to me, so may your mind find peace upon you." And when his son, Rabbi Avraham, would recount this story, he would emphasize and say, "Indeed, my father received a blessing from Moharnat that his mind would find peace in its place, and because of this, he was truly a very wise and settled person. For behold, I have taken to heart the matter of the scriptures concerning Joshua son of Nun, and from that we understand that even besides the praise said of him, he did not depart, he served God and fled from sin. And nevertheless, even if his service grew twofold, and even if he did not cling so much to Moses our teacher, it appears from the words of our sages that he would not have merited afterwards to fill his place and receive his ordination in such an exceedingly high degree. And our eyes also see that in many places the Torah called him the servant of Moses our teacher. For in the portion of Ki Tisa, and at the end of Mishpatim, it is mentioned, and his servant. And in the portion of Behalacha, the scripture says, and he answered, Moses' servant. And also at the beginning of the book of Joshua, the scripture begins, and it was after Moses' servant. And according to the greatness of Moharnat, who merited in his lifetime to be before our Rebbe himself, this is indeed something that I mentioned earlier, that among all the disciples of Moharnat, none was found serving and attending and clinging to Moharnat like him, and receiving from him all the words directly, which necessitated the words being put into writing. And due to his great feeling for Moharnat's words, he abandoned himself from his youth, not wishing to engage at all in physical crafts or worldly work. And he would walk to him twice every month to hear from his holy mouth the words of the living God that he received from our Rebbe, and which he innovated with them through his ordination directly from our Rebbe. These are indeed the books of Likutei Halachot, which have already brought immeasurable benefit to the masses, as is known and publicized among all our brethren. And certainly one who sees them in a book is not comparable to one who hears them from his holy mouth. And due to my father's great feeling, which he merited to feel in them, he accepted upon himself extreme and immense poverty for several years, and toiled diligently to copy all 66 volumes in a way that they would be suitable for printing from them, for due to Moharnat's very fast writing, many letters stuck together, making it difficult to print from them, and he did not receive any payment or money for this from Moharnat, not even a single penny. And our Rebbe's statement to our brethren about Moharnat, that they owe him gratitude because, were it not for him, they would not have even a single page. This statement later applied also to my father, in his diligence and toil to bring to light the books of Moharnat. And I heard from him that when he finished writing the books of Likutei Halachot, Moharnat once asked him, "Did you feel in my books a glimmer of divinity?" And he replied, "Yes." He would explain from his words that several times, due to his great feeling and the glimmer of divinity that shone upon him, he was compelled to put down his pen and completely stop writing. And afterwards, he girded his loins to print at least the first volume. But for this, Moharnat was aroused to give him something for the travel expenses to the city of Yam in the Wallachia regions of Romania. And when his wife in Toltchin heard that he traveled to the region of Wallachia, she traveled to Breslov to inform Moharnat that if he would not supply her, at least with meager bread and meager water, she and her offspring would die of hunger. And Moharnat was compelled to write to his son, Rabbi Yitzchak of Toltchin, to give her a certain sum each week so that she could at least subsist sparingly. And my father himself, throughout the entire journey, greatly limited and reduced expenses, and even at the beginning of the journey, he walked several times. For the printing expenses themselves were difficult and heavy for Moharnat, considering his extreme poverty and his concealment from the people of the world. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak said, "We see that anyone through whom the remaining influence of our Rebbe passed was completely separated from this world. Thus were Moharnat and Rabbi Nachman and his son Rabbi Avraham. Because the remaining influence passed through them, they were compelled to be separated from this world. When Rabbi Nachman returned from printing the book Likutei Halachot, our brethren said to Moharnat in his presence, 'We can now call him Rabbi Nachman as a token of appreciation for his good deeds.' For even though we see that Moharnat in his letters calls him Rabbi Nachman, in their speech and conversation by mouth, he was only called Nachman. Moharnat said to them, 'And is this a mere eggshell? Even this is good.' And he said jokingly, 'Lay him on the table to receive a slap,' meaning any good deed, even if it is as small as an eggshell, is already worthy of praise. And if so, why call him Rabbi for this good deed?" His son, Rabbi Avraham, said, "Moharnat acted this way because he greatly guarded my father so that he would not stumble, God forbid, into any thought of pride." And regarding the letters from Moharnat that were sent to his son, Rabbi Yitzchak of Toltchin, Moharnat once said that he produced them from himself through his desires and yearnings. And nevertheless, the main effort to collect them, compile them, and copy them was done by my father. And Moharnat did not explicitly command this. He only wrote and requested a few times in his letters that they be preserved, but my father did this of his own accord, to compile them into a complete work. And because of this, he should be considered in his compilation itself. And among my affairs in writing and making known to future generations the importance and virtues of my father, I wish to make known what he merited once on a holy Shabbat night, when he joined Moharnat on his journey to Lipiavets, and to go with him there to a celebration for a newborn son in the house of a certain man who was acquainted with Moharnat. But there was a cantor present in that house, whom Moharnat requested to sing in honor of the Shabbat celebration, and this cantor was from the opposing faction, and in order to spite Moharnat, he refused to sing in any way. And Moharnat answered and told my father, "You sing." And my father began to sing and chant the Song of the Sea with a wonderful melody, pleasing to every ear that heard it. And Moharnat later told him, "I had no idea at all that you are capable of singing." And the mentioned cantor was then shamed before all those present. And the rabbi from Toltchiner once said that he heard from people familiar with my father in his youth that in truth, he did not at all possess such a wonderful singing voice at the beginning of his life. And from then on, he began to sing before Moharnat during the spiritual fervor of Holy Shabbat and similar occasions. And before the prayer stand, Moharnat feared to allow him to stand there, because he knew that with the great burning of his heart and his feeling of the words of prayer, and with the added awe of the congregation, he might raise his voice to such an extent that he would be harmed in his throat. And nevertheless, after the passing of Moharnat, our brethren were aroused to have him stand before the prayer stand on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And the powerful spiritual arousal of the congregation from his prayer is difficult and heavy to explain in writing. And the powerful Rabbi Abba from Toltchiner once admonished his son-in-law Avraham Nevin, who did not travel to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, and told him that even if we only merited in Uman to hear the prayer of Rabbi Nachman from the Musaf service of Rosh Hashanah, it would still be worthwhile to travel. And all the people of Uman, even the opponents, were astonished and amazed when they heard his singing and prayer. And how truly wondrous are the ways of the blessed name and his causes, which brought it about that he also had the surname Chazan, cantor, and also Levi, since singing is from the side of Levi. And it was also once heard from our Rebbe himself that he was looking forward to that the voice of the cantor should be pleasant and acceptable below and above. And it appears from the combination of his holy words that his main intention was concerning the prayer of the cantor. And this is because the voice of prayer on Rosh Hashanah must also be like the sound of the shofar to awaken below the ear, and also to awaken, as it were, above. For according to what is mentioned above regarding my father's closeness to Moharnat, it seems and is explained that his intention was concerning my father. Rabbi Avraham, his son, spoke about the virtue of his father, Rabbi Nachman, that even though his voice was naturally hoarse, nevertheless, when he stood in prayer, he would roar with powerful sounds to an extent that it is impossible to describe. Rabbi Avraham recounted that in his father's last days, during his weakness, when he recited the grace after meals and feared he might fall asleep in the middle, he asked him to watch over him so he wouldn't fall asleep until he reached the words, "A drop we shall not lack." If he were to fall asleep after saying these words, he should not be awakened. Once Moharnat said, "Fortunate are the eyes that saw the eyes of Rabbanu, and fortunate are the eyes that see those eyes." And Rabbi Avraham, his son, would conclude and say, "Fortunate are the eyes that saw the eyes of my father." Once Moharnat turned to Rabbi Nachman and told him a segment from the prayer. "Fortunate is the man who listens to your commandments," and continued saying, "He who merits this, I do not know, but whoever is such, I am envious of him. Nachman, even though you are a kosher Jew, I am envious of you. Do you think I mean a kosher Jew? No, one who is lowly in his own eyes like a piece of clay. Who that is, I also do not know, but whoever it may be, I am also envious of him. Nachman, you are an honest Jew. I am envious of you. What do you think I mean by an honest Jew? He who is lowly in his own eyes like a piece of mud." And Rabbi Avraham, his son, commented on this, saying that despite everything, Moharnat still called his father a kosher Jew. Rabbi Avraham, his son, says, "Why did Moharnat draw from Rabbanu great intellects and in large quantities? Because he considered himself a piece of clay, a lump of mud, and nothing more. And why did my father, Rabbi Nachman, draw enormous quantities from Moharnat? For the same reason that he was in his own eyes only a piece of clay, a clod of earth and nothing more. And when Rabbi Levi Yitzchak said this, he concluded, and I say, why did Rabbi Avraham merit to draw so much from his father, Rabbi Nachman? Because he was in his own eyes a piece of clay. This comes to teach each and every one of us, even people of our stature, that to the extent one feels himself more lowly, more nothing in his own eyes, and dedicates himself to the matter of Rabbanu, so he merits to receive more, that Rabbanu will illuminate his path more. Rabbi Avraham had regret that if he had known more of his father's greatness, he would have been with him more instead of spending so much time in the forest. But nonetheless, he received much from his father and also knew of his greatness and spoke much about him in his greatness. Rabbi Nachman would also regularly light the eternal flame at the holy Rebbe's gravesite and was very meticulous about this. Rabbi Avraham, his son, mentioned such things that he heard from him in the name of Moharanat, to inform our community that they must be very careful with the lighting of the eternal flame at the Rebbe's gravesite, that they should not bring oil for it that is dregs and sediment, which will smoke and blacken the ceiling and walls of his holy gravesite. And how many times did it happen, due to carelessness, during the night or in the middle of the night, that it extinguished completely, and its wonderful light, so necessary in its spiritual power for all of Israel, both physically and spiritually, did not shine at all, as explained in these matters from the oral teachings I heard from my father and teacher, who heard from Moharanat. And due to my father's great diligence regarding the eternal lighting of the holy and awesome aforementioned lamp, he investigated and inquired also about the wick, how to make it, and about the vessel, that it should not be wider than he measured and tested for all this, and also that the vessel should not be too short. Rabbi Avraham was once asked if it was proper to go and prostrate oneself on the grave of his father, Rabbi Nachman, who is buried in Uman, because our community members were careful not to go and prostrate themselves on any grave except for the Rebbe's gravesite. Rabbi Avraham answered them, "You may go and prostrate yourselves on my father's grave, for my father was truly a righteous man. But since there are other graves around it, therefore one should not go." He himself never prostrated himself on his father's grave. On the anniversary of Rabbi Nachman Toltchiner's death, he would go to prostrate himself at the Rebbe's gravesite and say, "I am going to Rabbanu. My father is surely with Rabbanu." And he would request there that the merit of his father's righteousness be remembered, as he was careful that his lamp should not be extinguished. On his tombstone was engraved, "Here lies an innocent man, R. Nachman, son of R. Avraham Halevi," without any praises. And Rabbi Avraham, his son, said that even the praise "an innocent man" did not need to be written, but his father truly was an innocent man. And when Rabbi Avraham once spoke of his father's greatness, he said, "My father reached the age of 70, meaning he also merited longevity." Our community members said in praise of Rabbi Nachman, "Fortunate is he, and fortunate is his portion, that besides his numerous great qualities, he also merited such a son as Rabbi Avraham." Rabbi Shlomo Wexler, one of Rabbi Avraham's prominent disciples in the land of Israel, wrote awesome things about the greatness of Rabbanu, Moharanat, and Moharar Nachman of Toltchin. Once, our teacher, Rabbi Avraham, spoke with us about the matter brought in Kiseh Melech regarding the righteous Redeemer. And it is known from the members of our community that the three righteous ones, our holy Rebbe, Moharanat, and our teacher, Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, were in the secret of book, scribe, and story, which are at the beginning of Sefer Yetzirah, through which God created the world. For the holy book about which our holy Rebbe said that when it comes out into the world, one must learn it much, and it should be fluently known by heart, for it is the beginning of the redemption, for it is from our holy Rebbe. And the scribe was Moharanat, as it is known that Rabbeinu said that if not for Moharanat, we would not even have a single hurried page of our Rebbe's teachings. And as he himself spoke on the day of his passing, which is the day of the passing of Ezra the scribe. And afterwards it is known that Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin served Moharanat with all his strength in his lifetime, and afterwards in matters concerning Rabbanu and his legacy. And he was a narrator of stories who heard much from Moharanat and from other disciples of Rabbanu, that if he opened his holy mouth, everyone yearned greatly, and through this he drew much to the matters of Rabbanu, and also in his prayer on Rosh Hashanah, and the sound of his outcry, in all the stories and teachings and conduct he saw from Moharanat, that he saw from Rabbanu. And through this the holy legacy of Rabbanu remained forever until the coming of our righteous Messiah, speedily in our days. Amen. And behold, Rabbeinu says that through telling stories of deeds, one merits the blessing of a son, and Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, who is the aspect of recounting, who engaged in telling stories to illuminate this light of Rabbeinu in the world, he merited to father this Rabbi Avraham. And behold, in the very order of the rectifications explained there, the first rectification is the telling of stories from ancient years, which Rabbeinu brought forth. And the second rectification is that through this, the ears of the students were opened to hear, and then their mouths were opened to speak with great power. In a simple sense, this refers to Moharnat, whose entire prayer and study were with very great enthusiasm, impossible to imagine, in the words of Rabbi Avraham. And the third rectification is that this power comes to the vessel of procreation, who are the millstones of the generation in the aspect of connection. In a simple sense, this was Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, who from his youth made a connection in his thoughts with Moharnat, and afterwards Moharnat succeeded in completely removing him from the affairs of this world, until even when he was pressed during his journey to Lemberg for the printing of the first book of Likutei Halachot, he strengthened himself with trust in God in his letter to Moharnat. And before his passing, he said the prayer, "May heaven bless you." And when he reached the words, "In him I trust," he repeated those words many times until he passed away. And the fourth rectification is that through this, awe is revealed, and the awe of the Son needs to be drawn forth as an inheritance from the fathers, which is Rabbi Avraham. And according to the rule that every aspect is comprised of all the aspects, it can be explained that in Rabbi Nachman himself there are all these aspects, for his main occupation was to tell of Rabbeinu and Moharnat, which is the rectification of telling stories. And with the strength he received from Moharnat, these words of Likutei Halachot, his prayer on Rosh Hashanah, was with tremendous arousal that cannot be measured, which is the rectification of speech with great power. And through this, he merited trust and to father his son. And it is brought that by appointing a worthy leader, the power of writing is strengthened, and the air of the land of Israel is sanctified, and great souls are born who need to have a body in the aspect of the fruit of the land. And this alludes to the chain of generations, for the power of writing and the ordination that Rabbeinu conferred upon Moharnat continued to Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, and therefore he merited Rabbi Avraham his son, who was a great soul, and all his greatness is by virtue of being the son of his father, as his introduction to the Bur Halikutim states, "Are these not the words of Avraham, son and student of my father and teacher, Rabbi Nachman?" That the essence of his greatness, what he merited, was by virtue of being a son and student to his holy father. Just as all the growth of King Solomon's honor was by virtue of his father David serving God with innocence and simplicity. For even though Rabbi Avraham's stature was very lofty, as is visible to all, the genius of his understanding in his books and his divine novella, all this is from the stature of his father, which was higher, from his serving Moharnat, and as he himself elaborates on the greatness of his father, as explained extensively above. And all our perception of Rabbi Avraham is so that we can perceive the great stature of his father, for which he took pains to write for us what he only recognized of his father's stature after his passing. And the recognition of his stature is necessary for all the souls who receive from the Admor and Moharnat. His youth. Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman, was born in the year 1849. At the time of his entry into the covenant of Abraham, our forefather, when he was circumcised, a flow of blood began to stream, without the mohel being able to stop it. Only with great difficulty did they save him from the danger of death, and his father, Rabbi Nachman, said, "The adversary had already set his eyes on him then," meaning that from the time he was born, the adversary provoked him in a special way, knowing the great power hidden within him, as he was one of the remnants whom God calls upon and reveals his secret to them, and the great awakening that Rabbi Avraham was liable to cause in the world, as everyone witnessed from what he accomplished and did during his lifetime. 4 years had passed since the passing of Moharnat, while his great influence on his students was still deeply ingrained in their blood. But more than all of them, Rabbi Nachman had a feeling for Moharnat, as he was the one who served him with all his heart and soul and accompanied him on all his journeys. It is easy to imagine what wonderful education Rabbi Avraham received from his holy father. Even at a tender age, when he barely knew how to speak, his great father had already taught him to pour out his heart before his Father in heaven. When he taught him Torah, he would explain to him, incidentally, to a verse or a statement of our sages, the way of Rabbeinu. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman's older sister, Mrs. Rachel, who was also a great and righteous woman, and they called her Rachel our mother, she recounted many things about the greatness of her brother, whom, out of her great appreciation for him, she affectionately called my Avraham. She recounted that he was already a special child, even when he was a small boy of about 6 years old, still in the children's school. When he would return from the school after hours without eating, he did not behave like children his age, coming to his mother to implore her to give him food, even though the house of Rabbi Nachman, his father, was a house of common people, and hunger was a constant presence for them. Instead, he would immediately approach and stick his head into the bookcase and stand there pondering or looking at some book. And until his mother called him to come eat, he would not ask it of her. And when his mother called him to come eat, he would approach slowly and politely to quiet his hunger and eat. When his father saw, while he was still 6 or 7 years old, his holiness and the refinement of his soul, he said to him, "This place is not fitting for you to live in. You belong in the land of Israel. The diaspora cannot tolerate your holiness." This was like a testament from Rabbi Nachman to his son to travel to the land of Israel and settle there. The explanation for this is understood to be from the perspective of his soul, for which the land was designated, as explained previously, that a lofty soul is only from the fruit of the land. And Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen also explained this from a practical standpoint. Rabbi Avraham was such that he had no connection to earning a livelihood, and thus it would be in the land of Israel where the men would study, and the women or funds from abroad would provide sustenance, and so it would be good for him. However, Rabbi Avraham, due to his great humility and lowliness of spirit, did not regard his father's words with due seriousness. He thought that things were not so urgent that he needed to move specifically to the land of Israel, and therefore, although the words entered his heart, he believed the matters could be delayed. But in time, when many years had passed and many troubles befell him, he regretted not having ascended to the land of Israel in his youth, and he attributed all his transitions and afflictions to his immediate failure to fulfill his father's words regarding his ascent to the land of Israel. And at the end of his days, during his severe illness with intestinal disease, with terrible suffering, when he lay sick, confined to his bed from Rosh Hashanah of the year 1914 until the 29th of Kislev, during which he had severe and strange pains, and they had to give him baths with ice water and the like, he once expressed himself and said, "If I had merited to listen to my Father's voice, what is happening to me would not have happened to me. So much is happening to me because I did not obey my Father." He once sighed about himself and said, "Because I know so much, therefore entirely different transitions pass over me. If I did not know so much and so deeply, I would not suffer so much." For he was a weak person from his youth, and when he was still a small child, he often fell ill, and simply because of this, he remembered the land of Israel. These things were also expressed in his writings, as he writes, "If I had merited in his full life to recognize and know so much of his importance and greatness, as I then set my heart to this for about 3 years, I know clearly that I would not have gone through the strange tribulations and poverty and hardship that I have not emerged from to this day." Once when he was a small child, his father took him to prostrate himself at Rabbeinu's gravesite. On the way, opponents threw many stones at them, to the point of real mortal danger. Rabbi Nachman Toltchiner took off his coat and shielded him with it, remarking, "I am already old, but the people of the world will still need you." Regarding healing, there is a letter written by Rabbi Nachman from Uman to the land of Israel in the year 1892, in which he described Moharanat's feeling regarding Rabbeinu's statement. A manuscript of this letter was found, and at its end is an addendum like a postscript requesting that the members of our community mention him and his household. "My son Avraham is not in good health at all, and my heart is with him by the merit of the Admor and his holy disciples, and by the merit of all the holy tzaddikim, and particularly by the merit of all the holy tzaddikim in the Holy Land. May he return to complete health with length of good days and years. Amen. May it be his will." And as we see in this letter, Rabbi Nachman sustained life for his son, Rabbi Avraham, through the power of his trust in the merit of Rabbeinu and all the Tzaddikim, particularly those in the land, because Rabbi Nachman, through the power of his devotion to Moharanat, greatly achieved the attribute of trust. And so there is a letter from Rabbi Nathan, son of Rabbi Yehuda from the land of Israel to abroad, in which he sends greetings and special regards to Rabbi Nachman, thanking him for the letters he sent him to strengthen and revive him, and asks that he always mention him at Rabbenu's gravesite. He also recounts that he prays for him and his household, especially his son Rabbi Avraham, and also sends greetings to him. And this is his language. And to send greetings from me to our dear friend, a companion to all who fear you, who serves in the Holy of Holies. He is indeed an elder and a pious man, wise and intelligent, the Honorable Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. May God, blessed be he, revive him as he revived my soul with his first and second letters, with his uplifting and greatly strengthening words. And even without his letter, I also pray for him and his household, and especially his son, and especially since he sends me such a gift, words from Rabbeinu and his holy disciple, which revive the human soul from the lowest to the highest levels. And my request is spread before his honor to mention me at all times before Rabbeinu, that I may merit to be included with the holy Tzaddik in the holy faith for the holy land of Israel, and to send greetings to his son Avraham and to all our community members who are there. Already in his youth, he had a feeling for Rabbi Naphtali, a student of Rabbeinu, whom he still managed to see in his childhood, as Rabbi Naphtali passed away in the year 1860, when Rabbi Avraham was about 11 years old. And it is told that he remembers once in his childhood hearing Rabbi Naphtali praying, and he heard him say the verse, "Yours, O Lord, is the greatness and the power." And he felt that every word was a different divine emanation, and his voice was young despite being 80 years old. Rabbi Avraham understood prayer. He also marveled at the greatness of Rabbi Yitzchak, the father-in-law of the Maggid of Mezrich, and said that what is written about King Saul, from his shoulders and upward, applied to him. The majesty of his face shone and illuminated. He was a great and exceedingly sublime man, a tremendous person. Rabbi Avraham related that once in the days of his father, Rabbi Nachman, a cholera epidemic broke out, which was a severely contagious disease, especially for children. So much so that when government officials heard about any house where someone had contracted the illness, they would immediately bring them to the hospital, and the vast majority did not return from there. And they would remove all the household members from the house and seal and close off the apartment for a period of time. And the disease also struck several children in Rabbi Nachman's house. Rabbi Nachman went and thoroughly locked the house and all its surroundings from the inside with his 5 children, and secluded himself with the household members for several days, and did not open it the entire time, and did not let anyone leave, so that they would not be infected by the putrid air outside, and also so that they would not hear the complaints of the neighbors, concerned for their welfare, because the residents were gossiping about him to the extent that they called him a murderer who was destroying the lives of his sons and daughters because of this seclusion. And all those days they took no medicine, only pleaded with them in prayer. And by God's grace they recovered on their own without any medical treatment at all. And it was a wonder, because while many rabbis passed away then, in all of Uman, the only house whose residents all completely recovered and were not affected by the plague was the house of Rabbi Nachman. When Rabbi Avraham once said and explained to his father, Rabbi Nachman, that even through intellect one can understand why it is correct to distance oneself from doctors and their remedies, his father, Rabbi Nachman, rebuked him and said to him, "One must fulfill Rabbeinu's command to distance oneself from doctors solely out of faith in his words. For if one distances oneself from them because of intellectual understanding, it could be that after some time he will understand the opposite. And Rabbeinu's statement that one must distance oneself from them is not subject to change." And he told him a story about Moharanat with Baruch Din. In the days of Moharanat, he recounts that after Rabbeinu's passing, he sat in the study hall and learned, and Rabbeinu's words that burned within him led him to speak with the young people about the ultimate purpose. And the main effect he saw in this was when he spoke with one of the youths about consistent study, until he began to learn with great diligence and finished all 4 large sections of the Shulchan Aruch in 6 years, in the order of Rabbanu's method of study. And this was Baruch Din, who later, during the dispute against Moharanat, turned against him. And then, when Moharanat told Baruch Din to learn according to Rabbanu's order of study, he told him that one can also understand intellectually that Rabbanu's way in the order of study is indeed correct. Moharanat told him that the obligation to study in this way must be fulfilled because Rabbanu so commanded and guided us, and not because of the understanding that you grasp that this is correct. For now you understand it this way, and another time perhaps you will understand differently, and therefore we must follow his counsels even without our understanding. And after some time he said and admitted to him that if not for Rabbanu's command in this matter, it would have seemed to him, in his opinion, to behave differently. His Rebbe in the revealed Torah was Rabbi Meir Leib Blecker, who was one of the greatest students of Moharanat and later the shofar blower at the Rosh Hashanah gathering in Uman. It is known that Rabbi Avraham learned for several years according to the order of study of Rabbanu. And once he wanted to compose a commentary on the Pachad Yitzchak, but after the precious book Mishmeret Shalom was published, he retracted his intention and did not compose it. And aside from what he received abundantly from his father, he spent much time among the other students of Moharanat and heard much from them, as he writes, "As praise be to God, all my days I grew up among the wise in the wisdom of innocence and simplicity, and they are the people of Moharanat, who abandoned all their possessions in all kinds of abandonment for the sake of truth. It is a mitzvah and an obligation upon me to inform future generations of their words that I heard from their mouths. For the essence of the truth of their words is not hidden from me, and it is clear as day and as the sun, and I know that all the words of their mouths are in righteousness and uprightness." Thus he mentions in his discourses from whom he heard them, and if most of his teachings are from his great father, there are also discourses that he mentions hearing from other students of Moharanat and our colleagues. He also saw in his father's house an old man who in his youth was with Rabbenu, and Rabbenu aroused him to diligent study. He also knew in his childhood and youth Rabbi Yitzchak, son of Moharanat, who ascended to the land of Israel in the year 1869, when Rabbi Avraham was about 20 years old. And he related that he remembered seeing Rabbi Yitzchak going to his work in the vineyard with awesome devotion and fear, and everyone who saw him would remark about him that he was an elevated man who had nothing but God alone. And when Rabbi Levi Yitzchak asked Rabbi Avraham why Rabbi Yitzchak needed such measures of strengthening from his father, as seen in the multitude of letters, Rabbi Avraham replied, "Rabbi Yitzchak was a servant of God, constantly cleaving to God, such that if he diverted his mind from God for even a moment, he would immediately cry out so much in his letters to his father that it would seem to the reader as if he were a simple person undergoing great descents in the service of God. But that was not the case. He was a very great man, and precisely because of this, he needed strengthening even for the slightest descent." He also knew Rabbi Itzela Hasener, one of the great disciples of Moharanat, father-in-law of the wealthy Rabbi Yecheskel Heschel. When he spoke of him, he would praise him greatly, for he was an exceedingly righteous and wise man. Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz wrote that he used to travel for Shabbos to Rabbi Sinder of Tidahovitzi to observe his conduct and receive from him. Rabbi Avraham had an older sister who lived in Uman in the new city, which was very far from the Rebbe's gravesite. Sometimes he would go to stay with her, and from there he would go at midnight to Rabbanu's gravesite via Pushkin Street. This was a long street and he used to walk with someone. Once he was going there to Rabbanu at midnight and he heard a voice. He was surprised to hear a voice at night. There was no one with him, and he was seized with fear. He began to think, "Who knows, maybe there is some murderer." He approached and heard that the voice was coming from Rabbanu's gravesite, and when he arrived, he saw that it was Rabbi Sander Trehowitzer. He was lying at the gravesite, prostrate with outstretched hands and feet, and crying out. He married Rebetzin Malka, daughter of the wealthy Rabbi Natan's son of Rabbi Shneur Zalman Tetefsky, one of the important members of our community. He is mentioned in a letter by Rabbi Yisrael Karduner in the year 1911 regarding the printing of the book Likutei Moharan, and in that same period, he indeed printed in Berdichiv, together with Rabbi Yudel Daishevsky, the first part of Likutei Halashot. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak also knew him. A wondrous blend of immense talents and holy emotions merged in his mysterious personality, which embodied the greatest novelties that arose for Breslov, to the extent that the great figures of our community in his generation testified and said about him. Righteousness, asceticism, intellect, and humility, such as were in Rabbi Avraham, are revealed in the world only once in many generations. And he understood already in his youth that to properly receive the essence of Rabbanu's matter, one must completely separate from all affairs of this world and immerse his mind and thoughts only in Rabbanu's essence. He was a man of exceedingly high stature, difficult to describe. He was very holy. His holiness was awesome. He possessed a great mind, a sharp intellect in learning well and with sharpness, and therefore he was strong in the matter of Rabbanu. When all these things combine, that he was holy from his mother's womb, and his intellect was good and sharp, and he brought all this into the matter of Rabbanu, then he becomes an accomplished vessel. His sister, Rebbetzin Rachel, told Rabbi Levi Yitzchak that in his youth he would sling his sack and go out for years to be in solitude in the forest for all the days of the week, from the departure of Shabbos until the Shabbos Eve following it, and they do not know where he would go into solitude, and they surmise that he used to go often to be in solitude in the Greco forest. It was spoken among our community members that apparently many of the new commentaries of his holy book, Biur Halikutim, were written there in the forest. Who can describe the essence of his awesome devotions? He knew precisely where Rabbanu's dwelling place was, in Breslov and in Medvedevka, Uman, Cherin, and Alexandrovka, and he would go to all the fields and places where Rabbanu was during his solitude and the like. And he also knew the precise place of his passing in Uman, where a large and beautiful tree grew and stands to this day. And he also knew where the resting place of Rabbi Yaakov Yosef, Rabbanu's cantor, was, and that of Rabbi Ber of Cherin, a disciple of Rabbanu. When all of him was bound with the awesome holy light and will of Rabbanu found in his holy teachings, he would go with the teachings of Rabbanu to be immersed head and shoulders in them without distraction of thought. All his thoughts, words, and actions, his eating and his sleep, his teachings and his prayers, would be with much solitude, conversation between him and his Creator, with longing and shedding many tears to merit the light of Rabbanu found in that teaching. And so the elders of our community who were devoted to him, who knew him and remembered him from his youth, told Rabbi Levi Yitzchak about the essence of his service to God in those years, that he was then burning like a blazing fire, to the point that they could almost not speak with him due to his great asceticism and holiness, as he spoke very little. And he would then go out all the days of the week to the forest outside the settlement to engage there in the service of God. And so he continued for tens of years. There he spent the best of his years, immersed in Torah and prayer with supreme devotion and divestment of physicality. And this was to magnify the light of the Tzaddik that burned and blazed within him, which he could in no way restrain. And he needed to go seek this light alone in this manner, completely outside the settlement, so that he would have some perception and understanding of this light that burned within him. Because to magnify the light of the Tzaddik that burned and blazed within him, he could in no way restrain himself to be in the settlement, and he could only seek this light completely outside the settlement, so that he would have some perception and understanding of the light of Rabbanu. And therefore he spent decades, all the days of the week, in fields and forests, from the end of Shabbos until Friday, because the more one searches for the light of Rabbanu, the more one finds. And when he knew that the light of Rabbanu is very great, truly an aspect of the infinite, he could not stop his search, and he had no one to speak with about the light that burned within him, and he was forced to completely detach from the settlement. And only at the time of the passing of his father, Rabbi Nachman, when he was then 35 years old, did he begin to restrain himself. The elders of our community, who were older in age than Rabbi Avraham, and knew him and remembered him from his youth when he was toiling in the service of God, said about him, if he had been in the days of our holy Rebbe and the Baal Shem Tov, he would have been a novelty even then among their disciples for the essence of his toil in the service of God. For even in the time of Rabbanu, there were no such servants like him. They said this so that we should know that when God helps and one merits to enter into the matter of Rabbeinu, one can merit to be such a man, a righteous man, a holy man. Everything is found here, only to take it as necessary, without deceptions, not only with desire, but as necessary. Rabbi Avraham was very lowly and humble in his own eyes, and was not accustomed to speak about himself, and certainly not about his spiritual levels. Nevertheless, he once expressed himself and said, "Blessed is God, I have gone through all of Likutei Moharan as Rabbeinu commanded," meaning to be immersed for some period of time with one teaching, to go with a teaching, and that all his actions, his prayer and his study, his walking and his eating and his sleep should be according to this teaching. And when one is immersed in Rabbeinu's teaching, by always going with it, then his counsels are heard in a completely different way, and then one also merits to hear and see the illusions. And at every step, one feels the benefit from drawing close to Rabbeinu. Did not Rabbeinu say, "My book splits sinews"? It can be said of him that it split all his sinews, that in every sinew and limb Rabbeinu was present, and consequently it is possible to rely on him in the matter of drawing close to Rabbeinu. And so Rabbi Avraham would spend a whole week for years in the forest in awesome devotions, when the whole week he lived according to a teaching from Likutei Moharan. Thus he went through teaching after teaching, living with each teaching for a certain time. This is what Rabbeinu said, that besides the lesson of proficiency that one must learn Likutei Moharan quickly, one also needs a lesson to learn with great depth. And when one goes with the teaching and is immersed in it head and mostly, without distracting his mind from it, and all his actions are connected and unified with it, this is the true, good, and elevated in-depth study. And thus one discovers the great depth found in his books. And Rabbi Avraham indeed fulfilled this in-depth study in this manner, and incidentally new insights and deep and wonderful analyses also arose in his mind, as well as strong foundations in the service of God, which are found within the walls of his works, as seen from his deep and wonderful writings. It is possible that with the teaching, "And let there be, I pray you, a double portion of your spirit upon me," he went for long months, meaning that he engaged and served God according to this teaching for half a year continuously. And once when he taught this teaching in public with wonderful enthusiasm, they almost did not understand his words. Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz wrote that this was the entire spiritual level of the holy Tzaddik from our community, Rabbi Avraham, more than all others, that he went with a teaching from Likutei Moharan and learned it in depth and went with it, meaning that all his focus was on it, to meditate on this, and to see how far he was from this, and to ask for mercy and prayer and supplication from God to fulfill it, and to seek counsels on how to fulfill it little by little. And for years and years, all the spiritual work would be according to that teaching, whether Torah and prayer and good deeds in the service of God. And also all the physical activities, eating and drinking and sleeping, all according to that teaching. And to always think about it when you lie down and when you rise up and when you walk on the way, so that all his focus would be on it. And so he went with all the teachings in Likutei Moharan and Sipurei Ma'asiot and Sikot and Tefillah. And by this, he merited to be in the aspect of Avraham was one. Rabbi Natan Tzvi Koenig wrote, "By his deeds a youth is recognized. When he was young and small in years, when he would come home to eat, he would immediately run to the bookcase and take a book and ponder it, so as not to waste even a single moment from learning. And when he was 9 years old, he would put his hands in fire to feel pain and afflict his body through it. Afterwards, when he grew older, he fulfilled a form of repentance and did not speak for weeks on end with any person, until people thought he had lost the power of speech. And he would take a sack full of books on his shoulders with some loaves of bread and would go out at the end of the Holy Shabbos to the forest until the eve of the Holy Shabbos. Thus he behaved for many full years, and there he composed his holy books, which were seasoned with much meditation and conversation between him and his Creator, and he shed many tears over them until his eyes became swollen from so much crying. Members of our community relate that he once said, "I composed the book Biur Halikutim without bread and water. meaning he did not even have enough for his sustenance of bread and water as is proper. And if I had bread and water in abundance, I would write more and more novelli and explanations on all the teachings. There were many who, as soon as they recognized and knew him, would say about him that he was the one who had red eyes, because his eyes were swollen and red from so much crying he did in his youth, in his longings for the light and Torah of Rabbanu. And as he himself said in his old age, he was afraid to cry, so that his eyes would not hurt him, because in his youth he would cry so much until his eyesight was damaged. His sister, Mrs. Rachel, related that his wife, Mrs. Malka, told her that when he used to practice solitude and would leave his home for all the days of the week, from the end of the holy Sabbath until Sabbath Eve, it was very, very hard for her. However, the joy he brought with him and the radiance of his happy and joyful face that he brought with him appeased and compensated her for all the suffering. For when he would return from the field where he had stayed for all the days of the week, he would greatly appease and comfort his wife with words of encouragement and support. With God's help, you will yet see that it will be good. Until she said that without this, she could not have endured. And with his encouraging words, he greatly compensated and appeased her for all the suffering, until his going in this way became agreeable to her. For he would speak blessings and pleasantries and reveal such good-heartedness that it covered all her sufferings and sweetened her troubles. With his great wisdom and good heart, he succeeded in instilling a good feeling in the hearts of his household members, despite his dedication to the service of God outside the settlement. He was afraid to offend anyone and never left resentment in another's heart. And even in his youth, he was a thoroughly good person. For even in the intensity of his service, it was not with harshness. He could strengthen the other. He understood that not everyone can endure everything. His wife also used to be often at his sister's house. There they would cook a lot because there was hospitality for guests. And Rabbi Yisrael Karduner related that sometimes when Rabbi Avraham would come in the middle of the week from outside the settlement to the synagogue or the like, due to his great asceticism, he would not want to enter his house. He would send small gifts to his wife with Rabbi Yisrael, a sent to the land of Israel and to Uman. After the passing of his father, when he began to restrain himself and started to write the talks and stories he heard from his father, he wanted to ascend to the land of Israel. His wife, Mrs. Malka, did not agree with him on this, due to the poverty, hunger, and diseases that prevailed then in the land of Israel. This was despite his promise to her that if she ascended with him to the land of Israel, she would merit to have children there, as they had not been blessed with children for several years. Therefore, he divorced her according to Torah law, which permits divorcing one's wife for the sake of ascending to the land of Israel. She later married one of the residents of Uman and merited to have children with him. And when Rabbi Avraham passed away, she was present and participated in his funeral, and they heard her say, "I know who you were." And then she recounted his aforementioned promise to her and said, what a pity, with sorrow and regret, that she did not agree to ascend with him to the land of Israel. After he divorced, he married Mrs. Leah, daughter of Rabbi Naftali Cohen in Berdikiv. At the time of the engagement, Rabbi Avraham promised Rabbi Naftali that immediately after his arrival in the land of Israel, he would endeavor to arrange for him and for all his sons permits for Aliyah to the land of Israel. And indeed, so he did. After he married her while still abroad, they ascended to the land. And immediately after his Aliyah, he endeavored to obtain the permits for them, despite the great effort and toil it involved for a man like him to arrange all this in that period. And they all ascended to the land of Israel and settled there. Rabbi Avraham would praise his father-in-law, Rabbi Naftali Cohen, who was an architect by profession, for engaging in his work only during the summer months, saving money all summer so that it would suffice for him for the winter months, and he would be able to serve God with Torah and prayer without any worry about livelihood. Rabbi Yaakov Ze'ev Bresky related about him that when he was honored at the third meal to speak on the teachings of Rabbenu before the members of our community, there were teachings that when he spoke them, he would literally flow like a gushing stream. And when they asked him why specifically with these teachings he was like a gushing stream, he answered that these teachings he learned with Rabbenu in a dream. And it is known that Rabbenu praised one who merited to see him in a dream. So to merit to learn with Rabbenu, his book Likutai Moharan, in a dream, This is the most wonderful dream. And perhaps he merited this because he married his daughter to Rabbi Avraham, as our sages said. Is it possible for a man to cleave to the Shekinah? Rather, whoever marries his daughter to a Torah scholar, the verse considers it as if he cleaves to the Shekinah. And it has also been said, all the prophets, all of them, prophesied only for one who marries his daughter to a Torah scholar. But as for Torah scholars themselves, no eye has seen, O God, besides you, what he will do for him who waits for him. Rabbi Avraham ascended to the land of Israel for the first time in the year 1894, when he was 45 years old. He had married in the early 1880s, and only here in the land were children born to him, 2 daughters and a son. However, they did not live long, for they died during the famine from typhus at the end of World War I, when Rabbi Avraham was in Uman and passed away there. His son Mendel passed away on the 19th of Tevet, 1917. His daughter Sarah passed away on the 10th of Iyar, 1918. And his daughter Fruma Ettil passed away on the 26th of Kislev, 1918. Their resting place is honored on the Mount of Olives. In this section are also buried many of our community members. And after the passing of Rabbi Avraham, his wife remarried in the land of Israel. Rabbi Elazar Mordecai Rosenfeld wrote that Rabbi Avraham made a ritual first haircut for his son in Meron. One of our community members related that he once saw Rabbi Avraham in Uman saying the midnight lament, and he repeated many times the words, "My children were desolate." As mentioned, all his children passed away in the land of Israel. Rabbi Yaakov Melamed related that Rabbi Avraham used to pray in the study hall of Rabbi Nisan Beck in the old city of Jerusalem, opposite the windows facing the site of the Holy Temple. There, in the corner of the synagogue, were several places that were purchased by Rabbi Abale, a disciple of Maharanat, for the members of our community. In the land of Israel, he was very hidden from people's eyes, for he concealed himself greatly so that they would not recognize or see his greatness at all. And in order not to become famous, he did not establish his seat in one synagogue, but would move his seat from time to time from one synagogue to another. And because of this, sometimes he did not have the means to support his household. And things reached the point that once, in the middle of the Sabbath, his wife provoked him greatly until she sent him out of his house. He went to the house of Rabbi Meir Anshin, and when he told him what he had been through, Rabbi Meir was very surprised. Rabbi Avraham responded to him with his good heart, defending his wife's actions, and said wittily, "If Avraham Avinu had not brought Sarah Eminu something to eat, she probably would have sent him out of her house too." Rabbi Avraham related that when he was in the land of Israel, he once stayed for a certain Sabbath with one of the great and important Sephardic rabbis. They served before the aforementioned rabbi, in honor of the Sabbath, a bowl full of fish, and also a bowl full of meat. And likewise, they served and honored Rabbi Avraham with much food, and the rabbi urged him greatly to eat everything. But he did not have the ability to eat so much and so abundantly, because it was a very large amount of food. However, the Sephardic rabbi ate everything until its end. Afterwards, Rabbi Avraham saw how the rabbi sat down to engage in Torah study and learned with great diligence all night. And when the aforementioned rabbi saw that Rabbi Avraham was preparing himself to go to sleep, he said to him, "As you're eating, so is your Torah," because he sat and engaged in Torah with diligence throughout the entire night. And indeed, in the land of Israel, Rabbi Avraham was very reserved and modest, and he succeeded in this even more than when he was in Uman. For his livelihood, he would carry tables and benches for celebrations and the like. But few were those who knew how to recognize and discern in him that he was a great man in Israel. And one of those who recognized him was Rabbi Moshe Pester, who would give him 1 Napoleon gold coin every year, which was a considerable sum for the travel expenses to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. Also, in the externals of his dress, he accepted the customs of Jerusalem. Because of his great affection and love for the land of Israel and Jerusalem, he would wear in Jerusalem the garments of the land of Israel, according to the custom of the people of Jerusalem, in all their splendor and all their details. This is the ancient attire, like a linen tunic, called a Jerusalemite kaftan, which has a special garment for weekdays and a special garment for Shabbat, and also a hat called today a scribe's hat. And even when he came to the gathering on Rosh Hashanah in Uman, he would not change his custom in his attire. His suffering and great sorrow over his distance from the land of Israel was much harder for him than his distance from his family. And during his last 3 years, in which he could not return, he always expressed his strong longing and yearning for the land of Israel and walked about with a constant broken heart because he could not return. Once, when asked why he was so broken by this, he replied and said, "Do you think I miss my family? Blessed is God. I have completely different thoughts." Regarding the reasons he came to Uman for Rosh Hashanah in the year 1914, despite his great weakness, it was because he wanted to find a groom from among our community for his daughter who was staying in the land of Israel. And indeed, on his journey, which he made through Poland, he found an important young man from our community in the city of Lublin and promised him sustenance for all the years so that he could sit only on Torah and service. Despite the great difficulty this commitment entailed for him due to his great poverty. And he even bought feathers in Uman to make bedding from them due to the great poverty that prevailed then in the land of Israel. But the matter did not come to fruition because they could not travel to the land of Israel because of the world war that broke out then. He arrived in Uman in the middle of the month of Elul. Immediately upon his arrival, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak saw him for the first time entering the study hall. A tall Jew with long side locks, with red and swollen eyes from much crying. And they told him, "This is Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman." Everyone rushed to greet him. Everyone remembered him. He also rushed to greet him. And when he saw the new young men who came from the country of Poland, who had arrived a few weeks and days before him, like Rabbi Levi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yisrael Cohen and others, he saw that he had someone to talk to. He approached them and said to them joyfully, "Shalom Aleichem." And he rejoiced with them greatly, understanding that they were Torah, observant young men, and he could converse with them. And immediately all the young men attached themselves to him with a strong bond that was not broken, and he would speak and converse with them. And he said, "Thank God, something will already remain of me." And yet, on another occasion, when he sat and spoke with them, he responded and said to himself, "And with whom am I speaking? With children." The members of our community said in his praise that he was so attached to Rabbanu that all his conversation and discourse were imbued with the light of Rabbanu. There was not one limb in his body that was not imbued and filled with Rabbanu and his Torah, for he would not do or think anything unless it was according to the knowledge of the Torah of Rabbanu. And so it was also in this regard concerning the land of Israel, that all of him was constantly thinking and yearning for it. And from head to toe he was imbued and filled with the holiness of the land of Israel, just as he was imbued and filled with the holiness of the light of Rabbanu. Rabbi Avraham always loved the land of Israel, and when he was in Uman, he would always speak and yearn for the land of Israel. His heart burned constantly for the land of Israel. He would recount that when he was in the land of Israel, he would call out and say to himself with joy and enthusiasm, "Abraham, where am I walking? In the land of Israel. Where am I eating? In the land of Israel." He felt and was so enthused by the joy of being in the land of Israel that he never once forgot its holiness. He said, "When I was in the land of Israel, I keenly felt the connection of these three aspects, the aspect of man, the aspect of place, and the aspect of time." And he would say to himself many times, "Shabbos, a Jew in the land of Israel." And the workers put a special melody to these words, which they would sing. Regarding the supreme delight, I heard from my master, my father, who heard from Moharanat, that Rabbanu detailed the necessity and the spiritual virtue for all this, in place, in time, and in person. In place, the land of Israel. In person, the soul of Israel. In time, the Sabbath day. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak would say in his praise, his life was Rabbanu and the land of Israel. For he constantly yearned for these two things, especially when he was in Uman and could not return to the land of Israel. He would constantly yearn for it. Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz wrote that when Rabbi Avraham would leave the land of Israel for Rosh Hashanah, he took with him a bottle of wine. And with every drink he had outside the land, he would drip a drop from it so that the drink would receive the holiness of the land of Israel. And this bottle of wine was very precious to him, and he was very sparing, dripping only a drop into every drink he had, so that it would suffice for the entire time he would be outside the land. Rabbi Avraham related that on one of his journeys to the land of Israel, he passed through a certain place that was called by the Jews the place of stones. For the Arabs in that place would throw stones at the Jews on the ship that passed through. He recounted that he once had to pass through that place, and the ship's way was to stop and travel slowly, and he feared being harmed by the stones. It was then the time of the third Sabbath meal, and he sang the hymns then, and concentrated well on the words, "And they will hide their spikes in us." And the ship passed quickly through that focus, and the captain did not stop the ship and pass that place in peace. Since Rabbi Avraham ascended to the land and connected to its holiness, he greatly inspired the members of our community to come to the land of Israel. For he understood that the need to come and live in the land of Israel was not only for himself, but it is a great principle in Judaism and in drawing close to Rabbenu. And when he came for Rosh Hashanah to Uman, he would travel through Poland and would go around among the members of our community to arouse them to come and live in the land of Israel. He said, "In the land of Israel is the western wall where the divine presence rests, and the righteous are the face of the divine presence. If so, then Rabbenu and all the righteous are found there. Therefore, when I want to speak with the holy Rabbenu, I go to the western wall. And of course, the midnight hour is more conducive to solitude there. And Rabbi Avraham literally felt Rabbenu at the wall and spoke at the western wall to Rabbenu as he spoke at the holy gravesite, and he was there often. And he said that one can speak to Rabbenu at the wall exactly as at Rabbenu's gravesite. And once Rabbi Yaakov Melamed, while standing at the wall, recounted, "Here I saw Rabbi Avraham speaking with Rabbenu with longing and in the present tense, saying, 'Rebbe, Rebbe, Rebbe,' while making bowing motions with his hand. And he also said, pointing to a place near the wall, 'Here I dance with Rabbi Avraham.' He also said that in the land of Israel, he practices solitude at the wall. He said, on the matter of solitude, its order of conduct is easier in the land of Israel than outside the land. He was referring to the matter of solitude outside the city, as Rabbenu said to practice solitude outside the city. And because the entire air of the land of Israel is pure and holy, and its holiness is everywhere, which is not the case outside the land, there is a very great difference between the city and outside it. Just as it is impossible to receive from the Admor except through Moharanat, for in him alone was imbued the essence and knowledge of Rabbenu, to be able to receive from him, so too in the matter of the land of Israel, for in it alone is imbued and given from the light and knowledge of the Admor, to be able to receive from me. He said, receiving the matter of our holy Rebbe is most conducive in the land of Israel, and its essence is in Jerusalem. Also in his letter to arouse people to charity for the land of Israel, he wrote that charity for Jerusalem is higher than charity for the land. For whoever enables his fellow to be able to settle in the land of Israel, it is considered for him as if he himself is settling in the land of Israel. Whenever he would speak of the praise of the land of Israel and its great virtue, he would become exceedingly enthusiastic, like an indescribable burning fire. And when he spoke of the virtue of the land of Israel, he would frequently mention and explain the statement that Moshe Rabbeinu passed away on Shabbat at Mincha time during the will of wills, meaning that Moshe passed away from the very essence of the infinite will, from longing and expiration for the holiness of the land of Israel. For when the Holy One, blessed be He, showed Moshe the land of Israel and told him that he would not enter there, I have shown it to you with your eyes, but you shall not cross over there. It is written immediately afterwards, and Moshe died there, that as soon as Moshe heard that he would not merit to enter the land of Israel, he immediately desired and expired from there, out of the great longing of his soul with such yearnings for the land of Israel. And he was included in the land in his death, to such an extent that through this infinite will that he drew from there, this time on the holy Shabbat is forever called the will of wills. His brother-in-law, Rabbi Alter Tepliker, wrote at length about his conversation on this. I said to record here as a memorial what I heard from the elder, Rabbi Avraham, what he spoke with me about the holiness of the land of Israel. Behold, it is known how all the righteous, their hearts burn with tremendous longing and yearnings, and a strong desire to be included in the blessed infinite light. And all their holy lives, because of this, are in the aspect of, for I am sick with love, until they finally merit the will of wills, so exceedingly great and immense, until their souls depart due to longing and yearning, and then they are immediately included in the infinite light. And this is the secret that Moshe Rabbeinu passed away at the will of wills. This is as mentioned above. And behold, just as our sages said, the eye sees and the heart desires, regarding the desires and cravings for the lusts of this world. The opposite is understood by itself, that likewise in holiness, the yearnings and desires are also aroused by the sight of the eye. And based on this, it is understood what is written at the end of the Torah regarding Moshe's passing. And Moshe ascended Mount Nebo, and God showed him all the land, but you shall not cross over there. And Moshe the servant of God died there. For Moshe's longing was to come to the land with strong desires and yearnings, as is known from his prayer, to which God answered him, "It is enough for you," until finally God showed him the land, so that through this his desire would be aroused with an exceedingly infinite will. And when he said to him, "I have shown it to you with your eyes, but you shall not cross over there," it is written immediately, and Moshe died there, meaning that his soul and spirit departed due to the longings and yearnings for this. And this is also the matter that Yosef and David also passed away then on Shabbat at Mincha. And this is also the matter of what is known to us that during the lifetime of our holy Admor, in Lemberg, once at the time of the evil inclination at the departure of Shabbat, he spoke of the holiness of the land of Israel. And it was then dark in the house, and those standing around him felt that his soul began to depart and to move. And they cried out to bring a candle to the house, and they aroused and awakened him. And they understood then that due to his immense longing for the holiness of the land of Israel, his soul almost departed then. And behold, because of this, the righteous truly merit after their passing to be included in the infinite light, for through the greatness of their desire, they merit even the greatest of the great desires, which is the holy infinite light. Rabbi Nachman, his father, would reiterate Rabbeinu's insistence not to build a new house outside the land of Israel. Rabbi Avraham, his son, who used to come frequently to the city of Habavrinitz, once when he was staying there with Rabbi Mordecai Habavrinitzer, saw stones and asked Rabbi Mordecai, "What are these stones?" Rabbi Mordecai told him, "Yisrael wants to build a house." Rabbi Avraham replied and said, "There was one Rabbi Avraham Berenu who obeyed his father and did not build." Rabbi Avraham would sometimes say to a person just one word, and it would shoot like an arrow into his heart. And Rabbi Mordecai related that when his son, Rabbi Yisrael, heard this word from Rabbi Avraham, it entered him so deeply that he sold the stones and did not build. He said, "Even before the coming of the Redeemer, there will already be a large ingathering and settlement of Israel in the land of Israel. And with the coming of the Redeemer, the rest of the ingathered of Israel from outside the land will be added to them. And this is derived from what is stated in the verse, 'I will yet gather others to him, besides his own ingathered,' meaning that the Holy One, blessed be he, will add to gather at the coming of the Redeemer, the Israelites from their dispersions throughout the world, to the ingathering already gathered in the land of Israel." And he concluded, "But whoever merits and is already in the land of Israel before the coming of the Redeemer is more important." Regarding Rabbi Avraham's opinion that one must come to the land of Israel, opponents arose against him from among the members of our community, and there was a dispute between him and some of the important members of our community in Uman, who argued that a Breslov Hasid must live near Rabbeinu's grave site in order to come there often and receive the rectifications that are done there, especially during the days of Rosh Hashanah. And they pointed to the teaching that the gravesite of the Tzaddik is holy with the holiness of the land of Israel. And they did not look favorably upon distancing oneself from this holy place, the source of all holy influences. But Rabbi Avraham disagreed with this and proved it from the great and awesome praises of Rabbeinu for the holiness of the land, that only through it can one elevate one's measure to a high level in the service of God. Rabbi Elazar Mordecai Rosenfeld wrote that the beginning of the dispute erupted at an engagement feast. The feast was in Uman, and then Rabbi Avraham spoke and aroused people to go to the land of Israel. And when he finished his words, they argued with him. And in the study hall at that time was one of the prominent men named Rabbi Yankeli Sofer. And he was one of Rabbi Avraham's men. And when Rabbi Avraham finished speaking and they began to argue with him, He went to sleep in order to wake up for the midnight lament. And in the morning, Rabbi Avraham asked him angrily, "How could it be? Moharanat's grandchildren are speaking and you go to sleep?" He answered and said, "When I heard Rabbi Avraham, it seemed to me that the divine presence was literally speaking from his throat. And how can one stand against him and dismiss his words with a wave of the hand?" And in his letter to the members of our community in Lublin, he wrote, "Behold, there is a great and sad dispute between me and Rabbi Todros Tzvi Roshkovsky on several necessary matters in the ways of Rabbenu, and especially regarding the land of Israel. In this matter, there are still some of the leaders among our community members who agree with him. And to write down all this in detail, the page is too short to contain it. My desire is strong and firm that the verse, 'In a man of strife wrote a book,' be fulfilled, and to compose a special book on this." Rabbi Elazar Mordecai Rosenfeld wrote that he heard from Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen, who heard from Rabbi Avraham, who related that when opponents from among the great members of our community rose against him regarding the settlement of the land of Israel, he was at that time at Moharanat's gravesite in Breslov, and he cried very much that God should enlighten his eyes in this matter. And it was revealed to him, so he said in this language the verse, "And the fourth generation shall return here," meaning that the 3 generations of Rabbenu, Moharanat, and his father Rabbi Nachman had to be close to the holy gravesite. However, in the 4th generation, one must return here, meaning to the land of Israel. And he concluded by asking them not to reveal this in order not to increase strife. And his disciple, Rabbi Shlomo Wexler, also brings this in his name. What Rabbi Avraham said about the land of Israel, that a terrible matter concerning the land of Israel came to him in his mind when he was in Breslov at the gravesite of Moharanat. For now in this time, the great test and the greatest hindrance from the ways of holiness is certainly the land of Israel. And as Rabbanu said, the great hindrances from the land of Israel are the products of the land's Sabbath and not the sea. And as Rabbanu said about himself, when a person has already overcome everything, he still needs to stand in the test of not disputing him at all. And so today, the test for everyone is not to dispute at all the journey of all of Israel to the land of Israel, and that they should pray today for the righteous, that they should desire the land of Israel properly, and also to pray for the members of our community today, that they should all long for the land of Israel. Rabbi Moshe Liersman of Uman betrothed his daughter to Rabbi Fischel, son of Rabbi Mordecai Habavernitzer. After the engagement, Rabbi Avraham sat with them, and as was his way, he spoke with great enthusiasm about the virtue of the land of Israel. In the middle, Rabbi Tuvia, Rabbi Mordecai's father, turned to him and said, "Avraham, enough, enough," because Rabbi Avraham would speak much and always about the virtue of the land of Israel until this matter bothered him. And Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman, stopped his speech. Immediately afterwards, Rabbi Tuvia was punished and became a leper. And as is brought, whoever shames Torah scholars, there is no remedy for his affliction. And this punishment was fulfilled in him until the day of his death. He wrote a letter to one of the great members of our community from those days with whom he spoke about the land of Israel, apparently Rabbi Michal or Rabbi Avraham Sternhartz. And this letter he indeed inscribed in his book after the aforementioned discourse on the land of Israel. Rabbi Avraham once urged Rabbi Michal of Toltchin to travel with his sons and ascend to the land of Israel. Rabbi Michal did not agree with him, explaining that he wished to remain outside the land so that his sons and grandsons would come to pray at the gathering of the members of our community on Rosh Hashanah in Uman. Rabbi Avraham answered him with a rebuke. "May the enemies of Zion live so if your grandchildren will travel and come to Uman." Because he knew and understood that due to the communist movement that arose then, many would be swept away and fall from the way of the Torah. And so it was. And he did not rest nor quiet down, and aroused everyone who listened to his words to arise and travel to the land of Israel, come what may, without looking at anything. Rabbi Avraham once urged Rabbi Avraham Sternhartz, grandson of Moharanat, to travel with his sons and ascend to the land of Israel. He said to him, "Do you want to obey me? Do you want to have children left? Go to the land of Israel. Arise, save your sons. Are you worried that you will not be able to come to Uman every year? Go out and learn from me, that I am much poorer than you, and despite this, I come every year to the holy gathering, and all the more so you who are capable of this, and besides, you are a storyteller and are famous for this." And he had already agreed to this, and also went to ask the opinion of his cousin, Rabbi Michal, if he should travel to the land of Israel. And Rabbi Michal told him not to ascend to the land of Israel for the time being, because through this he would not be able to come to Uman every Rosh Hashanah. When Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman, heard this, he said to Rabbi Avraham, "Am I telling you to stop coming for Rosh Hashanah? You see that I also travel for Rosh Hashanah. You will have a livelihood there. You will surely be able to come for Rosh Hashanah." When Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman, once came from the land of Israel to Uman for the days of Rosh Hashanah, he met in Odessa one of Maharanat's grandsons. Rabbi Avraham asked him, "What are you doing here in Odessa?" He answered him that he was studying here. Rabbi Avraham asked him, "With whom?" He answered him, "With Klausner, who was a great heretic." Rabbi Avraham was very alarmed, and immediately when he came to Uman and met his father, he said to him, "If you want to have children left, travel immediately to the land of Israel." He answered him, "And what will I do, and how will I come for Rosh Hashanah?" Rabbi Avraham answered him, "May the enemies of Zion live, so if your grandchildren will travel to Uman, because the communist movement that arose then caused many to fall from the way of the Torah, and they were lost from among the congregation. And so this grandson of Maharanat later became a very great heretic and communist." Many years before the First World War, Rabbi Avraham already began to urge the members of our community in Russia that they should all ascend to the land of Israel. He especially urged the members of our community who lived in the city of Cheran, who were exceedingly wealthy. He would enthuse them to ascend with their great wealth and possessions to the land of Israel to live there, because it was then possible for them to buy vast tracts and portions of the lands of the land of Israel at very low prices, and to support the poor of the land of Israel. Because of their great wealth, it was said of them that they were so exceedingly rich that they had the ability to buy all the lands of the land of Israel designated for sale, as the sale of land was then very cheap. If they had listened to him, the Zionists would not have had such control over the lands of the land of Israel, and they could have been prevented from desecrating and diminishing its holiness. He would arouse them the most. However, fearing for their wealth, they did not listen to him, until he once expressed himself with great sharpness, that if they did not ascend to the land of Israel, what would remain of them and their money would be chaos and void. And during the First World War, Rabbi Avraham said, "I observed Cheran and saw that they behaved like the camp of wealth." Then the hero arrived. And in the summer of the year 1917, at the time of the revolution of the Communist Party, who rose up and succeeded in their regime, there was then great joy for the Jews because they had overthrown Tsar Nicholas, who was an enemy of the Jews and had decreed many decrees. And they then established a weak, temporary government that was good for the Jews, and they annulled the decrees against all of Israel. And because of the great joy, even the rabbis danced under the wedding canopy in the city square with Torah scrolls in their hands. And then the news arrived that in the city of Leningrad, the communists were already in control, and Rabbi Avraham heard how they were laughing and mocking them, saying, "With one blow they will receive from the Western countries, the United States and England. They will fall and be completely lost." And he said, So, I fear that only the Messiah will break and subdue this husk." And indeed, after a few months, they grew stronger and rose to power. And then gangs of murderers ran rampant throughout Russia, and they plundered and looted and killed, especially the rich. And on the other hand, the decline and darkness of the communist heresy raged relentlessly, and they succeeded in their regime so much in uprooting the holy faith from multitudes of the children of Israel. And to our sorrow, the end of the wealthy of Cheran was that they remained in their city utterly destitute. For then they killed many of them and took all their money, and those who remained fled with their bare lives, destitute and penniless. And no remnant or even any survivor remained of them, for their children as a result fell away from the path of Judaism. And only those few who listened to the voice of Rabbi Avraham and ascended to the land of Israel succeeded in saving themselves and their families and their money. And they merited to establish here blessed families, children to be proud of, who walk in the path of Torah and fear of God, despite all the poverty and hardship that prevailed then in the land of Israel. But to their credit, he said that they merited to donate some of their money to the poor of our community in the land of Israel, as we find in a historical record. Monday Tevet 1902, I received a distribution from our community members from Cherin, and my share amounted to 1 ruble in silver. Sunday 15th of Tevet 1904, our friend Rabbi Avraham came from Uman. We received a small distribution from Cherin. And it also recounts there that once when Rabbi Avraham wanted to print the holy book, Likutai Tefillah, in Jerusalem, those from Cherin undertook that it would be at their expense, and Rabbi Avraham helped with the proofreading. And all those from our community who listened to the voice of Rabbi Avraham, not to remain outside the land but to ascend to the land, their children remained on the path of Torah, such as Rabbi Meir Anshin and Rabbi Yaakov Filmer, and Rabbi Gedalia Berger, and others. And those who remained, most of them did not remain on the path of Torah because the communist movement swept them all into immense heresy. And the very few who remained in Judaism had to fight with self-sacrifice for every trivial matter in Judaism, and not all of them could withstand it. Rabbi Nathan, son of Rabbi Nachman, son of Moharanat, lived in the city of Dmitrievka, and afterwards in the city of Babrinets. He was a man of exceedingly high stature, an immense scholar, and an outstanding Torah sage, and great and wondrous things were told in his praise. On Rosh Hashanah in Uman, he would sit in the study hall in Moharanat's place. In the month of Elul 1911, when he was about 70 years old, he was overcome with immense longing and yearning to ascend to the land of Israel, and he could not look at any obstacle or impediment, and immediately ascended from his city to the land of Israel. The members of our community were astonished at his leaving in the middle of the month of Elul and not remaining to stay with them at the gathering in Uman for Rosh Hashanah. And when they asked him about this, "In Elul does one travel away?" he answered them, "Can you give me a guarantee that I will be able to travel at a later date?" And he did not listen to them at all, and traveled and ascended to the land of Israel. And immediately on the 19th of Tishrei, during the festival of Sukkot 1911, only a month after his ascent to the land of Israel, he passed away and departed to his eternal home, and was buried in Jerusalem on the Mount of Olives. Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman, upon hearing that there were those who spoke ill of Rabbi Nathan's journey, mocked and ridiculed them, and then remembered. On the contrary, he had a great merit to ascend and pass away in the land of Israel, and be buried in its holy soil. And if he had remained, he would have passed away and been buried in the soil outside the land. Rabbi Meir Anshin drew close to Rabbanu in Berdichiv and heeded the advice that Rabbi Avraham gave him, that he should travel immediately upon his drawing close to the land of Israel and establish his residence there. And so he did. And in the summer of 1904, he ascended to the land of Israel when he was over 30 years old. On Chanukah 1911, he married in Jerusalem Rebbetzin Fruma, daughter of Rabbi Yaakov Palmer, and Rabbi Avraham was at the wedding. And during the 7 days of the feast, he composed wonderful discourses. And after the 7 days of Sheva Brakot, Rabbi Meir came to live in Jaffa to work in printing. And in their work in printing, they were once given heretical material to print. And then Rabbi Meir asked and requested several times from Rabbi Avraham to instruct him what to do regarding the printing. He told him, "Speak with them. Perhaps you will not print this, only other things." And they did not answer him at all. Until suddenly, once when Rabbi Meir came to his house from the printing press, he found a letter from Rabbi Avraham regarding this. And immediately he left the job, and afterwards he also left Jaffa and returned to Jerusalem to his father-in-law's house. For even before he left Jaffa, Rabbi Avraham told him that if he wanted to merit children who walk in the straight path paved for us from generation to generation, he would have to return to Jerusalem and build his house there. And so he did, and indeed merited this. Rabbi Avraham would stay at his house from time to time, and there was a time when he stayed at his house for half a year. Rabbi Yaakov Brzezinski related that he remembered when he was a small child, Rabbi Avraham came to them in Poland on his way to Rosh Hashanah in Uman. He distributed to the members of our community a few pomegranates that he brought with him from the land of Israel, so that they too would merit to eat the fruits of the land of Israel and taste a little of its goodness. And from this, Rabbi Yaakov received his great desire and longing to travel to Uman and to the land of Israel. For he traveled to Rosh Hashanah in Uman with such self-sacrifice before the commandment was fulfilled, by smuggling across the border from Poland during the years of pogroms and hardships. And he stayed in Uman for about 2 months, and afterwards ascended to the land of Israel when he was a young man of 13 years, leaving his father's house with true self-sacrifice, as he was his father's only son. Rabbi Avraham spoke much with the members of our community that they should endeavor to travel and ascend to live in the land of Israel. And when they asked him, "But in the land of Israel are the irreligious Zionists, and their spirit and ideology, which is against the Torah, rages there. And what will we gain if we flee from the heresy of communism?" Rabbi Avraham answered them that in the strength of the land of Israel, they would be able to overcome everything, which is not the case outside the land, where they lack this strength. For even though the people of Israel suffer their troubles from the irreligious Zionists, nevertheless, they are better than the communists. And they are able to remain there in their faith, more so than under the rule of the communists. And on another occasion, when he spoke with his disciples about the error of these two aforementioned proofs, he said that the Jews and the communists err in their system, and the Zionists also err like them, but the error of the Zionists is at least in the matter of the land of Israel. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak explained his intention, that we see tangibly that despite all the destruction and the damages and the terrible corruptions that the Zionists do in the land of Israel, it is still possible to conduct oneself and be educated in the land of Israel as Jews, because the power of the holiness of the land of Israel is stronger than them. And how many mikvahs, synagogues, study halls, yeshivas, and kollels were founded and are constantly being founded. And with all the difficult trials, everyone can educate his sons and the members of his household according to his will. And in Russia, they uprooted the mikvahs, the ritual slaughter, synagogues, and study halls, and sent away the rabbis. And it was not at all possible in reality to conduct oneself and be educated there in any way as a Jew. When the holy book Lev Hivri was published by the righteous Rabbi Akiva Yosef Schlesinger, one of the great disciples of the Shatam Sofer, his father, Rabbi Nachman, recalled, "Against the great darkness that is spreading in the world at this time, God arranged that corresponding to this book should come out, which removed much of the darkness. For it is all wonderful words of ethics, and it refutes there all the evil customs that the wicked heretics instituted according to their false opinions. And it seems that when Rabbi Avraham, his son, ascended to the land of Israel, he was in contact with him, because at the circumcision of Rabbi Yisrael Nachman, the eldest son of his disciple, Rabbi Meir Anshin, Rabbi Avraham was present and delivered a discourse at the meal, but Rabbi Akiva Yosef was honored as the Sandek. He once said regarding the Zionists who founded their movement on the issue of the land of Israel, that they are like a person going to gather sweet honey, but then one must be very careful of the bee's sting. So too the Zionists were drawn to the land of Israel, which is a land flowing with milk and honey, but they were stung by the bees. He would meet from time to time with one of the rabbis in the land of Israel who followed the Zionist ideology, and they would discuss halakha and so on. And Rabbi Yitzchak Gelbach related that the aforementioned rabbi would praise him very much. Rabbi Avraham once expressed himself and said about the aforementioned rabbi, "He was great, but the love of Zion swayed him to the side." Rabbi Avraham followed the path of the old Yeshuv of Jerusalem, who live in the land of Israel and Jerusalem and fight against the husk of the Zionists. And Rabbi Avraham greatly extolled the praise of Rabbi Yosef Chaim Sonnenfeld, the rabbi of Jerusalem, and said, "Jerusalem has a rabbi who is pleasing to it." And even though when Rabbi Avraham was in the land, Rabbi Yosef Chaim was not yet crowned as the rabbi of Jerusalem, it seems that since he led the community, he was considered the rabbi of Jerusalem even before the coronation. And as a rule, Rabbi Avraham was so loyal to the old Yeshuv of Jerusalem that when the members of our community once danced, and one who sent his sons to learn in schools founded by the Mizrachi movement participated in their dance, where they also learned secular studies and languages, which was forbidden and banned by the Beit Din of Jerusalem, Rabbi Avraham left the dance circle and refused to participate with him in the dance. Everything about coming to the land of Israel is for the true service of God, as Rabbi Shmuel wrote in his name, that he said that the purpose of traveling to the land of Israel is not to come to the land of Israel merely to kiss the mezuzah, but to come in order to serve God until one is transformed into its essence. He used to recount that when a letter arrived from the land of Israel to outside the land, they would hold the letter with such holiness to the extent that they would say, "Where shall we place the letter? Where shall we keep it? We will keep it in the tallit and tefillin bag." In the personality of Rabbi Avraham, the hidden is much greater than the revealed. For all his days, he worked on the attribute of humility. And as the members of our community testified about him after his passing, they said that just as when a person toils all his days to achieve something, such as becoming great in Torah, he eventually achieves his goal and indeed becomes great in Torah. So too, Rabbi Avraham, after toiling for so many years on the attribute of humility and lowliness and distancing from fame and honor, he achieved it fully and was clean from false fame and honor as is necessary. It is difficult to conceive the modesty and concealment of Rabbi Avraham, a piece of clay, absolutely nothing, literally. The wisdom that he had in lowliness and humility was immense. He worked on it so much until he became literally nothing. A person who toils all his years to strive to be in the aspect of nothingness and invests in this all his strength and everything he possibly can, God helps him to achieve this. This is not a simple matter. It does not happen so quickly. Does not Rabbeinu say that there is humility that is the pinnacle of greatness? And to merit true humility, one must toil greatly. This is an immense truth, to be full of Torah and prayer, and to feel oneself humble and lowly, and also with truth. There were not many like that. As he received from his father, who received from Maharnat, humility is the best vessel to receive from Rabbeinu. And the more humble a person is, the more he receives from Rabbeinu. So was Maharnat, who received the most from Rabbeinu. And so was his father, who received the light of Rabbeinu most from Maharnat. And so was he, who received the light of Rabbeinu and Maharnat from his father. And for him, there was an added degree of concealment and hiddenness. Because of the greatness of his genius and the great light that shone in his soul, in order that he should not make any entity of himself and receive honor in this world, he was forced in his wisdom to toil greatly, to conceal and hide himself very, very much from the world and from the members of our community. Sometimes it seems that if he had revealed himself, he could have drawn more people closer. It might appear so to us, but this is not the truth. The truth that emerges from such a garment is a completely different truth. The main thing in this is that what God loves is truth. And if with Maharnat and his father, who led the matter of Rabbeinu among the members of our community, the matter was known to all, because they spoke in public and the like, he was more hidden. And although he engaged in speaking with the members of our community about the matter of Rabbeinu and traveled to their towns for this purpose a great deal, only rarely would he speak and preach in public. And although many members of our community recognized his great preciousness even from his youth, nevertheless, there were among the members of our community those who did not recognize his precious splendor at all. And he, being attached to the eternal light of Rabbeinu, as it will be revealed in the future, was so distant from the honor of this world that not only did the disgraces that were his lot not pain him, but the drop of honor that sometimes fell to his lot pained him greatly. Rabbi Avraham endured many disgraces and great embarrassments, and was greatly shamed. And because they did not recognize or know his greatness, not infrequently they would also revile and disgrace him in public exceedingly, and even his close relatives shamed him. And he would laugh and not answer them anything, and did not care about them at all, only smiled, and that was it. And in contrast to this, if he saw or heard that they were honoring him, this pained him greatly. And even when they honored him with an aliyah to the Torah, and the announcer added and proclaimed, "The Rabbi, Rabbi Avraham, will stand," they saw that he was greatly pained by this. In Uman, there was a soup kitchen where for a few pennies one could buy lunch, a plate of soup with a spoon, a piece of meat, and bread. Uman was a city of charity. A rich man who had a yahrzeit, or a sick person who recovered, and the like, could go into the soup kitchen and give all the poor people a free meal. There could be food there for hundreds of people, and the young men from our community who were in Uman did not have money, and when there was free food there, they certainly went there to eat. The kashrut there was supervised by rabbis in the best possible way, and Rabbi Avraham also used to come there to eat. Once, Rabbi Moshe Shmuel was bold and asked Rabbi Avraham how a Jew like him could come to eat there with all the common people and the schleppers. He answered him, "What can I do that no one invites me for lunch? I am, after all, a sick person. I must eat hot food." He was so hidden that no one invited him to eat. Once, people from our community who did not recognize his greatness said about him to the Rav of Cherin that in their opinion, he was lacking in sense. For it is known that he served God with extraordinary devotions to the point that it seemed so to them. The Rav answered them and said, "Perhaps he is precisely the gardener mentioned in the tale of the 7 beggars, who appeared mad in the eyes of people." Once his brother-in-law was asked if it was true what was said about him, that he was mad. He said, "How can one say the opposite since he was outside the settlement all week and spoke nothing?" Rabbi Levi Yitzchak once said, "How is it possible not to understand those people who did not grasp the depth of his mind and thought about him as they did?" Since for years he used to, immediately after Shabbos, take a bag with the leftover challah from Shabbos and go with them to an unknown place, and would return on the eve of the following Shabbos. And even after his passing, there were those who thought so. As we find, one person wrote about Rabbi Avraham, not in order and with confusion of mind. To this, a friend replied, "I have very, very great sorrow and anguish from this, and great pity for you, my dear friend, for not having merited to know and to meditate on the hidden light of the seraph in the awesome Rabbi Avraham. For it is necessary to know that after Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, many of the members of our community in Uman say about him, Avraham was one, and the entire matter of Rabbi Avraham was the depth in the matter of Rabbanu. And may the good God forgive, for it is an error regarding his honor, and may he regret this, and know that we are not creators and are not worthy to use this hidden light. Therefore the light is hidden and concealed from our eyes, but when the time comes, we will merit to benefit from this. May God have mercy." The great figures of our community in his generation expressed themselves about him. He was more humble than any man on the face of the earth. And despite being full and overflowing with Torah, wisdom, and virtues, he considered himself a piece of mud and clay. His humility grew so great that he was like a threshold trodden upon by all. The members of our community used to say about his great father, Rabbi Nachman, who was also humble, that his uniqueness in the attribute of humility was that he succeeded in instilling in the hearts of his acquaintances and those who knew him that he was indeed so small. And Rabbi Avraham, his son, was distinguished by precisely the same type of humility. And it was not for nothing that there were those who treated him with contempt and disgrace because of his self-belittlement in their eyes. The members of our community used to express themselves regarding his humility. He had a wisdom of true lowliness. When he would speak with his great disciples, like Rabbi Mordecai, the Rav of Sokolov, and others, it would seem to everyone that he was like their student. He was so able to hide and conceal himself. A story that expresses the depth of Rabbi Avraham's lowliness, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related, that is recounted above. The last time Rabbi Avraham came to Uman, he chose a groom for his daughter, a young man from the city of Lublin. And when one of the members of our community asked him why he did not take Rabbi Levi Yitzchak as a groom, he answered in his humility, "I do not know if he will want me." He felt such lowliness in his soul, even before his disciples and his people, who were very much attached to him. Rabbi Avraham was very hidden and modest, to the point that even many of the members of our community did not recognize his greatness. And the reason for his illness, intestinal disease, also helped him to conceal himself, because there were members of our community who only knew of him that he used to eat hard, dry bread because of the intestinal disease from which he suffered. And there were many who, all they knew or could say about him was that he had red eyes because his eyes were swollen and red from so much crying he did in his youth. It was an immense novelty how he managed to conceal himself. When the members of our community from Poland once said to him, "Why do you go dressed in such simple clothing? For it is fitting for you to wear more important clothing." He answered them, "And so I will merit, and my sons will fulfill the saying of Rabbanu, who said, the main part of repentance is to hear one's disgrace, remain silent, and not be ashamed. Waniru. Rabbi Ben Sion Apter related that he once walked with Rabbi Avraham among non-Jews in the Sophia Garden, and apparently Rabbi Avraham was then engaged in solitude, and the non-Jews mocked them greatly. Rabbi Avraham responded to him and said, "And what is laughter? A piece of skin goes up and a piece of flesh goes down, and between them is seen a box full of teeth. And if so, why should we be impressed by laughter?" He did not adopt any conspicuous practices different from other people, such as not extending prayer, in order not to stand out among the members of our community. Once, on Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Getzel Lubavna needed to perform a circumcision for his son, and he wanted to perform it before the shofar blowing, according to the law. However, the prominent men of Cherin did not agree with him, and told him that due to the burden on the congregation, he should perform the circumcision after the prayer, and whoever wished to remain at the time of the circumcision should wait and remain, and he should not delay the entire congregation. After they did not compromise, they decided to ask Rabbi Avraham's opinion. When they approached him with their question, he answered humbly and said, "Why are you asking me about this? Go and do as the law commands." And he did not want to command or state his opinion explicitly. Rabbi Nachman Nemerover would remain for Yom Kippur in Uman, and Rabbi Avraham Sternhartz would return to Cherin, and his prayer on Yom Kippur was even more elevated than on Rosh Hashanah. Usually they would not make a second reading from the Torah during the Torah reading, but on Yom Kippur they did, and Rabbi Nachman would receive maftir, and he read from the Torah. Once on Yom Kippur, they heard from the synagogue how Rabbi Nachman was saying the blessings of the Haftarah, and he was hoarse. This was before Musaf, and he was hoarse, and he was the Shazan. He approached for Musaf and began to say, "Behold, I am poor in deeds," in a hoarse voice, and did not exert himself. And he prayed thus until he reached the service of Yom Kippur. And then his voice returned, and he prayed as necessary. The next day, Rabbi Avraham said, "I heard how the Shazan became hoarse, and I settled in my mind less pride." Rabbi Levi Yitzchak reminded him, "Rabbi Avraham, what are you saying? Rabbi Nachman? To such an extent?" For he was aware of the greatness and virtue of Rabbi Nachman, who was very great, and whom even Rabbi Avraham greatly esteemed. Rabbi Avraham answered him sadly and in a deep voice, "Yes, yes, you know the power of the evil inclination in this world?" Meaning, here in this world is a dangerous place, that even those of great stature can be trapped by it, each with his own stumbling block, especially in thoughts of pride and honor. Who can describe and conceive of his humility? He himself once expressed and said, "When they give me honor, it is as if they are stabbing me with knives." And this was not just an expression, but they saw on him that when he felt they were about to give him a little honor, he would be afraid like someone being led to Gehinnom. He feared publicity as he feared Gehinnom itself. Rabbi Avraham indeed had in him that with which to be proud, yet he was in his own eyes like a piece of clay and nothing more. Can we imagine the pain of Gehinnom? Rabbi Avraham had a similar pain from publicity, honor, and self-importance, and from the slightest hint of pride. And why? Because his entire life force was only divinity. And when there is a trace of self-importance, God cannot be with him. And if so, he has no life force at all. Is there a greater pain than this? For when there is satisfaction from the pleasures of this world, one does not feel the pain that God is not with him. But one whose entire life force is only from God and has no other life force, how could it be that he would have any self-importance at all? And surely through self-importance, he removes his life force from himself. And therefore he would hide himself with all sorts of counsels, with all kinds of strange things, not to show himself. Once at the third meal, after Rabbi Avraham began to speak, and when Rabbi Avraham would speak, it was something to hear, and he also began to become animated in his speech. Then someone said, "Let Rabbi Shimshon speak." Well, he stopped speaking, and immediately began to speak with God. He humbled himself and immediately had words for God. He was a different person. He was truly attached to God. It was not relevant for him to speak in public without attachment. And when he stopped, he immediately spoke to God. He was so attached to God that nothing interrupted him from the attachment, whether he was walking in the street or speaking novelli of Torah that he had. Afterwards, they asked that person, "How could you do such a thing?" He answered, "We want to hear Rabbi Shimshon. He speaks to us. We are merchants. We need his words." At the time of Kiddush over wine on Shabbat Eve, he would become very enthusiastic, and before opening his mouth to sanctify, he would stand in devotion and silence for a period of time. Once, when he was staying as a guest at his sister's, Mrs. Rachel, and stood thus as was his custom, his sister's son disturbed the quiet and silence. Rabbi Yisrael Karduner, who was also a guest there, rebuked him, saying to him, "Quiet, quiet." And immediately those standing there saw how this disturbed Rabbi Avraham, to the point that he was forced to interrupt his devotion, and immediately he said the Kiddush. The next morning, Shabbat day, after the prayer, Rabbi Mordecai Bobernitzer saw Rabbi Avraham call Rabbi Yisrael to a side room next to the synagogue and said to him with pain, "What do you think? You will show me honor, and in return, I will also do so for you." From his great sorrow from any scent of honor and publicity, and Rabbi Yisrael Karduner, being an upright man, burst into tears, understanding to what extent this matter pained Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Yaakov Melamed related that he once wanted to quiet those around Rabbi Avraham when he was making Kiddush or learning before many people. And when Rabbi Avraham saw this, he banged his hand on the table and shouted, "Publicity is treif. Publicity is treif." Once after his words, he said, "If my intention in my words was for myself, then everything is nothing, falsehood and lies." He was always accustomed to warn his people not to stumble in any false publicity. Rabbi Avraham revealed a deep hatred for all false publicity. He was very careful not to do anything that had even a remote suspicion of it. Even when he saw God-fearing and upright Jews stumble in their conduct, he would protest false publicity. Rabbi Yochanan Galant related that once one of the great members of our community prayed with immense and awesome enthusiasm in the study hall, and due to the great light that shone from him, the members of our community who were there felt a nullification of free will. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman, who was there, responded and said, "If he means this seriously, there is no need to make a fuss about it." And Rabbi Yochanan Galant explained that if Rabbi Avraham had a majestic appearance in his mind and without intention they would see something in him, he would be terrified. He would put mud on his face and do every trick to hide himself so as not to stumble into pride. He said, "Wherever Rabbeinu speaks of false advertisers or advertisers through distortion, every one of our community members must intend and think this about himself. I will not be a false advertiser. I will not be an advertiser through distortion. I will take care and ensure that I do not do any act of publicity or honor. I will ensure that others do not make me a false advertiser, that I do not let others err in me, that I do not allow any false publicity to be associated with me. For surely Rabbeinu's intention, in his condemnation of false publicity, is not only for advertisers found in a specific place, but a person himself must see to it not to be a false advertiser. And it is very easy for a person to deceive himself, even if he is truly humble, to think that this is not the case for him, and that everything is permissible for him, in the manner of, he acts like Zimri and requests reward like Pinchas. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related that once in his youth, he was with Rabbi Avraham in Teplik. At the third meal, they were at Rabbi Alter Teplikers. Rabbi Avraham then spoke at length with great severity against the false publicity within each person. He spoke with such fire and flame about what Rabbeinu says on this matter, that they are in the category of a kingdom without a crown, who take honor for themselves and rule over poor people for free, having received no power from heaven at all. They are in the category of dogs of brazen soul, and these are evil shepherds. He recounted that once Moharanat was sitting at the third meal of Shabbat, and when they sang the hymns and reached the words in the song, B'nai Haichela, dogs who take and do not enter, these impudent dogs, he cried out and said to himself, "Dog, get out of me, get out of me," referring to thoughts of publicity and honor, and so he prolonged his speech. Immediately after Shabbat, after Havdalah, Rabbi Alter sat down and wrote down his enthusiastic words. He said, "A false famous person is one who says he can show a person a path according to the root of his soul. On what is explained about those leaders who rule over a poor nation for free and forced people under their servitude, Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman would say wittily in the language of the verse, "In those days there was no king in Israel. Every man did what was right in his own eyes." When this great Tzaddik, who is truly worthy of being a ruler, and king is not present, then at least they should let a man do what is right in his own eyes and not force him to behave according to the will of the ruler and enforcer, since he does not know and recognize the root of the soul of the person under his authority. He fled so much from any hint of fame and honor that when the book of Rabbi Gershon Henoch from Radzin concerning the matter of the Tekelei die in Tzitzit was published, he visited there with Rabbi Gershon Henoch. He was a world-renowned genius. The world resounded with his genius, and he delighted with him in words of Torah and Hasidut. When the Rebbe saw his genius and righteousness, he was very enthusiastic and amazed by him. Since Rabbi Avraham wore simple clothes, he commanded his men to have a silk garment tailored for him in the manner of rabbis. When this became known to Rabbi Avraham, he immediately left the city at night and did not even bid him farewell. He fled as from a fire. He fled because he truly feared honor. Once, when Rabbi Avraham was visiting Lublin, due to his great poverty, he did not have a proper garment for Shabbat. Someone went and brought him a shirt that was without a collar. The Hasidim at that time used to wear a shirt with a collar, while the modern ones wore a shirt without a collar and wore a high collar over it. For some reason, the person found only this kind of shirt. Rabbi Avraham wore it while remarking with a smile, "Well, let this be, he hears his shame, remains silent, and does not feel ashamed." So he was also in Jerusalem with such concealment. He would hide each time in a different synagogue, and no one recognized him. His livelihood was from carrying benches. At that time, weddings were held at home, and benches were always brought from the synagogue to the wedding house, and then returned to the synagogue. And he concealed himself so much in the synagogues, and they did not recognize him at all, to the point that they would load more and more benches on him, far beyond his strength. And when his strength failed to support his household, he was sent from there and stayed in the house of his student, Rabbi Meir Anshin, for about half a year. And it seems that then, for his livelihood, he began to write the talks and stories. When Rabbanu was in Istanbul, he behaved with smallness and said that because the land of Israel is greatness of greatness, one therefore needs smallness of smallness beforehand. Rabbi Avraham knew this well, that to merit to be included in the holiness of the land of Israel, one needs immense smallness, so that through the person's smallness, he will merit the greatness of the land of Israel. His entire existence was about hiding himself. As much as he could, he would hide himself. But there were those who saw who he was, saw that he was a vessel and that he only wanted to hide himself, and they strove and sought to receive from him despite his concealment. Once he happened upon a shtibel of a famous Hasidic group in Poland, and many of the youth began to be drawn to him. The leaders of the group noticed this and decided to make an example of him for daring to introduce a different spirit to the youth. The next day during his talk, a group of young married men appeared to disturb him and remove him. But they too were drawn in by the magic of his words, and they all began to cling to him and drink Torah and guidance from him. With that, they began to give him the honor of an admor. When he smelled this, he found an opportunity and fled from Poland. Rabbi Yaakov Kalmanowitz recounted that once in his youth, he wanted to help Rabbi Avraham, who was already old and weak, to put on his overcoat. Rabbi Avraham did not permit him, saying to him wittily, "Do you already want to consider me a famous Rebbe?" As it is customary for attendants, out of respect, to assist their Rebbes in dressing. Rabbi Avraham utilized his great wisdom and cleverness primarily for the trait of walking modestly, which was his entire life's purpose, to be hidden and concealed. He would flee and hide himself from the eyes of people with immense and unique cleverness. For one moment he would be standing among all the people, praying with them, speaking with them, and in the middle of speaking, immediately he would disappear and vanish, and they would not know where he went or how he went. Even in his last 4 years in Uman, when he was already a sick man, he would be gone for most of the time during all the hours of the day. Immediately after the morning prayer with the members of our community, he would disappear, each time with different excuses, that he was going to eat and so forth. And only towards evening would he appear in the study hall with a smile of joy on his face. and sit down at the table with the members of our community to speak with them about the service of God and the greatness of revenue. Then the members of our community would speak with him, but the young men could not succeed in following him and discovering where he was. He hid himself so well that they couldn't catch him, and he had special divine assistance in this matter and was very successful in this approach. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak recounted that he once followed him on Purim. Immediately after the reading of the Megillah and the prayer, he fulfilled the mitzvah of Mishloach Manot. And when he began to be a little merry, he noticed that he was no longer present and did not succeed in knowing where he was for the entire day. Only towards evening did he return to rejoice with the members of our community together. And all this he did with a smile and with simplicity and immense humility. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak would say in his praise, "In the way a person wants to go, he is led," meaning that what a person truly longs and yearns for, God helps him to fulfill his wishes. Therefore, Rabbi Avraham, who so wanted to merit to serve God through walking modestly so that all his service would be for God alone and not to do any action for the sake of people, indeed God was his help and fulfilled this wish of his with wisdom. He was humble and lowly in all his limbs, from head to toe. His entire body was filled with lowliness, a holy and pure Jew, possessing an immense intellect, and at the same time so humble and lowly, we have not seen nor found. It is impossible to describe or conceive of the humility and lowliness of that great and holy, supreme man. And although he was influential and had disciples who were outstanding servants of God, he was extremely hidden and modest. God, who keeps faith forever and has compassion on his people, is the one who, in his kindness, supervised the revelation of his greatness and goodness to a treasured people. For due to the great modesty he possessed, they would not have known about him or from him at all. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak spoke about Rabbi Avraham that he conducted himself with courtesy, modesty, and caution, so as not to offend even when speaking with a small child. For with Rabbeinu, the concept of common decency and showing respect to one's fellow is not an addition to other good traits, but is the foundation and root of all the words of his Torah and his guidance. Indeed, this matter was a wonder among our precious community members, the elders of the previous generation. One could hear the correct discernment they had in the measure of humility, courtesy, and respect they showed one another, not to mention offending or disparaging another, to an extent that is difficult to describe and explain in our days. His first known follower is Rabbi Pinchas of Kibelich, whom he brought close to the Holy Rabbeinu, even during his father's lifetime when he lived in Uman. He was already in his youth a unique servant of God, great in Torah, in service, in holiness and purity. When he reached marriageable age, a match was proposed for him with one of the prominent citizens of Uman who earned a living by making candles. The match was concluded successfully, and after his wedding, he moved to live in the city of Uman. He was close to the Admor of Talna and was appointed by him to speak with the young married men about Hasidut and the service of God, and he knew nothing at all about the Breslov Hasidim. When his father-in-law recognized his preciousness and the glory of his greatness, he feared lest he find out about the members of our community and wished to draw close to them because he was a great opponent of them. Since in Uman there was a Breslover shul, he had reason to fear that he might enter there. Therefore, every single day he would speak at length to him about the faults of the members of our community and warned him not to enter their study hall. "Do not go into the Breslover shul. Do not go into the Breslover shul." And even though Rabbi Pinchas would answer him, "What do you want from me? I don't go there," he nevertheless did not let up and always warned him. Until one day Rabbi Pinchas made a calculation for himself. Why does my father-in-law warn me so much against getting close to them? I must investigate the matter myself. And he decided that he must enter the study hall and see what was happening there. Rabbi Avraham recounted, "When he entered and I saw him, I immediately understood why he had entered, and I immediately turned to him. 'Young man, come up with me.' He went up with him to the women's section and began to teach him Torah. He learned with him for several hours, along with the story of the fly related to this Torah. Immediately on the spot, Rabbi Pinchas was drawn to the members of our community and understood the error of the dispute. He immediately went to prostrate himself on the holy gravesite of the Admor, and truly drew close to the members of our community. This was in the 1870s when Rabbi Avraham was still in his youth, and Rabbi Avraham said, "My father could not have brought him close." Simply put, he meant that since Rabbi Pinchas was a scholar, he did not have the tools and the ability to receive the necessary excitement at the beginning of the process of drawing close from the light of simplicity that was with Rabbi Nachman. Afterwards, it seems Rabbi Pinchas received from Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, besides what he taught his students. After he revealed to them that he was a student of Rabbeinu, he illuminated in the students who remained with him much of the light of Rabbeinu. He apparently passed away during the lifetime of Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin. As mentioned, in his youth he sought the matter of Rabbeinu more on his own in the forests. From his father's passing, he began to restrain himself, and in that same period, he also engaged in writing his book, Kochvei Or. It is understood that this was because he understood the great responsibility to care for the continuation of Rabbeinu's matter, and he engaged in this with all his ability. Rabbi Avraham undertook many journeys to spread the knowledge of Rabbeinu in the world and to converse with his followers and people. And even when he would leave the land of Israel for Rosh Hashanah, he would leave long before and travel through Poland, circulating among the members of our community to illuminate them with the light of Rabbeinu. He used to travel a lot to all the places where he knew Rabbeinu had lived and circulated. There were cities where he stayed longer than others, and his most frequent destination was the city of Berdikiv, where he traveled a lot. There he accomplished and did much for the cause of Rabbeinu. The members of our community would say, wherever Rabbi Avraham stayed, the fire of service burned. There were Hasidim there who were true servants of God. Indeed, the path of service to God according to the knowledge of Rabbeinu that prevails in Breslov to this day is due to the humility of Rabbi Avraham. He has a great part in the entire cause of Rabbeinu, both in the land of Israel and abroad. His students and his students' students are still full of a spirit of vitality and continue to draw close to Rabbeinu and engage in his cause, in his spirit, to the point that one of the last of his students expressed, "Whenever I see or hear a sigh and a groan in prayer, or any effort and deepening in prayer and the like, of one of our community members, I feel that Rabbi Avraham is still circulating among us, and his holiness still hovers over us." Once one of our community members asked Rabbi Levi Yitzchak about a miracle from Rabbi Avraham. He told him that since it was not in Rabbi Avraham's spirit for miracles to be told about him, he did not want to recount any. Only this I can say, that the smallest limb of Rabbi Avraham was filled with Rabbeinu. Rabbi Avraham instilled so deeply in his students that the main thing is Rabbeinu. And those who recognized his greatness understood that his main greatness was that he invested his entire being in the matter of Rabbeinu. And even 70 years after his passing, his student did not want to speak of him in a way of personal greatness. And although his students spoke much in his praise and of his greatness, and sometimes a little about his miracles, it was truly as if they were discussing the greatness of Rabbeinu. For Rabbi Avraham's entire essence, all his thoughts, all his conversation, and all his occupation were only in searching for the spirit of Rabbeinu. Not only is the conversation and the feeling of Rabbi Avraham's greatness not as if he is some separate entity, separate from Rabbeinu, but on the contrary, the more one recognizes his greatness, the more one becomes connected to Rabbeinu. As Rabbeinu says, the student can reveal the greatness of his teacher many times more than the teacher himself. Such was Moharanat, the great disciple of Rabbeinu, and such will be our righteous Messiah, that although he will be king over all the earth, his entire essence and greatness will reveal to all eyes the greatness of Rabbeinu. And such was Rabbi Avraham, who had a tremendous feeling for Rabbeinu, and all that burned within him was the matter of Rabbeinu, whose spirit he sought for years upon years outside the settlement. And all that he spoke of the land of Israel was because he understood that this is what Rabbeinu wants. And all that he toiled for all his life for humility was not for his own sake, but on the contrary to be a vessel to influence his wellsprings more. And to this day, the more we merit to speak of his praise and greatness, the more longings will be aroused in us to follow in his ways and to search day and night for Rabbeinu. The members of our community from Berdikiv used to say, to have a correct feeling for the greatness of Rabbi Avraham, one needs for that alone to be a piece of Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak would say that even today, after his passing, this matter is seen, that there are important young married men who, although they did not know Rabbi Avraham at all, are nevertheless considered his outstanding disciples. This is because they study his books and are aroused by his talks and feel his spirit within them. He took, for example, Rabbi Shmuel Shapiro, who is also considered an outstanding disciple of Rabbi Avraham. And once Rabbi Levi Yitzchak even expressed about him that he was a piece of Rabbi Avraham. For whenever he noticed that people were speaking of Rabbi Avraham, whether it was a talk or a story or a deed, whatever it may be, his face would light up with great joy and excitement as he drew from his spirit in abundance. And although he did not know him, he is 100% a disciple of Rabbi Avraham. And indeed, Rabbi Shmuel expressed himself and said, "The books of Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman grab and arouse me more, especially in matters of Rabbanu's greatness, more than other books, even those of Rabbanu and Moharanat themselves." Those who observe could recognize and discern who among our community members were in Rabbi Avraham's circle. For the members of his circle were unique and special in their service of God, in their praying with enthusiasm and a loud voice. All who saw them understood that they had received this way from Rabbi Avraham, for from him they received the warmth for the matter of Rabbanu and for the service of God. As Moharanat says, when one instills true Torah, novelai, and intellects into the minds of the students, through this they merit to pray with warmth and enthusiasm. They received such burning hearts for God. Rabbi Avraham recognized them. He knew with whom to speak. With simple people, he knew to speak simple words. And when he was with them at the third meal, he greatly aroused them to the service of God. He knew that they were great servants of God and knew how to speak to them. His students were also unique and special in the service of reciting the Midnight Lament, in the service of joy, in dancing and clapping hands, and in going out for solitude in the fields and forests, to which Rabbi Avraham would arouse them. Those who went to the forest did so only by virtue of their discussions with him. He also raised in other places many righteous, outstanding disciples who served God, like Rabbi Mordecai Sokolover and others, whose facial expressions testified and bore witness to them that they were disciples of Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Baruch of Berdichev, before his affiliation, was a Rachmastrivka Hasid. From time to time, he would visit our community members. When Rabbi Avraham arrived in Berdichev, Rabbi Binyamin the painter said to Rabbi Baruch, "Baruch, come this Shabbos. Someone is coming to us, a great man. You will revive yourself. You will have pleasure." Rabbi Avraham arrived and spoke, and afterwards they stood up to dance. Rabbi Baruch stood to the side and tears flowed like water. He cried a great deal. Rabbi Binyamin approached him and said to him, "I will surely be a Breslov Hasid, but how does one bring the whole world closer?" From that Shabbos he drew close. When Rabbi Avraham was staying in Berdichev, he would visit Rabbi Baruch Berdichever, who was attached to him, to speak with him together in the service of God. And Rabbi Yochanan, his son, related that once, when his father was forced to leave the house for some reason, he said with sorrow and pain to his son, "Such a precious Jew is sitting here, whose mouth produces such words that are worth more than pearls. And I, due to my pressing situation, am forced to go out to the market and stop hearing these words." Rabbi Yaakov of the forest was a righteous man who would pray with enthusiasm when he was alone. He lived in the forest near the town of Zhitkovitz, which was on the road to Berdichev. When he got married, he arranged with his wife that she should know that a ruble is not 100 kopecks but 90, because he gave a tenth for tithes. And he was attached to Rabbi Avraham, even though he was older than him. And he gave all his tithes to Rabbi Avraham. And when Rabbi Avraham ascended to the land of Israel, he would wait for him to bring it and would give him the tithe for the whole year. He was so attached to him. Rabbi David Kalmanowitz, known as Rabbi David Romanisher, brother-in-law of Rabbi Yaakov Melamed, who lived in Jerusalem, recounted that in his youth, Rabbi Avraham urged him greatly to come with him to Uman. For Rabbi Avraham saw that he was wise and had strength, and it was fitting for him to be in the company of the workers in Uman. However, Rabbi David did not want to listen to his voice to travel to Uman, and he regretted this all his life. For afterwards, many adventures befell him, and he attributed all his troubles to the fact that he did not listen to Rabbi Avraham. One of our community members who knew the group of his disciples in Jerusalem said, "We have no concept at all of what love of comrades there was among the disciples of Rabbi Avraham, to the extent that out of great love, they would wait with longing eyes all day for the afternoon, so that they could already meet and speak of Rabbanu." Rabbi Avraham gave his life greatly to speak of Rabbanu, in the very fact that he would leave the land of Israel for this purpose, which was for him great sorrow and great suffering. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related that once when he sat with them together to speak of the service of God, they noticed how he was writhing in his very severe pains, which he suffered from his intestinal disease, but he did not stop on account of this from speaking with them. He would also visit the great figures of the generation, to speak of Torah and fear of heaven, and to illuminate them with the light of Rabbanu. And they in turn expressed great and wondrous things about him. And generally he would not go to converse with the famous figures of the time, but with those who had a feeling for the matter of Rabbanu. It has already been mentioned that he met with the Rebbe, Rabbi Gershon Henoch of Radzin, who was famous for his immense genius, and he was very impressed by him. And it was also mentioned that he would meet with one of the geniuses of the land of Israel, who received a little of the matter of Rabbanu, and he expressed about him, "Rabbi Avraham was the brain of the world." Thus they heard from him that he has discussions with great righteous men who know of Rabbanu, but they are hidden. And he was also in great friendship with the Gaon, Rabbi Shmuel Arya Leibzak, the Rav of Biala in Poland, who was famous in the world as a recipient of divine inspiration, a possessor of the Holy Spirit, and an outstanding Gaon. And he would say, "In Biala there is a Rav who is great and has a great feeling for the matter of Rabbanu." And whenever Rabbi Avraham would arrive in Poland, he would go to him and they would delight together in Torah. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak knew the Rav's son-in-law when he was in Tashkent, and he told him that his father-in-law would greatly praise and cherish the way and matter of Rabbanu. Rabbi Shimon Zelachover, who was the spiritual mentor in the yeshivas Chakmei Lublin in Poland, was known as a world-renowned genius and was also famous for his great holiness and humility. He once recounted with admiration to Rabbi Elkin Inspector, knowing that he was a Breslov Hasid, "I knew a Hasid of yours who was a genius in both the revealed and the hidden Torah." He was referring to Rabbi Avraham. The mother of Rabbi Moshe Ber Rosenfeld pleaded with Rabbi Avraham to bless her that her sons be saved from the army. He told her, "Your son Moshe Ber will not be taken, and your second son will be saved." And so it was that Rabbi Moshe Ber was not taken for some reason, and her second son was taken and returned from the war with all his clothes torn from shrapnel, but he was not harmed. And Rabbi Moshe Ber related that at the time of his desertion from the army, he once fled to Uman. Once, while he was at Rabbanu's gravesite, he met Rabbi Avraham there and came to him with anxiety and a request. "Rabbi Avraham, what will be with me?" Rabbi Avraham answered him, "I have already said, Moshe Ber will not be a soldier." And behold, at that time, the army men were conducting sudden raids on several streets and arresting all the people in the area, demanding presentation of identification documents, as well as documents of exemption from military service. And it happened that on a certain day, they closed off several streets around the cloys. Rabbi Moshe Ber again approached Rabbi Avraham, who was also staying in the cloys then, and asked him with fear, "Rabbi Avraham, what shall I do now?" Rabbi Avraham told him, "Do not be afraid." Rabbi Avraham took some book and said to him, "Come now and read with me together in my book." And so, with Rabbi Moshe Ber looking on with him together in the book, Rabbi Avraham began to walk out, looking all the time into the book with him. And so they passed together all the guards, and no one stopped them or asked them anything. And then when they had passed them, Rabbi Avraham said to him, "Now go and flee for your life." And he fled and was not caught again since then. Rabbi Abba, son of Rachel, Rabbi Avraham's sister, was a tall and handsome young man, and he received a conscription order for the army. And behold, in the natural course of things, there was no reason to believe he would receive an exemption. In his distress, he traveled and came to pray about this at Rabbanu's gravesite, and he met there his uncle, Rabbi Avraham, and poured out his sorrow before him. Rabbi Avraham told him, "It is said of us, One who is benighted on the way gives his purse to a non-Jew. Give me all your money and do not leave even a single penny with you. Due to his great faith in his words, he fulfilled his words completely. When he arrived at the recruitment office, they distributed numbers to all who were present, and by a miracle he received the last number. And it was customary that the person who receives the last number is exempt from serving in the army, and so he was saved. Rabbi Mordecai Sokolover related that when he drew close, he had a period of persecution, and for his livelihood, he had to be a teacher in Berdichev. He taught older children at the home of the wealthy Halpern. Berdichev has one long street that stretches for several kilometers through the whole city, and from its sides branch out hundreds of the city streets, for Berdichev is a large city, and it is impossible to get lost there. If you want to go to the train station at the end of the city, you walk on that same straight street until you arrive. And Rabbi Avraham lived in Berdichev for a period. Once, Rabbi Mordecai and a few other members of our community escorted Rabbi Avraham to the train, and he spoke with them about the service of God. And suddenly, Rabbi Avraham turned from the path and entered another street. And they wondered to themselves, could Rabbi Avraham make a mistake and not know the way to the train? But they did not want to point it out to him and continued to walk after him. And Rabbi Avraham approached some ruin, and they saw there some man who was planning and wanted to commit a transgression. And because he saw them, he restrained himself and fled and left from there. And Rabbi Avraham immediately returned to his necessary path. And they saw that he did this because he wanted to save that man from a transgression. He was a possessor of the Holy Spirit and knew what was happening in the city and that he needed to save him. Rabbi Mordecai Sokolover once said that from a known incident, he knew that Rabbi Avraham had merited the revelation of Elijah. And when Rabbi Mordecai once spoke with Rabbi Avraham about the great virtue of one who merits the level of the revelation of Elijah the prophet, Rabbi Avraham hinted to him in his words that there are greater things in the world than this. Also his student, Rabbi Moshe Shmuel Levin, with his sharp wit, once asked him, "Have you already merited to see the face of Rabbanu in a dream?" He answered him, "There are greater things than this." Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz, on his journey with self-sacrifice to Uman through Poland, met with Rabbi Mordecai of Sokolov, and for the 2 days that he was with him, Rabbi Mordecai spoke only of Rabbi Avraham. And afterwards, when Rabbi Shmuel printed the books of Rabbi Avraham, Rabbi Mordecai wrote him a letter of thanks and gratitude, that truly a new light had come into the world, and he thanked him very much for this. Rabbi Yisrael Tzvi Yalas from Berdichev was a very great man. For a living, he was a leather worker. His son told Rabbi Levi Yitzchak that when Rabbi Avraham was in Berdichev, he would stay at his father's house. And Rabbi Yisrael recognized Rabbi Avraham's greatness to such an extent that Rabbi Yisrael would bend over Rabbi Avraham while he was sleeping in his house on Shabbat morning to catch and breathe in the breath of his holy mouth. His son recalled, he had such a feeling for him that when Rabbi Avraham was resting on Shabbos day, my father would sit down next to him to catch his breath from his sleep so he could benefit from his holy breath. His son further told Rabbi Levi Yitzchak that once when Rabbi Avraham was staying at his father's house during the third meal and was then suffering from his intestinal illness, Rabbi Avraham said it would be good for him if they could get him some cream to ease the illness. Due to poverty, no one there had any to give him, and nearby there was a certain Gentile woman who had some. She said she was willing to give it to him, but only if he would promise her that she would be blessed with children, as she had not yet merited to be blessed with children for several years. When they told him this, he said, "What expensive cream this is! She wants such an expensive payment for a little cream. She wants a son for a little cream. Well, let her give, let her give." And she gave it and was indeed blessed with a child. He had a custom when teaching in public from the book Likutei Moharan, or Sipurei Ma'asiot, not to interrupt in the middle of a passage or section. Rather, he would say the entire passage or section with emotion and enthusiasm, and afterwards he would expand with his words and novelli before the listeners on what was said, because he did not want to interrupt the words of Rabnu with his own speech. Rabbi Avraham was a thoroughly good person. He was good to everyone, a pleasant man with everyone with a smile. With the simple and with the important, mingling among people, his words are heard calmly. It is impossible to describe his goodness, kindness, and mercy. Only with a smile, only quietly. He was extremely careful not to offend anyone, in speech, in look. When Rabbi Yisrael Abba Rosenfeld once came to the gathering of our community on Rosh Hashanah, he poured out his heavy heart before Rabbi Avraham about how the year had passed for him with little Torah and service, because he was very busy with his business and so on. Rabbi Avraham comforted him with the saying of Rabbanu, who said, "A little is also good." And the meaning of his words penetrated his heart and revived him with his few words so much that he went and told this with joy to many of our community members. When Rabbi Nachman Stark got married on the Shabbos of his Sheva Brachot, Rabbi Avraham sat with him for almost the entire Shabbos day and spoke with him for a long time, with the intention of preventing him from going out to stroll with her in the streets of the city. And Rabbi Nachman would recount this every time, and would say that he could not forget the words he spoke with him then, on that Shabbos, to the extent that they became a guide for him for all the days of his life. Rabbi Meir Enshin recounted that when Rabbi Avraham spoke with him about deep matters that he did not speak about with others, he would close himself in a room with him so that no one would hear. It was noticed about Rabbi Avraham that he was very careful in his words, speaking with each person according to their level. He did not speak lofty matters with people who were not capable of understanding them. On the contrary, with people of a lower level, he would greatly contract himself and descend to their level, to speak with them and to encourage and strengthen them at their own level. And his words were good and pleasant to each and every one. And even though he was on a high level in his awesome, immeasurable devotions, he had a heart to understand the hearts of people who were very far from him, who were going through what they were going through, and he knew how to strengthen them. And even for simple and lowly people, he also had words for them to strengthen them pleasantly. When he wanted to say novelli, he would look at those sitting to listen, if they needed it, if they would understand. If not, he did not speak. When he spoke and there were simpler people among the listeners, he saw with whom he was speaking, and he would already speak differently. He was so careful in his speech, therefore not everyone had a feeling for him, because when simple people heard him, he spoke simple words and stories. And when he spoke in public, they were simple words, comfortable for all his listeners, and he would not speak lofty matters in public at all. He was very careful in his speech because he would contract himself so as not to speak lofty words in matters of Rabbanu with the simple members of our community. And he would share this secret only with those of great intellect, like Rabbi Shlomo Gavriel, Rabbi Mordecai of Sokolov, and Rabbi Shlomo Wexler, and the like. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related that on his first Rosh Hashanah in Uman, the year 1914, after Tashlich in the Cloys, Rabbi Avraham Sternhardt spoke, and Rabbi Shimshon Barsky spoke in his house, and Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman spoke in the house of Rabbi Nachum Schuster, while around him sat Rabbi Mordecai Sokolover and Rabbi Shlomo Gavriel and others. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak arrived there in the middle of the conversation and heard Rabbi Mordecai seriously prodding Rabbi Avraham, "Nu." And Rabbi Avraham evaded and turned his conversation to other matters. Afterwards, he entered into a conversation about the King Messiah, and Rabbi Mordecai asked to extract from him some details about the end of days, but he was not answered. He was so careful in his words that his listeners should not hear from him any words that were not according to their level, that once on Rosh Hashanah, while speaking some discourse with several members of our community, a certain man was present there, and they felt that it was not his will that this man should hear his words. He began to digress in his words and speak about those who sleep for 70 years, and about the unworthy student. And immediately the man fell into a deep sleep and did not pay attention to his words. When he saw members of our community conducting themselves in the service of God with an abundance of light and enthusiasm, he spoke in general terms that this is a wonderful and long path, about the danger of serving God in this way, but he was very careful not to say to whom his words were directed in particular. Rabbi Avraham's way was never to speak specifically about any person or anything, not even for praise. Only rarely was he heard speaking of others, and he was very careful in this. And so too were the other members of our community careful in this, just as was seen with other great Torah scholars, how they were very careful with every utterance of their mouths. When the grandson of Rabbi Asik of Uman passed away as a young married man, Rabbi Avraham participated in the funeral and said only this about him: "When I entered his home, he honored me with a glass of water." And he added and said that one should not speak disparagingly of a deceased person because he has pain from it, and therefore one must search and say some good deed about him. But it is forbidden to exaggerate in his praise, because this also causes him pain. Therefore, Rabbi Avraham mentioned in his praise without exaggeration his generosity of heart, which would surely bring him a good death in the world of truth. And at the funeral of Rabbi David Tisvidashevsky, who was one of the great elders of our community at that time and passed away on Chol Hamod Sukkot, at his funeral, Rabbi Avraham said of him, "This was a Jew who had an hour of solitude every day. He was never heard speaking words of rebuke and exhortation, as Rabbenu said, 'Have you heard words of rebuke from me?' Nor did he ever agree to speak with people about the evil inclination and overcoming it, remarking in his humility, 'I still have my own evil inclination, and I should not concern myself with the evil inclination of others.'" Rabbi Avraham was never heard speaking in public words and stories about the matter of the dispute of the well-known Saba against Rabbenu. Only sometimes did he secretly share a secret about this, because Rabbenu himself warned not to speak of this, in order not to increase strife, and it is not necessary to speak of this at all. And all the conversations among the members of our community with their friends were always to speak at length about the greatness of Rabbenu and his practical advice for each and every one, at every time and moment, to return to God. Once Rabbi Avraham spoke with his people, talks and stories about the dispute that was against Moharanat. Afterwards, when he saw the words written in the notebook of Rabbi Moshe Chenstochover, he rebuked him. "Such things are written down, and all the more so not to print them. For not everything that was said before a certain group of people should be written down, even for oneself, and all the more so for the community and the public." He once said to Rabbi Shmuel Meir Anshin, "Know that everything you hear from me, a story of things or any conversation, is pure and refined truth." And indeed, the legacy of our holy Rebbe in his original path, without any blemish, was transmitted only by Rabbi Avraham to future generations, as is apparent to all from his writings that have remained in our hands, and from the words of his disciples, especially Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, whom God left to transmit to us what he received from him. Rabbi Avraham was a great pedant, even in a light conversation that he heard in the name of Rabbenu and Moharanat, and did not add even one word that he did not hear. Even regarding the external gestures accompanying the talks, he was careful to transmit them with great precision as he heard them, as will be recounted below regarding Rabbenu's statement, "The land of Israel or Uman." He had a wonderful memory. What he heard, he remembered. But when he was in doubt about a certain story or had a shadow of a suspicion that the source of the story was not reliable, he would not transmit it at all, as he writes in his book Kochvei Or, in his introduction, "As praise be to God, all my days I grew up among the wise in the wisdom of innocence and simplicity, and they are the men of Moharanat, who abandoned all their honor for the sake of truth. It is a mitzvah and an obligation upon me to inform future generations of their words that I heard from their mouths. For the essence of the truth of their words is not hidden from me, and it is clear as day and as the sun, and I know that all the words of their mouths are in righteousness and uprightness. And after all this, also the things that I heard from them in a chain of transmission from mouth to mouth, where it was not well known to me who the people were through whom the story reached me, I did not want to write them down for fear of the common errors in such stories. Thus the story about the Baal Shem Tov that the members of our community tell on the 7th day of Passover, Rabbi Avraham never told, since the story in its entirety was not completely clear to him. Rabbi Shimshon Barsky would tell it in Uman in his house, and Rabbi Avraham would enter his house and listen to him. And when they asked him about the correctness of the story as Rabbi Shimshon told it, he answered, "There are versions of it." For whoever knew Rabbi Avraham knew that a matter that was not completely clear to him, he would not mention. The young men who drew near and came from Poland to Uman would turn to Rabbi Avraham and trouble him. "Rabbi Avraham, tell us some talk. Once he answered them wittily, "I don't have a pocket with talks," as if to say to them that there is nothing to add or innovate upon the existing talks and stories, and one must use the already known teachings and talks for the service of God. And so was also his way in his speeches and talks, to speak only words of Torah and the service of God, and in between he would also tell a talk or a story for additional understanding or strengthening. When several members of our community once pushed to hear the enthusiastic words of Rabbi Avraham on Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Alter Tepliker was pressed by them. Rabbi Alter turned to them and said to them gently, "Let me please listen to him. You have him for all the days of the year." For he loved and cherished Rabbi Avraham very much, and very much wanted to hear his words. The entire book Kochvei Or, especially the part Anshe Moharan, was written by Rabbi Alter Tepliker, who would write down all the words of Rabbi Avraham, ben Rabbi Nachman, his brother-in-law, because he esteemed him greatly and had a great feeling for him. And knowing Rabbi Avraham, he knew that a completely clarified talk could be heard only from Rabbi Avraham. Once on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, several members of our community sat together, among them Rabbi Alter Tepliker and Rabbi Nachman of Rabbi Alter Tepliker told a certain story in the name of Rabbanu. The matter did not find favor in the eyes of Rabbi Nachman of, and he stood up and went to ask Rabbi Avraham his opinion on the story and if it was from Rabbanu. Rabbi Avraham smiled at him and did not answer him explicitly that it was not from Rabbeinu, but hinted to him that although the story was correct, it was not from Rabbeinu. Rabbi Mordecai ben Rabbi Tuvia of Babernetz once said in his praise, "I will tell you something. I come to the gathering of our community on Rosh Hashanah in Uman as commanded by Rabbeinu. However, in the middle of the year when I come to Uman, besides the reason to come and pray at the gravesite of Rabbeinu, I come to stay there for a few Shabbats in order to merit to see the splendor of Rabbi Avraham's face as he sits at the Shabbos table on Shabbos night." Once on Rosh Hashanah, during the talk of Rabbi Avraham after the Tashlich prayer, Rabbi Yitzchak of Babernetz, who was one of his enthusiastic followers, pushed to hear his words. This was even though he knew he would not succeed in hearing well, due to the large crowd that stood around him. He later explained this action of his and said, "I did not hear what Rabbi Avraham said, I only heard his voice. That was already enough for me." When they would hear the words of Rabbi Avraham regarding the service of God and the path of drawing close to Rabbeinu, the listeners would be so moved to the extent that they felt as if the holy Rabbeinu himself was standing before them. His father-in-law, Rabbi Naphtali Cohen, once said in his praise, "When one hears from him words about the service of God, his words cause a nullification of free will," as if to say that they have the power in that moment to arouse a person so much, to the point of nullifying free will. And so Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen writes, "Whoever merits to know Rabbi Avraham knows that he was such an influence that there were many times when we heard from him the words of our holy Rebbe. It was on the verge of nullifying free will." Rabbi Yaakov Meir Schechter related that he heard from Rabbi Eliyahu Rosen that when Rabbi Avraham spoke before the assembly, all his words were like fiery coals. He was like a magnet, and when he explained a teaching from Likutei Moharan, he would include in it all of creation, all of Judaism, and all the Holy Torah, and all the ways of serving God that are possible, and everything that happens with a person in general and in particular. And all the listeners would feel that in every teaching from Rabbeinu, there is a great completeness, as if there is nothing else in the world but this teaching. They felt that this teaching resolves all existing confusions, all types of ascents and descents, all types of service and drawing close to God, and they would find the whole world and all that happens within this teaching. This is how the listeners felt when hearing the teaching from the mouth of Rabbi Avraham. After Rabbi Avraham once learned with a group of our community members, the listeners became very enthusiastic from his words, especially Rabbi Matityahu, son of Rabbi Brzezinski, who was very amazed and enthusiastic and stamped his feet, and also Rabbi Yisrael, who said, "If we hear such words from the Messiah, we already have something to long for." Rabbi Avraham's custom in his old age, when his eyesight was already weak, was that when he sat in the synagogue waiting for prayer, He would sit with his head between his two hands and pray and learn to himself. When he raised his head and noticed someone standing next to him, he would speak with him, and if not, he would continue to engage in his work of prayer and devotion. And whoever was not shy and was bolder would receive and hear more from him. And he was such a genius that he knew how to speak with each and every one according to what was appropriate for them and according to their understanding. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak reminded Rabbi Yisrael Cohen, his childhood companion, how he was very devoted to Rabbi Avraham, fulfilling the verse, "Joshua the youth would not depart from the tent, for he did not leave him for a moment and followed him everywhere." Rabbi Avraham, in his great humility, when he sat in the synagogue, would sit with his head bowed into his hands and would meditate and learn between himself and himself. Because in his later years it was difficult for him to read from a book due to his weak eyes. And when he would raise his head and see someone near him, he would begin to speak with him and answer his questions. And Rabbi Yisrael would intentionally sit next to him so that when he raised his head, he would converse with him about everything he had to speak with him about. And because of this, when he was already speaking with Rabbi Yisrael, the other young men and married men would also cling to him to hear from him words of the living God. And through him, they merited to draw from him Torah and fear of God as is proper. Rabbi Avraham greatly honored and esteemed Rabbi Shimshon Barsky because he was a grandson of Rabbanu. And on holidays and the like, he would go to him to bless him with the holiday greeting, and Rabbi Shimshon would speak before him about the service of God. This was despite the fact that Rabbi Avraham was older than him by about 25 years. Rabbi Avraham greatly honored the grandchildren of Rabbanu. In Teplik lived Mrs. Yuta, and when Rabbi Avraham would come to Teplik, he would visit her. She was already old. Once when he was visiting her, she said to him, Rabbi Avraham, you forgot. You have been here for several days and have not come to visit me." He excused himself. He would visit to give honor to the seed of Rabbanu and would taste something. It was Rabbi Avraham's custom never to answer personal questions that were put before him. For when the matter concerns Jewish law, the law is in the Torah. And so too in a matter concerning the service of God, for every issue there is a clear solution, which can be answered briefly. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak said that he never heard Rabbi Avraham answer a person regarding his needs. Do this. And so he wrote, "We saw in Uman with Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman that he never gave advice to a friend, but would only arouse to prayer." Rabbi Avraham would also draw close Jews who had fallen into the net of the Enlightenment, and he knew well how to speak with them and bring them out of the lowest depths and lead them back to the right path. Such was the case with Nehemiah, who was caught by the Haskalah. Several of the most prominent members of our community worked with him, and it influenced him to some extent, but they did not succeed in uprooting him from it completely until Rabbi Avraham spoke and worked with him a great deal, and then he completely abandoned this evil and corrupt path. He was a very pampered person, to the point that he could not associate with any person. Yet due to his great love for Rabbi Avraham, he was able to sit and converse with him for a long time. During his stay in Uman, he would lodge with the great wealthy man of Uman, Rabbi Yonah Frankel, who had a mikveh in his house. Once while in Uman, he became very ill with a lung disease, and due to great caution, they did not let any person approach or enter his room. When Rabbi Avraham learned of his illness, he came to visit him. When they informed him that no one was allowed to enter, Rabbi Avraham said to his caregiver, "Go and tell him that the son-in-law of Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin wants to visit him." When they informed him of this, he immediately ordered that he be admitted. And when he entered, he stayed with him for several hours, speaking together in Torah and service. When Rabbi Avraham departed from him, those around him asked him, "What did you speak with this old man about for so long?" He answered and said, "You say old man? All 7 wisdoms rest with him, and he is as proficient in them as in the palm of his hand." Also, Rabbi Nachum Khan, in his youth, was greatly drawn to the Haskalah, and with the help of God, at that exact time, he met Rabbi Avraham. And he is the one who succeeded in bringing him out of this corrupt path, and he became a Hasid and a great servant of God. He had a great burning desire to look at books of the Haskalah, but he held on very tightly to Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Avraham took him by the hands and tore him away from it. He was very attached to Rabbi Avraham. Before his passing, he said, "Whether I learned the books of Rabbanu as I should have, I do not know. But what Rabbanu commanded not to look at, I did not look at." With this, he revived himself before his passing. One of our community members once argued with Rabbi Avraham for urging him to strive for his son to follow a good path. The other answered him stubbornly, "What will become of my son if he sits and delves into Torah? After all, nothing will come of him but an idler. It is better that I send him to the university in Odessa, and he will be trained there in secular studies, and thus he will be able to get by in life." And indeed, so he did. Not many days passed, and he received a letter from the university administration that his son had died there from some illness that suddenly seized him. Rabbi Avraham requested not to push away those who come to us, even if they do not behave entirely in the straight path. As it is told, in Uman lived a homeowner who had a tea house. He was fond of Torah scholars and would distribute tea to them for free. His custom was to trim his beard a little. Once, when he had a yahrzeit, he came to the study hall and asked our community members to let him lead the prayers before the congregation, as is customary. When one of our community members wanted to push him away because he shaved his beard, Rabbi Avraham was strict with him and answered and said, "Who already comes to pray with us? And when someone already comes to pray with us, you want to push him away?" In Uman lived one named Aharon who was known as Arla the Butcher. In his business, he rented the local bakery. For some time, he would come to pray with our community members. He would chatter during prayer and disturb the congregation with idle talk that he would engage in excessively. Some of our community members wanted to distance him, but Rabbi Avraham did not let them, saying to them, "What does he have to look for with us? And if he comes to pray with us, we must try to bring him closer, and there is hope for his future." Afterwards, for some reason, he went to live in the United States, and his daughter would send letters to her family in Uman, and she wrote longingly how her father would rebuke those who prayed with him in the synagogue. "Is this a prayer? I saw what a prayer is when I prayed with the Breslov Hasidut in Uman." And so he went on and changed for the better from day to day and passed away there with a good name. Rabbi Yoel Schuster, son of Rabbi Nachman, recounted, "Rabbi Avraham used to stay with my father. Once my father poured out his bitter heart before him about the great troubles that our brothers, the children of Israel, are going through in the places of their dispersion, and especially in Russia, their place of residence. Rabbi Avraham listened to his words and then began to speak words of strengthening and encouragement. And in the midst of it, he said, in another 60, 70 years, they will be able to eat an expensive dinner in Russia and lunch in Jerusalem. And the words are astonishing. He received from Rabbanu that when he revealed to Moharanat and Rabbi Naphtali the Megalat Sitarim, or the Scroll of Secrets, he warned them to be careful not to publicize it and that only one in a generation would know of it. And therefore Moharanat did not transmit or reveal it to anyone because Rabbi Naphtali was still alive at the time of his passing. Afterwards, Rabbi Naphtali revealed it to Rabbi Aharon Lipovetsker, who was a very holy man, born from the blessing of Rabbenu, and he then transmitted it to Rabbi Avraham. Before Rabbi Avraham's passing, when he was already very ill, the woman Sirel, daughter of Rabbi Aharon, came to Rabbi Avraham and told him that he should endeavor to transmit the Megalat Setarim to someone, because it is received from Rabbanu that one in a generation must know of it. However, Rabbi Avraham was then already very ill and had already lost the power of speech, and it is not known if he transmitted it or to whom he transmitted it. Once, when they spoke with him about the end of the exile and the coming of the Messiah, he replied and said, "I still do not see the grandfather of the Messiah." Rabbi Avraham told Rabbi Levi Yitzchak that in the Megalat Setarim it was written that in the footsteps of the Messiah, there will be such emperors and kings who will not want to participate and fight in any wars and will want to sit in peace and tranquility. However, they will be grabbed by the hair of their heads and will be forced to participate in wars against their will. Once when Rabbi Avraham was in Uman, one of his close associates urged him to tell him something about the end of days. And because he urged him so much, Rabbi Avraham revealed to him some detail about this. But afterwards, Rabbi Avraham regretted this very much and prayed extensively that he should forget what was told to him. And indeed, the following year when Rabbi Avraham came, he spoke with him and understood that he had indeed forgotten. When the members of our community wrote to Rabbi Avraham, who was in the land of Israel, about the destruction and rebuilding of the cloisters in the year 1903, the matter did not find favor in his eyes. He said that it was not necessary to destroy it and rebuild it, because it was a strong building that Rabbi Sender Trovitzer had built in the year 1866, and it could have stood for many more years. However, when they also told him about the great joy and dancing that took place among the members of our community at the time of the laying of the cornerstone, as it was on July 4th Lag BaOmer, and all the members of our community from all the towns gathered there and made a great feast as is customary, he remarked and said, "If so, then it was worthwhile." And he said in a hint, "It will already be closed." The year 1903, which in Hebrew is written with the letters that spell Tisager, meaning will be closed. And so it was, as is well known, that the authorities closed and sealed the cloisters in the later years, and the members of our community could no longer continue to pray there. He once said to the members of our community, "Beware of the year 1936. The year 1936, which in Hebrew is written with the letters that spell Tzarot, meaning troubles." And so it was that then the Nazis rose to power, as is known, and in that same year the communists also closed the cloisters in Uman. And the members of our community understood from his words that he knew this from the Megalit Satarim. Once when he was in the mikveh, he said, "I see skulls floating," referring to the Holocaust. And there were those who mocked him because they would take water from the mikveh in bowls or in pieces of wagon wheel tires and wash themselves with them and then throw them back into the mikveh. And they thought he had confused bowls with skulls, but to great sorrow his words were fulfilled. He also hints at this in his letters. "My heart tells me from the walls of my being many more things orally. For the decree of destruction that is now above is that which was decreed at the time of the emergence of the husk of scoffing. And a word to the wise is sufficient, for it is not possible to elaborate on these things in writing." The Rosh Hashanah gathering from the land of Israel. We see from the words of Rabbi Avraham that he saw that a time would come when it would not be possible to hold the gathering in Uman. He wrote, "Regarding our gathering on the days of Rosh Hashanah, it is explained from the words of Moharanat, which I heard from my father and teacher, who heard from the mouth of his son, Rabbi Yitzchak of Toltchin, who heard from his holy mouth, that although his heart was strong in trust and confidence, that this gathering would be maintained until the coming of the righteous Redeemer. But this too was not said except in accordance with the Midrash on the verse, 'And a righteous man is as confident as a young lion, and not like a lion who is not afraid at all,' because nevertheless he was not able to clarify in this a clear and absolute knowledge, and I do not wish to elaborate on this." And so we see that he saw that afterwards the gates of vision would open. Thousands would begin to come there, and this would arouse the redemption. And now, more than a generation, thousands of Jewish souls will merit to be connected to his essence by prostrating themselves on the burial site of his bones. And this is what Rabbeinu promised with a great promise to all who come to his holy grave, for this too is one of the principles of the beginning of the redemption. It is told that there were those in Uman who said that Rabbi Avraham knew the day and the hour and the moment that the Messiah would come. And seemingly this is not precise, because Rabbi Avraham writes in the opening of his book, Koch Ve'or, "And who knows how long our exile will yet be prolonged." And so at the beginning of Sisho V'Siprim, he writes, "Who knows how long the days of peace and the days of exile will yet be prolonged." And so it is understood from what he writes about the decree of destruction, the word now, and we know that this happened after about 30 years. And so it is also understood from the fact that he was so eager for the land of Israel and did not intend to remain there at the end of his days. It is understood that his knowledge was potential, but how it would be actualized depends on free will and the arousal from below. Rabbi Shlomo Wexler wrote, "I heard from Rabbi Avraham, who related that once one of our community members traveled for Rosh Hashanah outside of the land of Israel, and his father commented on this, that he was banished from the garden. For the garden in those years, the main settlement was outside the land of Israel, and in the land it was difficult to live. And consequently, anyone who left the land, even if it was for the most important and exalted purpose, like traveling to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, was in danger of remaining there and being banished from the garden of the land of Israel. In the generation of Rabbi Avraham, an even greater danger was added to the danger of losing the holiness of the land of Israel, a spiritual and physical danger, a danger to Judaism itself, and a danger to life itself. And even if one thought he was safe himself, he had no security at all for his offspring. And Rabbi Avraham, who knew of this, and he could not know when exactly it would happen, and also knew that there would be a period when the gathering of Rabbanu on Rosh Hashanah would have to be canceled from being in Uman. And surely he knew other information that we do not have about this. And it seems he understood from this that it is necessary that they be able to continue it in the land of Israel. As in the period when the gates of Rabbenu's Tziyun were locked, the main gathering was in the land of Israel, and therefore he would arouse everyone to ascend to the land. And to those who had already ascended, he said that from the land of Israel one does not need to travel to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. And he himself was very afraid of the danger of traveling outside the land, besides the fact that he suffered greatly while being outside the land. As his father told him, outside the land cannot tolerate you. And due to his great suffering from being outside the land, he would vow not to travel. However, towards Rosh Hashanah, he could not travel, and he would annul his vow and travel. And he would say, I travel to the land of Israel and return and leave it and come outside the land, because for me it is a question of public Torah study. For he would go and circulate on his journey among our community members when he would visit them every year and strengthen them and arouse them to Torah and service and to ascend to the land. And at the time of his illness in the year 1917, he said, if I recover and merit to travel and come again to the land of Israel, I will vow a vow of rabbis never to return and leave again for outside the land. This is because he held that if he were in the land of Israel and the way to Uman was closed and it was impossible to come to the gathering on Rosh Hashanah, he did not lose by this. And also, due to his great feeling for the presence of Rabbeinu in the land of Israel, he succeeded in instilling this in his students, even in those who did not merit to be in Uman at all, like his great student about whom he once said, it is worthwhile to come to Jerusalem even just to see Rabbi Shlomo Wexler. Rabbi Shlomo Wexler told Rabbi Levi Yitzchak that when he asked Rabbi Avraham if he too should behave like him and leave the land of Israel to travel to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Avraham answered him, there is no clear halacha in this. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, who knew Rabbi Shlomo, understood that Rabbi Avraham told him this because an ascetic person like him, who did not recognize the form of a coin, would not be able to tolerate the hardships of the journey, especially traveling for a long time in a mixture with Gentiles on a ship, which for him was like a matter of life and death. But at the end of his life, Rabbi Shlomo said, I regret that I asked Rabbi Avraham whether to travel from the land of Israel to Uman or not. What a pity. And from what he said, that he regrets asking him, it is understood that he understood that if he had not asked but had requested from Rabbi Avraham to take him with him, Rabbi Avraham would have taken him. And for not doing this, he regrets, because for this reason, he did not merit to be at Rabbenu's Tziyun at all. And it is understood that he understood that what Rabbi Avraham told him so is because when one asks, this is how one must answer. But in the books of Rabbanu that were with Rabbi Shlomo, wherever it is written about the journey to Rabbenu's Tziyun or about the gathering on Rosh Hashanah in Uman, he annotates that it seems to his humble opinion that this is not from the land of Israel. And from this itself, it is understood that this is from his own understanding, because if it were only from what he received, he would not need to write, it seems to my humble opinion. And it could be that if Rabbi Shlomo had traveled to Uman, he would not have written so. And in one of his annotations on the book Koshvei Or, he wrote, Rabbi Avraham once told me that he envies me for the mitzvah that was prevented by Rabbi Yisrael Halevi from leaving the land of Israel for Rosh Hashanah to Rabbanu. And it is understood that Rabbi Shlomo spoke with Rabbi Yisrael Karduner words that caused him not to come to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. And indeed, there is a letter from Rabbi Yisrael himself about this. And it is understood that this is because he had very great obstacles, because in those years, there were many who wanted to travel also from the land of Israel, and due to the great difficulty, they did not succeed. And it is understood here that Rabbi Yisrael, who was a man of valor, could travel even with very great obstacles, and all that he was prevented was due to the words of Rabbi Shlomo. And as he writes in his letter, that it is because the light of Rabbeinu shines in the land of Israel, and it is not similar to outside the land. But he understands that this is only with very great obstacles, for it is understood from this letter that speaks of Rosh Hashanah 1909, that in the years before this he traveled. And from his letters and from the book Toldat Shmuel, it is understood that he traveled also afterwards, at least for Rosh Hashanah 1911 and 1913. And in the year 1914, he returned for the last time to the land of Israel. And for Rosh Hashanah 1914, he did not travel to Uman. And then the First World War began, when he could no longer leave the land until he passed away on the 19th of Heshvan, the year 1918, and was buried in Tiberias. And is it not a fact that with Rabbi Avraham it was the opposite, that he traveled for Rosh Hashanah 1914 and remained and passed away and was buried outside the land? And it can be said that the main envy of Rabbi Avraham for his student Rabbi Shlomo Wexler, through whom Rabbi Yisrael was prevented from traveling to Rabbeinu, is that through this Rabbi Yisrael merited burial in the land of Israel. And even though he told this to Rabbi Shlomo several years before, but even if he did not see it, his fortune saw it. For if he had not been prevented from traveling then, he would not have been prevented from traveling for Rosh Hashanah 1914, and would have remained outside the land like Rabbi Avraham. And is it not a fact that the main legacy of the oral Torah of Rabbi Avraham is from his last years when he remained outside the land, although this was, so to speak, against his will? For it was precisely then that his students who remained intervened to illuminate the light of Rabbeinu in the last generation. And in contrast, the main legacy of the dissemination of Rabbeinu's Torah today is from the last years of Rabbi Yisrael Kaduner, who remained in the land. For it was precisely then that his student, Rabbi Yisrael Ber, drew close to him, and the main dissemination today is through his students. And behold, it is clear that there is an immense difference between what Rabbi Shlomo Wexler writes and what Rabbi Avraham writes. Also, Rabbi Shlomo did not write a book, but wrote annotations on his books. And Rabbi Avraham, who from his youth engaged in his great book, Biur Halikutim, and when his father passed away, he felt the responsibility for the matter of Rabbeinu. And in the first year after his father's passing, he wrote the book Kochvei Or. And during his lifetime, he wrote his books Biur Halikutim and Chokmah Utevuna, and at the end of his life, the pamphlets Sicho Vesipurim. Thus, besides several things found in his book Biur Halikutim, which are recognizable as having been written for himself according to the flow of his holy mind, most of his words are a clear and pure essence that he wrote for many in the aspect of a prophecy that was needed for generations was written. And this is most prominent in what he wrote on the title page of his book, Emuna Biyada Ruchanet. I have set aside and designated it to be a composition and a book in itself, and as a legacy from generation to generation, not to be revealed or given to print until Shiloh comes, and that any publication of the book in print would only be when the Messiah comes. And this is not a simple matter at all, because small people like us, whatever we write or print is according to our current state. But we understand on our own that there is no place for our words after the Messiah comes. And it is precisely he who had a great understanding and so much to write and explain about the Redeemer for whom we are waiting, who is the one who will bring out from potential to actual the matter of Rabbeinu and his power explained in all his teachings and stories. He is not like us who will be ashamed of our understanding before the Redeemer, for he merited to toil and find the place that they allowed him to be great in. He has in this to say even in the days of the Messiah, as is understood from the title page of his book. And with this we look differently at everything he wrote. For behold, in his books he reveals wonders in the Torah of Rabbeinu, and he shows how he extracts it from the words of Rabbeinu. In this matter that he is not simply like Maharanat in this. Therefore this matter requires a very clear clarification in writing, and not in his usual way. In this we have nothing from him in writing, only what he told his students orally. This matter begs for an explanation, and it must be that about this it was said, a prophecy that was needed for generations was written, and that which was not needed was not written. And with this we come to see what is written on this matter, to inform the generations that these three things are the main foundations in the legacy of Admor, as understood from the words of Moharanat. A. Our gathering on Rosh Hashanah, which in itself also includes the recitation of the 10 Psalms at his holy gravesite. B. The business of printing. C. And the lighting of the eternal flame at his holy gravesite. And it is necessary to be precise in what he wrote for the generations in two ways. One, as in his generation, he did not arouse the people of the land of Israel to come to the gathering in Uman, that this is from the very matter of the continuation of the matter of Rabbenu. For in that generation, this is what was needed for the continuation of the matter of Rabbenu. And it is precisely now, in the generations after that generation, that this needs to be announced. 2. A person could think that for his connection to Rabbenu, he can remain on Rosh Hashanah in the land of Israel. But when the perspective is for generations, who knows what will remain of the connection of his generations to Rabbenu? For we see that whoever seeks a pretext to separate hangs himself on the words of Rabbi Avraham in this. And surely this was not his intention, for his students were more alive to the matter of Rabbenu than others. And this itself, that he brought them to come to the land of Israel, which was then incomparably more difficult than traveling to Uman, even the most difficult journey for us today. And indeed, those who are connected to his words today receive strength to exert themselves and invest much strength in traveling to Uman, despite the difficult obstacles of recent years. And of course, everything depends on whether the person wants and does everything he can and needs to in this. For whoever seeks only to fulfill his obligation, his son will no longer seek this. And whoever wants and does everything he can and needs, his son will already do everything that he could not. For today, when the main settlement is in the land, and all the travel is on condition of returning, and most of them feel that even though we are in the land of Israel, we are forced to go out to Rabbenu. Rabbi Avraham left us in writing a letter that he wrote to one of the great members of our community who held that one should not ascend to live in the land of Israel in order to be close to Rabbenu's Tzion, especially on Rosh Hashanah. In it, he is engaged in convincing him that it is possible to come also from the land of Israel to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. And so, as not to weary the reader, we will bring parts of it. Regarding the journey to the land of Israel that we spoke of when I was with you, it is not within my ability and humble opinion to clarify and establish the halakha like him. For when the general redemption comes to travel to the land of Israel, will we be considered by this as separated and distanced from Admor, about whom he said, I want to remain among you. In these days when we have already merited to hear the voice calling in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low. And with mighty waters, God has paved for us the way to the ark with wonders that have never been before. And the entire price of the journey for the ship's owner for a round trip is 25 silver coins. And the way is paved and constant, so that it is possible to travel and come on a round trip also from there to Uman for the holy days of Rosh Hashanah. And how can it be called separation and distance from the holy Admor, to be living in the land, the city of our God? I remembered from all this in the discourse of Moharanat that on the night of Admor's passing, he contemplated all night the verse, the first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. And that afterwards it occurred to him that it is explained in the writings of the Arizal that this is the secret of the passing and ascent of the great souls. For even the Tzaddik himself is obligated to search and find at all times the parts of his spirit and soul. Admor himself was also obligated to give his life to travel, to come and establish his place there forever. And all who left from there did not return, except with the intention of returning and coming there with all the souls of Israel who are obligated to all this. Holy of holies it shall be. The final letters of Moshe. For the soul of Moshe, the Messiah, is in the land of Israel and outside the land, and his main place is in the holy place. And in the land of Israel, the letters are RB, Ribi, and outside the land, Wikibi, strife. But the main thing is to come from the letters REB to the letters REB. And as mentioned, there is a difference between what he wrote for this and what he did not. Behold, this letter is the main source for this matter, And this is not a letter that he sent and survived and was found and printed. But these are headings from a letter that he copied in his book, and he omitted in it what he did not want to establish in his book. And so he could add and change according to what he wanted to establish in his book, as he wrote at the beginning of the letter. I present before you, the reader, also the headings from the letter that I prepared on this matter, to send to the one distinguished in Torah and fear of God. And therefore we must be very precise in this letter to see what he wanted to establish for eternity. And he writes here to come to the land of Israel in a way that one can come to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. And as he concludes that the soul of Moshe the Messiah is in the land and outside the land, and its main place is in the holy place. Rabbi Yochanan Galan also related that there were those who said that Rabbanu is only in Uman, but Rabbi Avraham said Rabbanu is here and there. But it is not written that because its main place is in the holy place, therefore one should not leave the land. For behold, it is also found at his tziyun outside the land. And Rabbenu wanted us to have business with his grave. And one who lives in the land of Israel all year and travels for the days of Rosh Hashanah to Uman, he is also mainly in the holy place. For mainly during the year he is in the land, in the aspect of Rebbe, and due to the exile, there is still the aspect of strife. He comes to Rabbenu for the sake of the redemption, and comes every year from the aspect of strife to the aspect of Rebbe. And behold, in the very matter that he writes that the soul of Moshe the Messiah is in the land and outside the land, that he speaks also of the soul of Moshe. In the discourse that preceded the letter, he brings about Moshe that although he was buried in Beit Peor, his soul ascended to the Holy of Holies, and he merited to bring out into actuality and to come and be included in the Holy of Holies, a delight that no eye has seen, which is in the house of God, in the city of God, which is in this land. And it follows that his intention is both for Moshe and for Rabbenu, who are in the land and outside the land. And behold, he merited to fill Rabbenu at the wall as at the tziyun, as mentioned above. And simply today there is no one who feels this way, because we feel Rabbenu only at the tziyun. But we believe him that Rabbenu is also at the wall. And from other places in his words, on this we can understand what is the aspect at the tziyun and what is the aspect in the Holy of Holies. For behold, he writes that the soul of the leader is found in the Holy of Holies and in his grave, and that his soul is in the Holy of Holies is the illumination of the soul in the body. But his soul in essence is higher than the entire body of the land. And it is understood that his body itself is much more connected to his soul than to the land of the Holy of Holies. And Joshua, because his matter is the illumination of the whole earth is full of his glory, therefore he merited to enter the land. But Moshe, whose matter is the illumination of where is the place of his glory, precisely because of this remained outside the land. And when one connects these words of his, it follows that just as Joshua entered the land, so too Moshe himself at his passing, his soul entered and ascended to the Holy of Holies. And so it is with regard to Rabbenu. And from this is our necessity in the land of Israel in order to receive from Rabbenu. And it is understood that this is from the illumination of his soul hidden in the Holy of Holies in illuminating all the land of Israel. But his body remained outside the land. And he explains that the part of his soul connected to his body is greater than the part of his soul that ascended to the Holy of Holies. For the part of his soul in the Holy of Holies is the aspect of the illumination of full, the aspect of body, in contrast to the illumination of his soul in his body, which is the aspect of where, the aspect of soul. For the advantage of the illumination of Rabbenu's soul in the land is that because it is a low light, it is a constant light. And the advantage of the illumination of Rabbenu's soul at his tziyun is that because it is supposed to be not constant, it is a very high light. And therefore, although one must connect to the soul of Rabbenu in the land of Israel in a constant manner, when one merits to come to the place of the burial of his bones, one merits such an illumination that is impossible to merit in the land. And the main thing one needs to merit there is to bring about the redemption. He also behaved this way himself, for since he ascended to the land of Israel in the year 1894, his custom was to travel back and forth every single year for the days of Rosh Hashanah to Uman, despite his weakness and extreme poverty. The matter of Rabbenu's Rosh Hashanah was so precious, important, and strong to him that he did this for 20 consecutive years until Rosh Hashanah of the year 1914. He was sick and poor and did not miss even a single year. The land of Israel and the gravesite of Rabbanu. He had a heart that burned so intensely for the land of Israel and for the gravesite of Rabbanu that these two places were combined and connected for him as one. When he was outside of Israel, most of his talk and longing were for the land of Israel, and when he spoke of the land of Israel, he burned like a fire. Similarly, when he was in the land of Israel, he burned like a fire and spoke at length about the great virtue of prostrating oneself and ascending to the gravesite of Rabbanu. Rabbanu himself says that these two things are truly one thing. The land of Israel and the Tzaddik are one and the same, and one arouses the other. He was a Jew of the land of Israel, and he was a man of Rabbanu. It is explained that just as the earth has a magnetic force, so too do the Tzaddik and his dwelling place. It follows that we have the two holinesses of the Tzaddik's grave and the land of Israel, both of which have an attracting force. It is therefore understood that one must combine them to break the obstacles and the compelling force and come to the Tzaddik, and afterwards to break the obstacles and return to the land. The spiritual self-sacrifice that Rabbi Avraham had in his journey from the land of Israel to Uman was greater than the physical self-sacrifice he had from his illness and immense poverty. This was due to his great virtue and immense holiness, and the great mixing and licentiousness that existed during the entire duration of the journey. He once recounted, "When I traveled from the land of Israel to come to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, and I saw all the confusion and mixing of men and women on the ship, I took the book Likutei Moharan in my hands in Jaffa, and I meditated on it on my way from its beginning, and I finished it upon my arrival in Odessa." Journeys and longings. When Rabbi Gedalia Berger once asked him about his travels from Uman to the land of Israel, and from the land of Israel to Uman every year, he answered him wittily, "What can I do for my soul, that when I am in Uman, my soul longs for the land of Israel, and when I am in the land of Israel, my soul longs with all its might for Uman, and I cannot cool it except by my journey." On another occasion, when Rabbi Yitzchak Breiter asked him about his constant and difficult journeys every year, he answered and said to him, "I have nothing in this world but the 4 cubits of these 2 places, the western wall and the holy gravesite of Rabbanu." Rabbi Shmuel Heschel Friedman, in his book Toldat Shmuel, which he wrote in those days, mentions his meetings with Rabbi Avraham in Uman in Jerusalem. From these, one can learn a great deal about the considerable time Rabbi Avraham spent outside the land of Israel, with self-sacrifice to be abroad for a long time, as he circulated among the towns of our community members to strengthen and arouse them about the matter of Rabbanu. In his later years, he first started traveling to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, and afterwards he wanted to return to stay in Jerusalem until he decided to travel permanently. Rabbi Shmuel Heschel began to draw close to Rabbanu in the year 1898, when he was about 20 years old, when he came to teach writing in Berdikiv, where there were students of Rabbi Avraham. He saw their wonderful devotion with midnight lamentations and dancing, and he would study the books of Rabbanu with them, feeling from this vitality, joy, and enthusiasm, and thus he began to enter into the service of God. Towards Elul 1899, he traveled to Uman, where he met Rabbi Avraham. As he recounts there, "Mid-Elul, I myself traveled to Uman, and I merited to be 2 weeks in Uman and to go every day to the holy gravesite of Rabbanu. I also wrote the writings of our friend, Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin. Afterwards, they wanted to draft him into the army, and the members of our community told him to travel to Uman and from there to the land of Israel. There he met Rabbi Avraham again. As he recounts there, Friday 19th of Av 1900, I was at the holy gravesite of Rabbanu with my father. I ate a morning meal at the home of Rabbi Avraham. From this we learn that at the end of Avi 1900, Rabbi Avraham was still in Uman. In Adar, Rabbi Shmuel Heschel left for the land of Israel, from Uman to Odessa, and from there to Turkey, until he reached the land of Israel in Jerusalem in Nisan. 2 years later, he mentions that in Shishvan, Rabbi Avraham arrived in Jaffa, and 2 weeks later in Jerusalem. Thursday, 17th of Cheshvan, 1901, the wife of our friend, Rabbi Nathan of Breslov, came to Jerusalem, and our friend Rabbi Avraham, who recently became the son-in-law of the aforementioned Rabbi Nathan, also came, and they are still in Jaffa. Friday, 4th of Kislev, our friend Rabbi Avraham came to Jerusalem. 2 years later, he mentions that Rabbi Avraham arrived from Uman in Tevet. Sunday, 15th of Tevet, 1904, our friend Rabbi Avraham came from Uman. And in that same year, he mentions that Rabbi Avraham is traveling to Uman in Av. Sunday, 19th of Av, today our friend Rabbi Avraham is traveling for Rosh Hashanah to Uman. And afterwards, he returned at the end of Shabbat, as he mentions. Our friend Rabbi Avraham came from abroad. In Tammuz, 1907, Rabbi Shimshon Barsky arrived in Jerusalem. And from this, Rabbi Shmuel Heschel was inspired to travel to Uman, and he traveled for Rosh Hashanah, 1907. He left on the 19th of Av from Jerusalem to Jaffa, Turkey, Odessa, etc. After the holidays, he was unable to return via Odessa, so he traveled through Galicia and Romania to Christians, and from there to Jaffa, until he arrived on the 26th of Tevet in Jerusalem. In the winter of 1910, he moved to Jaffa, where he had more contact with Rabbi Avraham when he would come to stay in Jaffa on his travels. He was then with him, and he mentions that in Iyar, Rabbi Avraham left for Uman. Before the Holy Sabbath, 5th of Iyar, 1910, our friend Rabbi Avraham came to Jaffa to travel for Rosh Hashanah to Uman, and every day I speak with Rabbi Avraham about Rabbanu. Monday, 14th of Iyar, until today, Rabbi Avraham was with me every day and told me wonderful things about Rabbanu. Afterwards, he mentions that Rabbi Avraham returned at the beginning of Tevet. Tuesday, 19th of Tevet, 1911. Last week, our friend Rabbi Avraham came from abroad and stayed with me one night. And afterwards, Rabbi Avraham came in Iyar from Jerusalem to Jaffa for a few days to arrange the journey after Shavuot, as he recounts there. Tuesday, 25th of Iyar. Rabbi Avraham was here for a few days to travel to Uman for Rosh Hashanah and returned to Jerusalem until after the holiday of Shavuot. A year later, Rabbi Avraham came to Jaffa for a few weeks and prepared to travel to Uman, and then decided not to travel and returned to Jerusalem, and then regretted it and traveled, as recounted there. Sunday, 5th of Elul, 1912. Towards evening, our friend Rabbi Avraham came to travel for Rosh Hashanah to Uman and stayed with me 2 nights. Although it has been several weeks since he came here to travel for Rosh Hashanah, he returned then to Jerusalem because he had then decided not to travel again for Rosh Hashanah to Uman from Jerusalem. But a few days ago, he regretted it, and now he is traveling. As it appears from this book, only in the year 1912 did the thought arise before Rabbi Avraham to remain in the land of Israel for Rosh Hashanah. This was due to his great weakness, as he wrote then a letter to Uman, as a letter is found from his student, Rabbi Moshe Shmuel Levin, who lived in Uman, to Rabbi Yitzchak Meir Korman, who lived in Poland, from Monday, 12th of Elul, 1912. A letter came from Rabbi Avraham 4 weeks ago, meaning that he wanted to travel abroad, and when he came to Jaffa to travel on the ship, he became very weak and was very afraid to travel, because surely we need people for our holy gathering on Rosh Hashanah also from the land of Israel, and especially Rabbi Avraham, who surely has more reception than all the members of our community, as is known, meaning the spirit of Rabbanu and sweet words that he heard from his father, who heard from Maharanat. And so it was also a year later, as recounted in Toldat Shmuel. Our friend Rabbi Avraham came to Jaffa to travel for Rosh Hashanah to Uman, as is his custom every single year. The Holy Sabbath of Korach, my friend Rabbi Avraham ate at my house and spoke with me a great deal about the Holy Rabbeinu, and I heard from him wonderful things that are priceless. Wednesday, our friend Rabbi Avraham is for the time being still in Jaffa. Sunday, our friend Rabbi Avraham returned to Jerusalem and was of the opinion not to travel again outside the land. Parashat Pinchas, he returned again to Jaffa and told me that it is very difficult for him to make up his mind not to travel for Rosh Hashanah to Uman. And afterwards, he mentions that Rabbi Avraham returned in Tevet. Monday, 14th of Tevet, 1914, our dear one, Rabbi Avraham, came from abroad. Rabbi Avraham came from the land of Israel for the last time on the 7th of Av in the year 1914, with the last ship that came from the land of Israel. With this same ship, Rabbi Yisrael Karduner returned to the land of Israel. And then the First World War broke out in full force, and as a result, Rabbi Avraham remained in Uman until his passing, without any ability to return to the land of Israel. He was in the aspect of the second to the king who went to search for the aspect of the soul of Rabbeinu outside the settlement. He longed, sought, and hoped to find it for a very long time in the fields and forests, and he cried a great deal until he found it on a mountain of gold in a fortress of pearls, which alludes to the holy temple. There is the place that God chose. There is the place that he chose to long for all year, from where Rabbeinu will be found and revealed to the whole world. And at the end of the year, on the last day of the year, he would go out to the place of Rabbeinu's burial, which being outside the land of Israel, and still at the very edge of the holiness of Israel, is the aspect of the not good place. And there he hoped to bring him out in the general redemption that is dependent on this. And so it would repeat itself. Once Maharanat said to his son, Rabbi Yitzchak of Toltchin, not to travel to the land of Israel, to live there permanently until he was 60 years old. And behold, when we wish to reflect on what Rabbi Avraham wants to teach us in this, the matter of not ascending to the land of Israel until the age of 60 was nullified, as brought above regarding the verse, and the fourth generation shall return here. And therefore it applies to traveling from the land of Israel today. Once, when Rabbi Michal asked Rabbi Avraham if the talk they say in the name of Rabbeinu is true, that he said, the land of Israel or Uman. Rabbi Avraham nodded his head to him, as if affirming and saying yes. But afterwards he said to Rabbi Levi Yitzchak and to another of our community members, the talk is correct, but he raised the tone too much. The talk is indeed correct, but Rabbi Michaeli raised and drew out the tone too much on the words but Uman, because Rabbeinu said them calmly and in an even voice, while Rabbi Michaeli drew out these words in his voice, as if emphasizing and saying that the matter of Uman is higher than the matter of the land of Israel. And the meaning is that Rabbi Michal wanted to derive from this talk that although the virtue of the land of Israel is great, the virtue of Uman is so great that one does not need to ascend to settle in the land of Israel in order to be close to the gravesite of Rabbeinu in Uman, especially on Rosh Hashanah. And Rabbi Avraham specified that Rabbeinu praised the holiness of Uman calmly, meaning that the holiness of Uman is equal and equivalent to the holiness of the land of Israel. And the fact that Rabbeinu prioritized the land of Israel is simply because in the land of Israel, one must live permanently, and to Uman one should come only back and forth, as Rabbeinu wants us to live far from him, and he longs for the clarity of our path to him. In one of several prayers that were found in his time, added to the book Biur Halikutim, there is an awesome prayer, which it seems he wrote for himself while he was outside the land of Israel. He is forced to seek money in order to travel to the land of Israel, and for printing. He suffers so much from his dwelling outside the land, yet the effort for money to travel to the land of Israel is very difficult for him. For although being outside the land is like idolatry, the desire for money is 70 times so. And he prays that he should be strengthened in faith and not act on it due to the many trials of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah. And he comforts himself that it is impossible to call the city of Uman by the name of definitely outside the land, and especially the site of Rabbeinu's grave, which is more precious than the Holy of Holies, in a wonderful contraction so that one can enter there. And even though it is not possible to be there permanently, one who has been to the land of Israel is considered twice as much as one who has not been there, as our sages said regarding the people of outside the land who come to the land of Israel. This is his holy language, our God and God of our fathers. Be my help not to stray from the words of the Admor and the words of Maharanat, who inform me of the essence of the prohibition of the desire for money, that it is equivalent to 70 idolatries in 70 aspects, and in one way worse than the desire for adultery, and that even the thought and contemplation of it is as difficult and corrupting as the thought of the desire for adultery. Help me from now on not to forget this, and not to look at any mitzvah or need for the sake of printing in the land of Israel and the like. For in one word he spoke and did not repeat, that a person should not speak of this in any way. And how can there be a lack and deficiency in it not to be like actual idolatry? It is not possible to push away and nullify against this a great and immense prohibition that is equivalent 70 times as much. For even if without this I do not merit to be purified from it and to be strengthened in faith, at least I will not bring it into action through the many trials of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah and on such a distant path. And I will not look at the necessity of sons, nor at the necessity of printing, nor at the necessity of the land. For although they are truly necessities, I have only the words of the son of Simcha in his story and in his instruction in the tale of the master of prayer, that there is no counsel but prayer, and prayer through the Torah. And especially since it is truly not possible to call the city of Uman by the name of definitely outside the land, and at the very least the site of his holy grave, which is more precious than the innermost, in a wonderful contraction to be able to enter there. And even though it is not possible to be there permanently, it is explained from the words of our sages regarding the land of Israel, that one of us who goes up there, for fortunate is he who enters and leaves. And when one reflects on this prayer regarding the balance he had between the land of Israel and Rosh Hashanah in Uman, one sees a very great novelty, for as much as he suffered greatly from being outside the land, and it was very clear to him the great necessity of being in the land, both for himself personally and as a lofty matter that he spoke and wrote about in general. And instead of praying that he should merit to bring out from potential to actual the necessity of the land without effort, his prayer is that he should not make an effort for this. And we see that the weight of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah in Uman for him was greater than the necessity of the land. And the greater wonder is that he writes all this outside the land. For usually a person feels more the necessity of that which is far from him and which he lacks. And according to this, he should have felt the necessity of the land of Israel, which was distant from him and which he lacked, more than the necessity of Rosh Hashanah in the city of Uman, which was close to him. And despite all this, we see that the weight of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah was greater for him than the necessity of the land. And also what he writes here about the necessity of sons, which seemingly has no place here at all, it seems that this is connected to his coming to the land. That he needs to come to the land from the necessity of sons, because in truth he only had sons in the land. And also when he did not return to the land, they passed away. And despite all this, the weight of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah in Uman was greater for him than the necessity of sons. And also regarding what he said, that he travels to Uman for Rosh Hashanah for the sake of Torah study, here we see that on the other hand, in the land of Israel he had the matter of printing. For everything he printed in his lifetime was in the land of Israel, in Jerusalem. His book Kochvei Or he printed in the year 1896. The beginning of his book Bur Halikutim he printed in the year 1905. His pamphlets Sichot Vesipurim he printed in the year 1913. And the matter of printing is also public Torah study. And despite all this, we see here that the weight of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah was greater for him than the necessity of printing, to the point that he repeats here twice, not to look at any mitzvah or need for the sake of printing and the land of Israel and the like, in the multitude of trials of the necessity of Rosh Hashanah. And I will not look at the necessity of sons, nor at the necessity of printing, nor at the necessity of the land. And even though they are truly necessities, he comforts himself with this. The sight of his holy grave is more precious than the innermost, in a wonderful contraction that one can enter there, only that it is not possible to be there permanently, for fortunate is he who enters and leaves. Rabbi Avraham said that the Messiah will reveal the reason why the gathering of our community on the days of Rosh Hashanah must be specifically in the city of Uman. Now the simple reason for this is because Rabbeinu is buried there. It is understood that if he were buried in another city, his gathering would be there. And when one reflects on what the Messiah will reveal that is not revealed to us, it seems that it is in the very matter of why God chose from the 6 days of creation, the city of Uman, that Rabbeinu should plant his holiness there to be engaged for all generations in the rectification of all souls. And although Rabbeinu revealed that it is because of the 30,000 who were killed there, Rabbeinu had no choice in this. For we see that Rabbeinu had thousands upon thousands and myriads of reasons for this, and he had a great and awesome intention in explaining this, and a very deep, complete study that he was engaged in long before he came to Uman. And when he began to speak of it, he had already entered very deeply into this study, and also in what he wrote there, that Rabbeinu spoke in Uman about the fact that the leaders have no idea at all what he is doing in Uman, from the greatness of the combinations and delights that are made at every time, hour, and moment, that he has a part in all the prayers of all of Israel, and in all the prayers of the righteous, and even in those of the sinners of Israel, and even in mere movements in prayer among them. And Maharanat writes about this, that Rabbeinu did not explain the merit of this for Uman specifically, and if he explains a little that it is connected to the 30,000 who were killed, that combinations are made with them, but the words are still obscure. And it seems that this is what the Messiah will reveal. Now, Rabbeinu said that all the high perceptions he achieves do not compare for him to one word that he reveals before the world. For in every word he reveals, all the upper and lower worlds depend. It follows that from the very fact that Rabbeinu told us that he has a deep study in this and his other words in this, it is understood that these words concern us and all the worlds, only that at present we do not yet know about it. And we could have thought that we would never know Rabbeinu's reasons in this, or that they would be revealed to us only after the resurrection of the dead. And from the fact that Rabbi Avraham said that the Messiah will say it, it is understood that he himself knew that the Messiah will say it. For as mentioned above, it is known that he knew the future in the Megalat Sitarim of Rabbeinu concerning matters of the redemption. And it is understood that these matters now concern us in faith, and when the Messiah says it, it will concern us in knowledge. And it seems that when the Messiah comes and the redemption occurs, that then the city of Jerusalem will be built on its tell, and all of Israel will feel the light of Rabbeinu in the land of Israel and Jerusalem, and the land of Israel will spread over the whole world. When the Messiah says the reason for the gathering of Rabbeinu needing to be specifically in the city of Uman, it will have a much deeper meaning than now, for seemingly the Messiah will not only say a reason, but will also establish it in practice. The redemption in the gathering. I heard from Rabbi Nachman ben Rabbi Shachna, who heard regarding the journey of Rosh Hashanah, that every single journey of each and every one will have a part in the end of the redemption. In his strength, for it is strong, and in his might, for it is harsh, it was not concealed from us at all from the beginning, lest any man know his burial place, upon which our redemption depends. And therefore, even if the foolish and aged king ascends to heaven, from there they will bring him down and cast him down. For the man will not rest until he has finished the matter of which he spoke, to redeem us and to heal us from our immense maladies. He is the ruler and the head of all the souls of Israel in spirituality, and in a wonderful concealment, all the generations emerge and are drawn from him. And in their being drawn from him, the evil has no ability to swallow them in any way in the world at all. And all that stood against him, all the 7 evil levels, to swallow the souls of Israel until it is not known that they came into its midst, and the name of Israel will be remembered no more. Just the opposite, they will vomit them out more, until they will also vomit out the very essence of their vitality. And just as he himself was exalted and emerged on Rosh Hashanah from darkness to light, so too in his strength, for it is strong, and his might, for it is harsh. Many waters cannot extinguish the fire of the hearts of the souls of Israel, who are drawn from him until the time of the end. And a hint is sufficient for the wise. Just as in the redemption from Egypt, it was not possible for Moshe Rabbeinu to redeem us except by taking with him the bones of Yosef, so too now all the power of Messiah, son of David, for the redemption of Israel, will be through the bones of Messiah, son of Yosef. All the treasured friends who were in the preceding generations, like the Ari and the Baal Shem Tov and Mohar An, are all considered and stand on the side of Messiah, son of Yosef. For the entire necessity of Messiah, son of Yosef, is from the necessity of the righteous who have passed away, for the righteous are greater in their death than in their lives. For also in our redemption from Egypt, Moshe Rabbeinu had to take with him the bones of Yosef, and through this he became connected to him, and all the souls of Israel became connected to him through Moshe Rabbeinu. It is explained from the combination of the words of Maharanat that in the necessity of the changes mentioned above, the necessity of the connection of the souls of Israel to the bones of Yosef has also changed. For in the first redemption, their connection to him was through taking his bones. And now from generation to generation, thousands of souls of Israel will merit to be connected to his bones by prostrating themselves on the burial site of his bones. And this is in what Rabbeinu promised with a great promise to all who come to his holy grave. For this too is one of the main principles of the beginning of the redemption. Regarding the concealment of the great and wonderful light of the Admor, it can be said that it is because he said that his entire business is only Rosh Hashanah. My only business is Rosh Hashanah. And about Rosh Hashanah it is written, on the covered day of our festival, and therefore his great light is also very concealed and covered. And behold, our sages said, why was the grave of Moshe Rabbeinu hidden from the world? So that they would come to his grave and the redemption would come. And so the Siyun of the Admor, although the place of his burial is known, is also hidden from the world by the great dispute, for the redemption depends only on this, as is understood regarding the grave of Moshe Rabbeinu. And one must reflect well on his awesome language. Only in this that the entire redemption depends, only on this. For the Tziyun of Rabbeinu is the aspect of the grave of Moshe, for even though the soul of Moshe is in the Holy of Holies, for the redemption, his grave is necessary. And since it is hidden, we have no choice but to come to the Tziyun of Rabbeinu. And he explains that this is especially connected to Rosh Hashanah, which is the entire business of Rabbeinu. And besides this, we also see from his words what each one individually can merit there on Rosh Hashanah. There is no grasp at all in the burial and passing of one who seeks the truth at the will of wills. For it is precisely then that his bones will add to be more connected and unified in the life of his soul and spirit above. For this reason, one should at least visit his house and holy tziyun each time. And even today there are those who aim for this hour. And when one wants to learn from this the reason to come to Rabbeinu's tziyun in order to aim for that hour, to receive the double portion that can be received at the passing of Rabbeinu for the new ascent, behold, we know about him that from the land of Israel he traveled to be an Uman for Rosh Hashanah. And we found in his words after he speaks of the Hilula of Rashbi that he writes about him, and especially on the day of his ascent every year to a new Torah and perception. He continues and writes, the day of the Hilula of Rabbeinu, which is the spring and the gushing stream that emerges from the Holy of Holies itself, God arranged that it should be through the joy of the water-drawing ceremony. And as explained from the words of the Kabbalists, that the beginning of the ascent of the soul on the anniversary of death is from the beginning of the new month, it is explained and appears that this is what he also said once in his holy life. My whole matter is Rosh Hashanah, and Rabbeinu would greatly prolong the evening prayer of the first night of Rosh Hashanah. And he once said that this is because he hurries to immediately draw down all the rectifications that are drawn down in this entire month. And as is known from the words of our sages, that at first the writing is drawn down, and its continuation until Yom Kippur, when the sealing begins. And the completion of the sealing is on Hoshana Rabbah and Shemini Atzeret. And in the aforementioned saying of Rabbeinu, it seems to be explained that this is what our sages said. Completely righteous people are immediately written and sealed for life. Although the main choice to understand on one's own is only for the greatest of the great, who are in the aspect of Moshe who added one day from his own mind, yet even among simple people, there is something of this sort. This is the main root of the choice of each one. And for this reason, the Admor warns so much to cry out to God for the rectification of counsels. And so it is understood from the oral words of Maharanat that I heard on this matter, that for this reason also the holy Rosh Hashanah after his passing, to travel to Uman, he did not reveal explicitly. Regarding our gathering on the holy days of Rosh Hashanah, he once said to his son, Rabbi Yitzchak, in this language, I hope that the matter will be fulfilled until the coming of the righteous Redeemer. But nevertheless, who knows, God forbid, what will pass in this? Perhaps, God forbid, they will prevent and not allow in any way to come there. I say to you that you should always be an Uman on Rosh Hashanah, and on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, stand even in the marketplace, in any place from which one can see his holy gravesite, and say there the 10 Psalms, and afterwards pray there in Uman on Rosh Hashanah, even in some side room of a study hall, and so you shall conduct yourself all the days of your life. He also once said about the journey to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, if the way there were covered with knives, I would crawl on my hands and feet to get there for Rosh Hashanah. I will present what I heard from my father in the name of Maharanat, that he found no clear ruling and judgment, except in three things: the obligation to learn the poskim every single day, and the obligation of prayer and supplication to innovate in it every day according to what he is going through, and the obligation of gathering the souls on Rosh Hashanah to the place of his holy burial. Rabbi Avraham, although he lived all year in the land of Israel, had a responsibility for those coming to Rosh Hashanah of Rabbanu, to Uman, more than those who lived in the vicinity of Uman. He knew them all and made it his business to see if they all came for Rosh Hashanah. One year, Rabbi Baruch of Berdichev did not bring his son, Rabbi Yochanan, to the gathering of our community in Uman for Rosh Hashanah, even though his son urged him greatly to take him with him. For Rabbi Baruch was afraid that the police would catch him on the way, because he was a deserter from the army. When he came to Uman, Rabbi Avraham immediately asked him, "Where is your son Yochanan?" He answered him that he did not bring him for the aforementioned reason. Rabbi Avraham told him, "A pity, for if you had brought him, you would have fulfilled such a lofty thing as the binding that Avraham bound his son Yitzchak." When Rabbi Baruch heard this, he regretted it and was very heartbroken that he did not stand up to the test of taking his young son, who wanted to come and pray with our community on Rosh Hashanah. Rabbi Avraham only said one word to him, and he already received it and began to shed tears. On Rosh Hashanah 1914, a certain distinguished old man came to the gathering of our community, and Rabbi Levi Yitzchak noticed Rabbi Avraham approach him and ask him, "Where were you last Rosh Hashanah?" The old man gave him some excuse. Rabbi Avraham replied and said to him, "That is a loss that does not return." And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was then amazed at this quality of Rabbi Avraham, to inquire and ask after the welfare of the members of our community, and especially to inquire and receive the elders. His conduct and conversations. Eating. Rabbanu forbade eating onions, but Rabbi Avraham said regarding green onions that Rabbanu did not mean them, but only when they still have their white hairs, for then they have no sharpness at all. But the onion grows very fast, and it could be that today it is still permissible to eat, but tomorrow it is not. And if they eat today, they will also eat tomorrow. Rabbi Avraham would often stay as a guest at the home of Rabbi Shmuel Meir Anshin. There was a time when he stayed in his house for a period of half a year. Mrs. Fruma, the wife of Rabbi Shmuel Meir Anshin, would emphasize and recount in his praise his blessings over food and the depth of his holy and pure thoughts. How he would say each and every blessing with deliberation, and in the grace after meals, he would exert himself very much to concentrate well. He would grasp the flesh between his eyes and almost tear it out from the intensity of his concentration and the swaying of his head to the sides. With each and every word, he would tilt his head to a different side and press his fingers into his eyes with his eyes closed. The room adjacent to the study hall was used for eating during the rest of the year. Once when Rabbi Avraham entered to eat a little hard bread soaked in lukewarm water due to great poverty, he saw those present standing without anything to soak their bread in. He turned and said to them, "Well, surely there is a test of wealth and a test of poverty, but nevertheless a poor man will be higher there. A rich man who is an upright person is good, but the poor man, after all, ate hard bread and a little water, and surely his greatness is even more." In his old age, when he had his intestinal illness, he was then forced to wash his hands several times a day for a meal. His meal consisted of dipping a little hard bread in hot water. He could not eat much, and he would bless with great intention. Our community members said in his praise that God enjoyed his grace after meals so much that he made him hungry so that he could hear him bless the grace after meals again and again. He would bless and emphasize each and every word with grace, with mercy, and with wonderful pleasantness. Rabbi Moshe Chenstokover related that he once decided to travel from Uman to teach in a certain yeshiva. However, on his journey, after having already traveled about 100 kilometers, when he remembered the grace after meals with the intention and enthusiasm that he used to hear from Rabbi Avraham, he said to himself with pain, "Will I no longer merit to hear grace after meals with such intention?" Due to the great pain this thought caused him, he changed his mind about his journey and returned to Uman. He said that a person at the age of 40 who still does not know which foods are good for his body and which are harmful to him is worse than an animal. For an animal remembers that in this place a dog bit it and it flees from there. It turns out that the animal is wiser than him. Rabbi Shachna related that once when Rabbi Avraham came to Nemirov, he entered the house of Rabbi Yaakov of the forest. As is known, Rabbi Avraham suffered from an intestinal illness, and therefore he asked the lady of the house if she had any food. She did not know that the one standing before her was Rabbi Avraham. She answered him, "We have no food in the middle of the week," and he left. When Rabbi Yaakov later came to his house, his wife told him that some Jew had been there and asked for some food. When Rabbi Yaakov understood that it was Rabbi Avraham, he was very pained by the matter, to the point that he went in bitterness and apologized to him for this. Rabbi Avraham was so occupied in searching for everyone, even at the end of his life. Faith in discourses. Once they spoke with him about the fact that Maharanat asks in Likutei Tefillot, "Give me faith." Did he not have faith? He said, with these great ones, their faith was in depth. Their faith was situated in all their limbs. For us, although we have faith in God, in Rabbanu, it is external, it is not in depth. And so, when the story of Rabbi Yudel was once told, who argued with someone about the greatness of Rabbanu, it seemed to the listeners that the faith that the members of our community who are attached to the light of Rabbanu have today is greater than the faith in Rabbanu that the disciples of Rabbanu had, to the point that they asked him himself about this. He answered and said, "The faith that the disciples of Rabbanu had in Rabbanu was much more in depth than the faith we have in Rabbanu today. We say it with our mouths, it is only external. But they believed in depth, and the sign is that it made them different people." Once Rabbi Avraham was traveling in the winter in a wagon with several people, and they were hungry and also cold. They came to an inn whose owner was not very observant. He gave them food and drink and a place to warm up. Rabbi Avraham said that it was a pity the owner had no faith, because faith is the perfection of charity. He said, when the evil inclination wants to take a person's time, it says to him, "I will give you money for the time." So for money, he gives up his time. Afterwards, it takes the money, and the person is left without time and without money, with nothing. He said about the troubles and sufferings in the physical world that a person goes through, this world is not worth letting out even one sigh for it. Because in relation to the great light of the Torah and the Tzaddikim, and in contrast to the coming world to come, all the sufferings of this world and its pains and its troubles are nothing. Once when he was conversing about the futility of those who chase after the vanities of the world, whose whole lives are bitter as wormwood, he said, "The vanities of the world are like a bitter pill coated with honey. If one only licks, there is still sweetness, but if one bites, it becomes very bitter." Once Rabbi Avraham was walking in Uman, in an area where there were magnificent villas and the streets were decorated. A young man from our community accompanied him. Suddenly, Rabbi Avraham turned to him and asked him, "What are you thinking about? Where are your thoughts flying?" Apparently, he noticed that he was looking around a little, and immediately he rebuked him and cut him off from his thoughts. He told a parable of a man who was sentenced to death. He was already handed over to the executioner and was seated in a wagon with horses together with the executioner who was carrying out the sentence. This man sentenced to judgment knows that there is no longer any escape or refuge to be saved from the decree. He sees the wagon with the horses traveling, going and approaching the place of execution, and they do not stop or rest even for a moment. Every moment he gets closer to the place of execution. But one thing he does not know, how much time his journey will take, whether a year or a day or an hour. However, he sees with certainty that he is getting closer to this bitter end. Now, if he were to see some comedy show, surely his heart would not dare to go to it. So too is the lesson for every person. Every person knows that in the end, he will have to die. The two horses are the day and the night, which run and fly and rush, and do not stop for the blink of an eye. The only unknown is whether his day is near, or if he still has more to live. But he is certainly approaching his death. And if so, it is fitting that he should prepare provisions for the journey and not be distracted by all the kinds of foolish games of desires from remembering to prepare provisions for himself. A parable of people on whom a judgment was decreed, that they should be cast into a deep pit surrounded by partitions so that they cannot look out at the beautiful wide world. Their sustenance that is given to them is from the sewage water that flows out of the city. They delight in the leftovers thrown from the king's palace. They stand and search and find their small pieces of intestines. Now one of them found a large piece, and his friend is envious of him that he did not merit and found only a small piece. And because of this, his heart is constricted within him, and he is pinched by the fact that his friend has a larger piece than him. The Tzaddik stands and looks at them with pity, how they belittle themselves and think there is nothing better than this. And they do not see or taste the good that is in the king's palace. But the Tzaddik does not rest, and is constantly searching for counsels on how to take them out of this pit, and to give them a taste of the good, of the delight of pleasures that they too can merit to enjoy in this world. Practices and guidance. Rabbeinu loved the commentary Ber Haitev on the Shulchan Aruch, and Rabbi Avraham said that it is a rule in learning the Ber Haitev that whichever halakhic authority, the Ber Haitev, concludes his words with, that is his opinion in halakha. He fulfilled Rabbeinu's command to learn the Shulchan Aruch as required. Not only did he learn one halakha, but he would learn many, many halachot. From his extensive learning, he was proficient in the Shulchan Aruch with its commentaries by heart. Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen related that he once stood behind Rabbi Avraham during his secluded prayer. It seems it was at the Tziyun of Rabbeinu. He heard his supplications and requests, and he repeated several times, Master of the universe, and where does one get faith that every word and every sigh and every groan are not lost? You know that without faith, they are worth nothing. And so he poured out his talk and supplication on the matter of faith and cried without stopping. Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim said that Rabbi Avraham's supplications then penetrated deep into his heart, and he would never forget them. And he learned much from this on how to speak and what to speak during secluded prayer. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related, with my own eyes I merited to see Rabbi Avraham when he stood and spoke his heart to God at the Holy Sion. It was like a man speaking to his friend, literally. Such closeness to God, such closeness to the Tzaddik as I saw with my own eyes with Rabbi Avraham cannot be described. He so refined his speech that he spoke to God as a man speaks to his friend. Once I noticed him leaving the Holy Sion, but he immediately re-entered and continued his speech. He seemed like someone who still had something to say, and he left and continued to speak fluently as a man speaks to his friend. Rabbi Moshe Shmuel Levin served Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman at the end of his life and accompanied him everywhere he went. Once when he brought him to the Tziyun of Rabbeinu, he heard him praying and saying from the depths of his heart, Master of the universe, help me to fall in love with you, to fear you. And so he repeated many times. There were those who said that if a person has no words in secluded prayer, he should say Likutei Tefillot. Rabbi Avraham did not agree with them in any way. Rather, secluded prayer is simply to sit for an hour before God and speak with him, even if he has no words, for this is the true will of Rabbeinu. He would say, the main intention in secluded prayer, according to Rabbeinu's command, is that a person must sit for a full hour continuously, even if he has no words. He should be very insistent on this, and over time, through this itself, God helps him and illuminates for him the secluded prayer. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related that he once traveled together with Rabbi Avraham by train to Berdichev. The train would stop in Kazatin, near Berdichev, and they would wait there for a while, and in the morning they would continue to Berdichev. At the train station in Kazatin, thousands of people were waiting. Rabbi Avraham immediately found a corner and began to speak words there to God. While Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was standing idly, Rabbi Avraham turned to him and said, Why do you keep your mouth shut? A mouth is like a flour mill. If it doesn't grind, it loses flour. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related that they saw in Rabbi Avraham that nothing prevented him from turning at any moment to God. And so, when they entered the train, he again found himself a side place up there and turned his back and continued to speak to God. For he had properly received from Rabbeinu the virtue and value of speaking to God, to the point that he could not leave off speaking even for a short moment. They saw on him that nothing could interrupt his cleaving to God. It made no difference to him whether he was in the synagogue or walking in the street, or at a train station or on a train. Nothing separated him from God. In every place, and even when he sat with people, he spoke with God. A holy person who has no foolishness and is divested of them is connected to God. Rabbi Mordecai Glinick related that he heard from one of our community members that when Rabbi Avraham once stayed in the city of Lublin, in Poland, on one of his journeys, he taught before the members of our community there from the holy book Sipurei Ma'asiot. After his lesson, one of them invited him to come and eat the morning Shabbos meal with him. When he entered the house with him, he said, "See, Rabbanu has established for us a new prayer, secluded prayer, and just as with prayer, it is my custom not to eat before I have poured out my speech before him." The host apologized that his house was small and he had no room for secluded prayer. Rabbi Avraham answered him, "I do not need a special room. My intention was that you should not wait for me with the meal." And while speaking, he turned with the chair to the wall and did secluded prayer, cleaving himself to God and pouring out his heart before him, without being confused or disturbed by the fact that he was in a stranger's house. After an hour, he turned to eat with him. He said, "Rabbanu forbade us to look at and learn from the book, Guide for the Perplexed, and to engage in philosophical inquiries. However, a person who does not fulfill the counsel of secluded prayer, according to the words of Rabbanu, his evil inclination learns Guide for the Perplexed with him by heart. For by secluding oneself and pouring out one's speech before God, a true, pure, and clean faith is engraved in him, and he is saved from inquiries and doubts." Once, Rabbi Avraham was in the middle of the road, and suddenly he was aroused to cry out to God. As is known, Rabbanu says that when a person is aroused to God in a certain place, he should remain there, because if he moves from his place, his arousal may cease. Therefore, Rabbi Avraham entered a certain barrel there and began to cry out to God, strengthening. Rabbi Avraham once said about what Maharanat said, that it is worthwhile for a person to live 70 years in this world with all the suffering and troubles, even if the person does not manage to do any proper and good deed, but only that he refrains from one less evil thought. This is already worthwhile. And Rabbi Avraham would conclude on this and say, "Who is talking? For one more good thought, it is certainly worthwhile. Because all the more so when one merits to snatch some mitzvah and good deed in the world, it is certainly worthwhile, for it is impossible to measure at all the great virtue of every mitzvah and good deed that one merits to snatch here in this world." He once said, based on what is explained in the writings of the Ari, that karet, excision, and keter, crown, are the same letters, that there is in this a great hint and a wonderful awakening for a person. For behold, when a person reaches the level of karet, which alludes to the ultimate descent, even so, if he strengthens himself and stands his ground and does not despair, but despite this continues to long and pray to God and hope for the good, the combination of the letters karet will be reversed for him to keter, which alludes to the ultimate ascent. And in the aspect of what our sages said, that through repentance from love, sins become like merits, and also the opposite, that even though a person is at the ultimate level and in the sephira of keter, nevertheless, with a slight movement, he can fall to the depths of the great abyss and be cut off. And what is it that protects and guards a person from falling from keter to karet? Only the true tzaddik, that is, to nullify oneself to him, and this is what will guard and protect the person. A parable of fighters in a battle against the enemy. The fighter stands and sees that every moment another person standing next to him falls until the arrows literally reach his own place, and he does not know how to save himself. And from great fear, he has no strength to hold the sword to fight anymore, due to the fear and weakness of mind that he has. However, the other soldiers strengthen each other not to despair and fall, but to strengthen themselves to defend themselves, and not to give in to the enemy, and not to surrender to the enemy, lest the enemy come to seek him. So too, it is very necessary to have much strengthening due to the great danger in this world. At every moment, the evil inclination grabs a person until they can fall, and there is no counsel but to strengthen oneself, at least to defend oneself, not to let go, but to hold on to the weapon and fight with him, and not to surrender oneself under the enemy who wants to cut him off from his two worlds. but to hold on against him and to escape from him with whatever strength he can. I also heard from the great Gaon, Rabbi Mordecai, the righteous judge of the holy community of Sokolov, who heard from Rabbi Avraham on the aforementioned matter, that we see that every generation diminishes in Torah, service, and fear of heaven. If so, how will the redemption come in their days if it did not come in the earlier generations who were awesome, righteous men, true servants of God? And he answered in this language, seemingly the words of our sages in Tractate Sota are difficult, where they said, since the temple was destroyed, the companions were ashamed. Upon whom can we rely? Upon our Father in heaven. Since the temple was destroyed, the wise men were ashamed. Upon whom can we rely? In the footsteps of the Messiah, upon whom can we rely? And what are they telling us with this? It would be proper for our sages to inform us of the counsel. And what is the counsel? This we know even without this, that we have no one to rely on. But the matter is so. There is an arousal from above, from God himself in his mercy. And there is an arousal from below, from our service of Torah and fear of heaven. And in our many sins we go down with each generation, and each generation is worse in every way than the previous generation. But God goes and reveals his kindness with a greater revelation. For this is the essence of his greatness, for greatness is kindness, as is known, that God leads the world more beautifully each time. And therefore, the Tana recounts in these Mishnayot how the generations are diminishing in our many sins. But the counsel for this is the arousal from above, which is the mercy of God, which is increasing. And on the contrary, the worse the generation is, the greater the mercy. And this is what the Tana concludes. Upon whom can we rely? For our arousal from below is diminishing. And they answered, upon our Father in heaven, meaning upon the arousal from above of his mercy, which is increasing. And the worse and sicker one is, the greater the mercy upon him. As for example, when God saw the mercy that was upon the people of the world in the days of the generation of the flood, he sent them Noah, and afterwards he sent Abraham our father. And in Egypt, when they were at the lowest level in the 49 gates of impurity, his mercy was aroused and he sent them a faithful shepherd, Moshe Rabbeinu, to redeem them. And so afterwards, at the destruction of the temple, his mercy was aroused and he sent them Ezra the scribe, who was worthy that the Torah should be given through him, had not Moshe preceded him. And at the destruction of the second temple, he had mercy on us. He established for us the holy lamp, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, and so in every generation. And afterwards, the spark of the redemption began in the days of the holy Eri. And afterwards, his mercy was aroused for the generations that were diminishing. And he established the holy Baal Shem Tov and his circle. And afterwards, when the hearts were further diminished in the days of our Rebbe, when the light of the Baal Shem Tov began to set, the mercy of God was greatly aroused, and he sent our holy Rebbe, who said that he had already prepared vessels for our righteous Messiah, and said that from him there would be no more novelties until our righteous Messiah, who will come speedily in our days, and there will be a complete redemption. And behold, this matter is a wonderful path of strengthening for the redemption of every person in a private way. When a person sees that he is constantly going down, he should know and believe that nevertheless everything he continues to do on his own to bring himself closer to God and does not see benefit, and on the contrary, then the mercy of God is greater upon him and more, until sometimes when a person is at the lowest level, then a very great mercy is aroused upon him until he can emerge from his exile and merit a complete redemption. And behold, this parable is very useful for the matter of the service of God, prayer and secluded prayer, and in the matter of breaking desires and character traits, that even though he has already toiled for so many years and has done what he has done, and it seems to him that he has not yet accomplished anything, nevertheless, he should strengthen himself to continue to do his part until he finishes. And so in the matter of livelihood, as our sages said, 3 things require strengthening. Midnight Lament, Tikkun Shatzo. He looked forward with longing eyes to 3 things: to the time of midnight, for he was careful to rise and awaken before the exact point of midnight, and then to the time of putting on the tallis for prayer, and to the receiving of Shabbat, for which he would wait in the synagogue with an hour of secluded prayer. And he said, a person needs to wait for three things. A person needs to wait for midnight, he needs to wait for Shabbat, and he needs to wait to be able to put on the tallis. Rabbi Avraham would awaken every single night for Shatso without a clock. He was diligent to rise even before the point of midnight, as explained in the Zohar about the praise of one who is awake at the very point of midnight. Due to his great poverty, he did not even have an alarm clock. No rain, snow, or any obstacle stopped him, due to his holy and pure feeling for the virtue of rising at midnight to serve God. He would then engage extensively in secluded prayer, and would shorten the liturgical poems and lamentations of Tikkun Shasot, saying only the 10 Psalms in order to do secluded prayer during the 2 hours of midnight. Rabbi Moshe Glickman wrote, Rabbi Avraham would say, how can a person say he is going to sleep? One should only say he is going to have secluded prayer. And if he sleeps, he is under duress, and one under duress is exempt. And this we saw when he would lie down to sleep. Even though there were people in the room, he would turn his face to the wall and would have secluded prayer until he fell asleep. And it was his custom that before sleeping, he would place next to his bed 2 vessels, one vessel full of water and another empty vessel. He would sleep a little, and when he woke up, he would wash his hands and immediately have secluded prayer. This was so every night until the morning. In the morning, the vessel of water was empty, and the second vessel was full of water. And this was in his old age, in his weakness. But in his youth, he would rise every single night at midnight and would go to the mikvah, even in the winter in the great cold, and the mikvah was very cold. It is known that despite this, he did not refrain from it, and he had very, very great alacrity. Afterwards, he would go to the Holy Tziyun and would be there all night until the morning and would pray with great arousal and enthusiasm. So I heard from Rabbi Ze'ev of Uman, who told me that it was his custom to go with him together to the mikvah and then to the Holy Tziyun. He also told me that several times Rabbi Avraham would tell him immediately upon arriving at the Holy Tziyun to go to his house because his heart was inflamed to speak words before God, and he did not want him to hear. Also on the high holy days in the days of Elul, he was very careful to rise every night at midnight, and especially on the first night of Rosh Hashanah, for then is judgment, and our holy Rebbe says, at midnight I will rise to give thanks to you for your righteous judgments, that the sweetening of the judgments is through midnight. Therefore he was very careful on the first night of Rosh Hashanah to rise at the very point of midnight. And so Fruma, the wife of Rabbi Shmuel Meir Enshin, related that when Rabbi Avraham stayed in their home for half a year, he would prepare a bucket full of water and an empty bucket. And although he would sleep only half the night until midnight, they would hear him groaning all the time, and he would fall asleep and wake up intermittently. And every time he woke up, he would wash his hands as in the morning, until when he rose at midnight, the full bucket was empty, and the empty bucket was full. Rabbi Hirsch Lieb recounted that Rabbi Ze'ev told him that on the way to the mikvah, there were 2 hills with a deep valley between them. To prevent people from falling, a bridge was built. Rabbi Avraham, whose eyesight was poor, was afraid he would fall, so he went with Rabbi Ze'ev, leaning on him so as not to fall. Sometimes when they came to the Tziyun, Rabbi Avraham would ask, Ze'ev, go, I want to pour out my heart, so that he would leave and return after 3 hours. Rabbi Ze'ev thought, I have found a good deal. He went and hid among the tombstones. When Rabbi Avraham opened the door and went out to see that he had gone, he did not see him and thought he was truly not there. He hears Rabbi Avraham repeating and saying, Rebbe, I am cold as ice, I am dull. Rebbe, frozen, constricted. And so he cried out a lot until it was open for him. Once, one of our community members argued with Rabbi Avraham regarding the matter of rising for Shatso. The other said that it is more correct to rise earlier, towards dawn, and to be awake until after the prayer, than to rise at midnight and return to sleep and rise again for prayer. He did not agree with his opinion in any way because Rabbanu warned to rise specifically at midnight, and therefore if the matter is difficult, one should awaken specifically at midnight and say the tikkun and engage in Torah then as much as he can. And afterwards he should return to sleep and rise to pray at its proper time. even though by doing so, he will miss the Vatican prayer at sunrise. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak related that for a whole winter, he slept with Rabbi Avraham in the same room. After he rose for Shatso and was awake for the 2 hours of midnight, he returned to sleep until before the time of prayer. Half of the room was covered with snow, and the whole room was full of ice. There was nothing to cover themselves with, and it was difficult to fall asleep, because in the cold, it is difficult to fall asleep. And yet they lay down. Their feet froze and stuck to the bench. Midnight lament, tikkun shatso, and practices. One of our community members claimed before him that he is unable to rise at midnight and prefers to rise at 3 o'clock in order to be alert during the day. He told him that it is worthwhile even to sleep during the day. The main thing is to rise at midnight. And he said, it is worthwhile to give away the whole day in order to be awake at midnight. He also said that one should even sleep a whole night from 7 in the evening until 7 in the morning in order to get used to sleeping earlier to rise at midnight. For a person who is accustomed to sleeping late, when he wants to accustom himself to sleeping earlier, he may lie in bed for a long time until he falls asleep. And because he falls asleep late, he only wakes up at 7 in the morning. It turns out that he wastes so much time for this, and yet it is worthwhile. But in truth, it has already been brought what Rabbi Avraham said, that when a person goes to sleep, he should do secluded prayer, as he himself practiced. He would say about the 2 counsels of midnight lament and secluded prayer, if we had come into the world for no other reason than to hear these 2 counsels from Rabbeinu, it would have been enough for us. This was due to their great importance and precious value. He would repeat and review before his listeners that these 2 holy practices are 2 holy vessels and precious counsels through which one can receive the light of Rabbeinu's holiness as they truly are. He said, by 2 witnesses a matter is established, meaning by 2 things, midnight lament and secluded prayer. The matter of our drawing close to Rabbeinu is established. He would say, every shatso that I merit to snatch in this world is my comfort, my hope, my cure, my wealth, and it will remain with me forever. Also, on Saturday night, there were those who would prolong the Melave Malka meal for several hours, singing all the hymns with pleasantness, melodies, and dances, with words from Rabbeinu until close to midnight. Then at midnight, they would say Tikkun Shatso and go to sleep. Rabbi Avraham's opinion was that even then one should go to sleep earlier. His student, Rabbi Yisrael Cohen, said about this, we have only the words of the son of Amram, meaning there is no other way but to behave like Rabbi Avraham, not to pass a single night without sleeping early, and to specifically rise from sleep for Shatso, as was the custom of our community members for all generations, up to Rabbeinu and Maharanat. Rabbi Nachman Burstein wrote that he heard from Rabbi Gedalia Berger that Rabbi Avraham once spoke awesomely about the great necessity of the practice of rising for Shatso. Afterwards, Gedalia said to him with a sigh, what shall I do? For it is very difficult for me to rise for Shatso. Rabbi Avraham told him, rise after Shatso, that is also good. He answered him, that is also difficult for me. Rabbi Avraham told him, rise at least before dawn. He answered, I rise with difficulty to pray. He said to him, if so, guard the day for yourself. And it seems, he told him, the evil inclination strikes you at night. You strike it during the day. Rabbi Moshe Glickman writes in a letter to Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz, I saw Rabbi Avraham in a dream. He drew me close and sat me next to him and showed me many books and told me that he merited to produce all these books because he would rise at midnight. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was initially drawn to Rabbi Shimshon Barsky. At the Melave Malka meal on Saturday nights, they would gather at his house singing hymns together, with Rabbi Shimshon speaking words of encouragement. After Rabbi Levi Yitzchak had been there for a few weeks, upon returning from Rabbi Shimshon's house to the study hall, where he slept on the benches like the other young men, as he was about to go to sleep, his friend Rabbi Yisrael Cohen, who had already been drawn to Rabbi Avraham, woke him up. Rabbi Yisrael had quickly received all the importance of rising from sleep at midnight for the service of God, as our community members had always practiced. Thus, Rabbi Yisrael began to argue with him that one must go to sleep early also on Saturday night in order to rise for Chasso, while Rabbi Levi Yitzchak tried to describe to him the pleasantness that was at Rabbi Shimshon's. This continued until Rabbi Yisrael went to his work and Rabbi Levi Yitzchak went to sleep. In his dream, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak sees Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, Rabbi Avraham's father, eating. As is known, Rabbi Nachman ate a lot. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak looked at him with amazement. Rabbi Nachman turned to him and said, "If you have no feeling for my Avraham, do you want to have a feeling for me?" When Rabbi Levi Yitzchak awoke, he understood that he was being hinted from above to draw close to Rabbi Avraham, and then he recognized that he was a completely different matter. Once, on the anniversary of Rabbi Avraham's death, several of our community members gathered and held a meal in his memory. However, they prolonged his praise so much that their night schedule was disrupted, and they could not rise afterwards to perform the Tikkun Shatso properly. Several important members of our community later commented to them about this, that this was certainly not the will of that righteous man, who, as is known, was most particular about rising for Shatso. Indeed, the following year they gathered together after rising for Shatso, and they sat for a conversation among friends to speak of his memory and praise. And indeed, the words were very enthusiastic. On heresy and worldly desires, he once said about one of the great figures of previous generations who taught secular wisdom and knew many languages, and became a great advisor to the king in his country and merited 2 tables, both worldly and spiritual success. He was the medal of the evil inclination which it showed to everyone. Because of this, many of our people were drawn to engage in philosophy and to learn secular wisdom and languages in his manner, and became heretics as a result. For he was truly a righteous man and learned so much in holiness. Therefore, he was able to bring the foreign wisdoms and languages into holiness. But others need to reflect well on themselves if they have the strength to enter this danger and utilize them in holiness. He said regarding the study of the book More Nevuchim, or Guide for the Perplexed, that in practice, from what we have seen over the generations, 99 out of 100 that we found and saw studying this book, we saw where they deteriorated. We have not yet met 1 out of 100 of them who improved his deeds through this book. Once Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim had a severe toothache, and he told Rabbi Avraham that he felt the pain was reaching his brain. Rabbi Avraham told him, the brain must be guarded. He explained to him that even in physical matters, one can ensure and guard that the pain does not reach the brain. Discourses and parables. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak heard Rabbi Avraham, while saying Shir HaShirim on Erev Shabbat, that he felt very strongly and repeated several times the words, "I held him and would not let him go." They noticed he awaited 3 things with longing eyes: the time of midnight, as he was careful to rise and awaken before the exact moment of midnight, then the time for putting on the talit for prayer, and for receiving the Shabbat, for which he would already be in the synagogue, waiting for the arrival of Shabbat with an hour of secluded prayer. He said, a person must wait for 3 things. A person must wait for midnight, he must wait for Shabbat, and he must wait to be able to put on the talit. Once on a Shabbat night after prayer, one of our community members asked Rabbi Avraham to pray for a sick person he had in his house. Rabbi Avraham told him, now through the point of Shabbat, meaning through the matters of Shabbat like the Kiddush and the hymns of Shabbat, one can affect the healing of the sick person. Rabbi Shimshon Barsky used to speak about the service of God on Shabbat night after the evening prayer. Rabbi Avraham said about this that it is brought in the writings of the Ari that one receives the light of the holiness of Shabbat through the Kiddush over wine. Therefore, it is not proper to delay it, but one must hasten immediately after the prayer to make Kiddush over the wine. Rabbi Avraham once spent a certain Shabbat in the city of Brisk and was hosted by a certain Hasid who finished his prayer in the late afternoon hours. When he began to sing the Shabbat hymns, he became very enthusiastic with the words, "I will arrange the meal on Shabbat morning," and repeated several times the words, "on Shabbat morning." Rabbi Avraham hinted to him with his witty language, "Is it now Shabbat morning? It is already the time of twilight now." Rabbi Avraham once explained the words in the hymn, Asadir Lisiudata. The master will ascend greatly above his religion and take his consort who was separate. This is based on what is explained in the words of Rabbanu, that the more that Tzaddik ascends, the more he reveals the mercy of God that exists in the world, even for the lowest of the low. Therefore, that Tzaddik can bring everyone in Israel close, whoever they may be, because he reveals the glory of God which exists even in the least of Israel. And this is, the Master will ascend greatly, that the Master and the Tzaddik ascends from level to level, and through this, and he takes his consort who was separate, he is able to elevate those who are low and far from God. He reveals to them that God is with them and near them, even as they are. And through this, the unification of the Holy One and his Shekinah is made. Regarding what is said in the Shabbat hymns in the song, "Because I Keep the Shabbat," the version states, "It is a day of honor, it is a day of delights. Those who mourn on it and are sad are pushed away." And similarly, below, "He who performs work on it, his end is to be cut off." He said that this is not the proper language to sing, because one does not sing in any hymns about punishments and sufferings. Rather, one must sing and praise the fulfillment of the mitzvah of Shabbat. Therefore, he would say and sing, "Those who rejoice in it attain joy, and those who are idle on it, or those who rest on it, their end is for a remnant." When Rabbi Avraham was on Shabbat in cities that had an eruv, such as Berdichev and the like, he would rely on it and carry objects. In Berdichev, Rabbi Baruch of Berdichev would check the eruv there every Erev Shabbat, festivals and livelihood. Once, Rabbi Avraham did not want people to eat with him on the Seder night, and he ate at the home of a certain host. Later, they asked that host about Rabbi Avraham's conduct on the Seder night, and he related that he cried a great deal. Rabbeinu, Moharanat, and Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin did not eat gebruks, matzah soaked in water. Towards the end of his life, Rabbi Avraham, because his intestinal illness worsened and he could not chew, annulled his vow not to eat gebruks. When machine-made matzah came into the world, he said, "This is a joy for me." Apparently, this was because it would be possible to supply matzah to all Jews in all corners of the world and prevent them from the prohibition of leavened bread. Rabbi Avraham said, "The fear that was with Rabbeinu on the first night of Rosh Hashanah is impossible to describe. There was such fear. They were afraid to lift their heads. Their faces were full of fear and awe of God." He said metaphorically, a Shabbat that begins on the night after Rosh Hashanah is an additional Rosh Hashanah. During the grace after meals at the concluding meal before Yom Kippur, Rabbi Avraham would say it with many cries and copious tears. This was also seen with other members of our community. Rabbi Elazar Mordecai Rosenfeld wrote that Rabbi Avraham once sat with our community members on the eve of Yom Kippur, and they ate the concluding meal. When they finished, he told them a story that was once told before Moharanat, that the Rav of Berdichev said, "When the holy days of the high holy days come, my back aches from the terror and fear of the day of judgment." And Moharanat said about this, "How much must it ache when one doesn't feel that it's aching?" And the Rav of Berdichev added, "When the eve of Yom Kippur comes towards nightfall, even the fish in the sea tremble from the terror of the day of judgment." Rabbi Avraham told this with great fear, and a great terror fell upon the members of our community who heard his words. He said, "What is the reason the festival of Sukkot is called the time of our rejoicing more than other festivals?" He explained, "Because on the festival of Pesach, our joy was not yet complete, because we had not yet received the Torah. And on Shavuot, when we had already received the Torah, our joy was marred by the sin of the golden calf that they committed afterwards. And only on the festival of Sukkot, when we had already received the second tablets on the day after Yom Kippur, and they were not broken or flawed again. For this reason, the festival is called by the name, the time of our rejoicing, because then our joy was complete." On the 8th day of Chanukah, they would gather in Uman at the house of Rabbi Shimshon Barsky, and sometimes Rabbi Avraham would come to sit with them. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak recounted that Rabbi Avraham once spoke on the 15th of Shavat about the significance of this day. He said that the 15th of Shavat corresponds to the aspect of the pupil of the eye, for the 4 seasons correspond to the eyeballs, and the season of Tevet corresponds to the pupil of the eye. The middle of the season of Tevet is the 15th of Shavat, and therefore it alludes most to the aspect of the pupil of the eye. He elaborated on this subject, but the content has been forgotten. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman would say, one of the ways of the evil inclination to make a person fall and lose him in both worlds, to the point of losing his life, is to give a person money. Then from his great preoccupation with money and his desire to become richer and richer, this person already gives him willingly and with desire the best of his years, his time, and his strength. Afterwards, the evil inclination also takes the money from him, and thus he is cut off from both worlds and is left naked and destitute in both physical and spiritual matters. Therefore, a person needs to weigh his paths and be very, very careful not to deviate even a hair's breadth from the path of the Torah and the imprint of the will for more and more Torah, at the time when the light of success shines for him, and to implore God much that his wealth should not turn him from the path of Judaism, and that he should merit through his money to distribute much to charity and to support and sustain Torah learners, until the merit of the many depends on him through his wealth. After the wedding of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, when he began to worry about his livelihood, he asked Rabbi Avraham whether to engage in something for a living, such as being a teacher, or to engage in Torah and prayer and be supported by patrons of the Torah. Rabbi Avraham told him that this question was already asked by someone to Moharanat, and he answered him with a parable. A certain king once said to his loyal friend, "As a token of appreciation for your deeds, I give you permission that in this day, for such and such a short time, I give you permission to enter my treasury, and whatever you manage to take from my great treasury is yours." This friend of the king went and prepared for himself large bags for the appointed day. He came to the king's treasury at the appointed time, and as the king had promised, he was allowed to enter and collect as he wished. Now from his great preparation for this sublime time, he forgot to eat. In the middle of the collection time, he became very, very hungry, to the point that he feared for his life. He understood that if he now thought about a proper meal, he would lose from his very, very short time and would lose a great fortune. He immediately bit into some piece of bread he found and continued with haste, while chewing, to collect more and more pearls. When hunger struck him again, he quickly snatched another bite of the piece of bread and continued again with his speed to collect and gather more precious pearls. Moharanat concluded and said to him, "If the Torah is as important to you as precious stones and pearls, and even when you are hungry you will not be too particular, but will quickly snatch some piece of bread into your mouth and continue with diligence in the study of Torah like the collector of pearls, then it is right that you should sit only on Torah and service as you wish, for this is what is called Torah is his trade. But if not, go engage in a trade and fix and steal times for Torah." And so Rabbi Avraham also said to Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen related that Rabbi Avraham wittily explained the verse, "You give to them, they gather. You open your hand, they are satisfied with good. That behold, the Holy One arranges all the causes to give a person a livelihood, but the person thinks that it is he who has caused his livelihood and his sustenance." This is what the verse said, "You give to them," meaning God is the one who gives a person strength to succeed in his livelihood, and this is, they gather. However, the person thinks that it is he who is the gatherer and the successful one in his sustenance. But nevertheless, God is merciful, and even though the person thinks and ponders so, God continues to grant him an abundance of his livelihood. And this is, you open your hand, nevertheless, so that they are satisfied with good, even though they think that they, in their efforts, cause their livelihood. Rabbi Shmuel Meir Anshin related that Rabbi Avraham would occasionally receive sums of money from abroad. Once he received a notice from the post office that a sum of money had arrived for him. Rabbi Avraham did not wait, but went immediately in the morning to the post office to receive the money. Rabbi Shmuel Meir asked him, "Rabbi Avraham, why are you going so early? You could go later." Rabbi Avraham answered him, "Rabbanu says that on money that is in the possession of a Gentile, darkness prevails, and when one takes it out from them, and it passes to me, it begins to shine." And therefore he hurried and went early to take it out of their hands so that its true grace would return to them. Once, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was with Rabbi Avraham in the mikveh in Berdikiv. And he saw Rabbi Avraham being very troubled to find the smallest coin that had fallen from him, and he searched for it eagerly. When Rabbi Levi Yitzchak saw that the matter gave him no peace of mind, he took out a similar coin from his hand, picked it up and brought it to him, and he rejoiced over it greatly. When he asked him about this, Rabbi Avraham told him, Rabbenu was very particular not to lose anything. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak then saw how important the money of the righteous is, to the point that it is more beloved to them than their own bodies, as our rabbis said. Rabbi Avraham once entrusted to Rabbi Yisrael Cohen a sum of money that they had collected as a dowry for his daughter. Rabbi Yisrael hid it above the chimney in the clois. After some time, when Rabbi Avraham asked for it back and Rabbi Yisrael went to get it, he saw that it had been burned. With no choice and with a heavy heart, he told this to Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Yisrael was very astonished that he saw no change of sorrow or anguish on his face, and he was not angry with him at all, but loved him and drew him close as before. Character and devotion. Rabbi Avraham was wonderfully quick in all his affairs. In his immersion in the mikveh, he was so quick that young men could not keep up with him. For as is known to all, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was a very quick person, especially in his youth. He related that despite his quickness, when he was once with Rabbi Avraham in the mikveh and immersed himself quickly as was his way, Rabbi Avraham nevertheless preceded him. And even though he was already old, he came out of the mikveh before him and continued with quickness in his holy service. He once said about a certain sharp matter, this ordinance was not established with a prior mikveh immersion. It is said in his name that Rabbi Avraham once spoke of the great importance of upright members of the people of Israel, who desire to serve God, who are tested and afflicted with various sufferings, each with his own suffering. He said, this is the way of the world. If you are a Gentile, you will have peace and tranquility. But if you are a Jew, many troubles will constantly befall you. And if you wish to be only a Jew without fulfilling the commandments, well, you will not suffer much. However, if you desire to be an upright Jew, you will suffer greatly. And if you wish to be a simple, upright Jew, even this suffering will be little compared to the outstanding, upright Jew who desires to elevate himself in Torah and service and to be connected and attached to the great Tzaddikim like Rabbanu and his disciples. And all this is due to the great good that is hidden for the future for those who toil and desire to ascend higher and higher. He once said, a young man needs to have order in his life, but may the enemies of Zion be so. How can a young man have order? Meaning a young man must have order, but nevertheless, due to his service of God with strength and toil, he must also sometimes deviate from the regular order. He said, in the world of chaos, there are no dissents. Rabbi Yitzchak, son of Moharanat, asked his father in which work he should engage, in a post office, in a flour mill, or in a forest. Moharanat answered him, in a post office. Rabbi Avraham said about this, he did not ask him whether to work or not, because that is a matter of self-sacrifice, and Moharanat could not have answered him, because it is impossible to say. He said, after a person does some act with self-sacrifice, he needs to be careful and guard himself so that the obstacles do not overcome him more than before the self-sacrifice. For the evil inclination then lies in wait to incite him and make him fall. As our sages said, the evil inclination leaves the whole world and only instigates against Torah scholars. He would often repeat this saying, a person needs to know that God will surely finish according to his will, even without the person. Our task is that we should merit that God will also finish through us, and that we too should have a share in the completion of the world's rectification. And so he said, God will finish with you as you wish. If not in this incarnation, then in the next incarnation. Therefore, do not be stubborn, and let God finish with you in this incarnation. He said regarding what Rabbanu said, that God leads the world more beautifully each time, that all this is in the generality of his conduct of the world. But in a private way, each one must be careful and tremble from a slap if he does not improve his deeds. It is said in his name that he said, one of the tricks of the evil inclination is to enter into the thoughts of people. And he succeeds in misleading their hearts so much that half of their thoughts they think and reflect and are confused about what happened to them in the past. And the other half they think and reflect and worry and plan what is to come in the future. In the meantime, they lose the present that is flourishing and passing. Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen related that a Jew once entered the synagogue of our community members in the old city of Jerusalem and began to speak about Messiah, son of David, and Messiah, son of Joseph, and other such matters. Our community members told him, "We do not understand these things. Come for Mincha Mariv. There will be a Jew here who understands this, and you can speak with him." When he arrived, they showed him Rabbi Avraham. He approached him and began to speak with him about these matters. Rabbi Avraham looked at him and said to him, "The evil desires that are burning in this fire of evil nature, have you already broken them, that you have these worries?" And Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim concluded that since he who has fear of heaven, his words are heeded, and his voice becomes thunder, the words of Rabbi Avraham entered him, and he was aroused to repentance and drew close to Rabbanu. Rabbi Nachman, Nemirover, was very attached to Rabbi Avraham. When Rabbi Avraham would come to Nemirov, he would stay with him. Once when Rabbi Avraham was staying with him, he went to his work, which was as a secretary. When Rabbi Avraham went in to drink a cup of tea, a girl was wandering around the house. Rabbi Avraham immediately fled outside and went to his place of work and complained to him with pain. "I am asking you, do you leave me with your daughter? You leave me with a girl in the house." He answered him, "Rabbi Avraham, she is a little girl of 3 years old." He answered him, "There have been such stories." Even before he came to the land of Israel, when he lived with his wife in Uman, when guests would come to him for Shabbat, such as Rabbi Yisrael Karduner and Rabbi Ze'ev, known as Rabbi Velvel the Elder, he would persuade his wife, for the sake of holiness, to agree not to sit with them at the table. And so it was. Incidentally, it should be noted that it was Rabbi Avraham who arranged the match for Rabbi Yisrael Karduner with his wife. On holiness, relationships, and health, he once said to his sister Rachel, the wife of Rabbi Yeshiel, who was an outstandingly hospitable woman, "Keep many from within your house." He said to her the word "your house" in the feminine form. And because many guests would come to eat at her house, when her husband, Rabbi Yeshiel, was not present, she should not let other men enter the house. When young married men approached him after their wedding and were ashamed to ask him for guidance in holiness, he said to them, "Children, guard yourselves from forbidden relationships, and in this you will live beautiful years." In Uman, there were about 20 young men whom the army sought to draft. They were hiding in the synagogue and could not go out. Rabbi Avraham said to Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, "You can enlist, they will release you." This was because he had eye problems. He enlisted and they sent him to Kiev and released him. When he returned to Uman and told Rabbi Avraham that they had released him, Rabbi Avraham told him, "Go look for a match. I cannot tell them, for they cannot leave here. You have been released. Go look for a match for yourself. How do you know that your match is in Uman? Go." He was not quiet and traveled with Rabbi Levi Yitzchak to Cherin. On the journey, they took a lot of paper. Perhaps he would want Rabbi Levi Yitzchak to write down his words, because he could not write as he could not see. When they reached the village of Alexandrovka, Rabbi Avraham said to him, "You are a poor young man and you need money to get married. Stay here in the village and see to it that you collect money for your wedding expenses." They later met in the city of Cherin, and he stayed there for Shabbat in the following Tisha B'Av. He sat in the Beit Midrash and engaged in Torah study, and the brother-in-law of the local Rav collected for him a sum of 10 rubles, as it was customary throughout Ukraine to give much charity on the day of Tisha B'Av. Rabbi Avraham, knowing his poverty and his great loneliness without a redeemer or caregiver, as he was far from home, advised him thus, and indeed this advice helped him. When he arrived in Cherin for Shabbat Nechamu, Rabbi Aharon of Kibelich was also there for Shabbat, and he sent a proposal for his daughter for Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. When he told Rabbi Avraham that they were proposing the daughter of Rabbi Aharon to him, Rabbi Avraham said to him, "Aharon has a kosher wife," and Rabbi Levi Yitzchak saw that, although Rabbi Avraham was completely devoted to God, with all that, he knew and recognized everyone. And he also saw from him and from other members of our community whom he asked about the match, that they do not give him explicit advice. Rather, he needed to pray, to understand, and to decide on his own to finalize the match. and so he did. He was a sick man even from his youth. It is not known what his illness was, but he suffered from his intestines and did not take any medicine, only this. He used to refrain from unhealthy foods. It was forbidden for him to eat the soft part of the bread, and he used to remove the soft and fresh part from his bread and exchange it for hard bread. And so he always drank very hot tea because it is good for intestinal illness. But due to poverty, there was no sugar in it. But many words from Rabbeinu, warm as fiery coals, were spoken by his side. For when he would sit to drink the hot tea to alleviate his illness, he would speak of Rabbeinu. Once, one of the daughters of Rabbi Avraham of Sibilich, who later married Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, fell ill in her childhood with a very severe childhood disease. Several of the city's children died from this disease, and the doctors who examined her told Rabbi Avraham that she had no chance of survival. And behold, on one of the nights of her illness, when she was very weak, Rabbi Avraham appeared and came to stay at their house. Rabbi Avraham poured out his heart before him about his daughter who was in danger of death. Rabbi Avraham's custom, due to his illness, was to drink hot tea, and indeed they served him hot tea, and he wished the sick girl a complete recovery, and behold, a miracle occurred. During the night, there was an improvement in the condition of the sick girl until she recovered. All the household members attributed this well-known miracle to the merit of Rabbi Avraham, for they saw clearly that she was healed immediately upon his arrival at their home. And on this matter, he also said on another occasion, "For the honor of Shabbat, one must endeavor to buy fresh fish. For after Rabbeinu forbade us to turn to doctors and use their remedies, we must guard our body's health and endeavor and be careful to eat only healthy things." And Rabbi Nachman of Breslov wrote that he heard Rabbi Avraham say, "As for the Hasidim who go to doctors, they can eat fish that is not fresh, because if their stomach gets upset, they immediately run to the doctor to take medicine. But our community members who do not go to a doctor must be very careful not to upset their stomachs with fish that are not fresh." It is told that once in Odessa, he went to a dentist to check if his teeth were healthy and repaired, for he held that engaging in this medicine, which is only external, does not fall under the matter of refraining from using doctors' remedies mentioned in Rabbeinu's books. He said that a toothache is like an enemy that one must get rid of. Rabbi Avraham once wisely made peace in the house of Rabbi Nachman Schuster between him and his wife. Once when he visited their home, she began to rebuke him and insult and curse him to his face. Rabbi Avraham turned and said to Rabbi Nachman, "Your wife is right in her claims and words." When she heard these words coming from his mouth, she was happy about it and turned to her husband and said to him, "You see, even Rabbi Avraham agrees with my words." Afterwards, he turned to her and said to her, "Although you are certainly right, nevertheless, your husband, Rabbi Nachman, is an upright and respected man." He began to detail before her the praises and virtues of her kosher husband, that it is proper for them to respect each other. And in this wise way, he made peace in their home. And this way of appeasement was spoken of between Rabbi Avraham and Rabbi Nachman before. On community matters and personal conduct, when several of our community members wanted to establish the Anshe Ma'amad, a group of scholars supported by the community, to support several of the important members of our community to sit in the study hall and engage only in Torah and prayer, they consulted with Rabbi Avraham about this. He did not agree to this matter, explaining that it would cause disputes among our community members. And so it was. As Rabbi Levi Yitzchak wrote, "Before I came to Uman, I heard that two members of our community, God-fearing and kosher men, servants of God, also had great love between them. Suddenly the matter was reversed and there was a great dispute between them. When Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman came from the land of Israel, he said of them, 'They both don't have hitbodedut.' And it was a wonder in everyone's eyes because it was known that they practiced secluded prayer every day. He explained to them at the time that when a person has some conflict with his friend, he needs to pray about this conflict. 'Master of the universe, lead me with your truth. I will walk in your truth. I think I am 100% right and the other is not right. Maybe I am mistaken.' And to cry a lot before him, this is proper secluded prayer." Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman understood that each one of them was right in his own eyes. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman once compared a person who serves God with enthusiasm and joy to dough that is kneaded on an oiled table, where it can be kneaded well. The bread baked from such dough is delicious to the palate. This is not the case when the dough is kneaded in a dry place without moisture. It is difficult to knead, its labor is doubled and redoubled, and it does not bake properly. In Uman, our community members would dance with devotion and great arousal and with tears. Rabbi Avraham once said, "I notice in the joyful and dancing members of our community that they dance and rejoice with devotion and enthusiasm because of the arousal that sparkles in their hearts, but not because of the aspect of joy and strengthening. I see a dance of devotion, but not a dance of joy. For the main part of the dancing and joy should be primarily from simple joy and strengthening." Rabbi Avraham, because he greatly loved joyful people, used to come and travel from time to time to Rabbi Aharon Kiblitzer, who was known to be a very joyful man, in order to come to joy through him. For this reason, he also loved and was very close to Rabbi Ben Sion Apter. Rabbi Avraham instituted in Jerusalem among our community members that they should dance for half an hour every day. Once, when they were dancing and Rabbi Avraham was in a nearby room, some people from Jerusalem came in and began to argue with them about their dancing in the milky Jerusalem. Our community members tried to answer them. When Rabbi Avraham heard that they had stopped dancing, he came to see why and heard their words. Rabbi Avraham approached them and said to them, "You have chosen the mitzvah of awe. We want to fulfill the mitzvah of joy." With this, their arguments were silenced and they left. On Torah study and holiness, Rabbi Alter of Teplik related that once when Rabbi Avraham was staying with him, he saw him sitting and murmuring Torah to himself. He approached him to hear his words and understood that he was saying and reviewing for himself Mishnayot from Seder Taharat. He went and took a Mishnayot to check if he was indeed saying it correctly, and he saw how he was saying it by heart, word for word, exactly as the language, without omitting a word. And so once at the end of his life, when the young men spoke with him about a commentary from the author of the Shach on the laws of Trifut, he told them the Shach by heart, word for word, exactly as the language, from his extensive study in his youth. In his old age, he had an eye ailment and could not look at or read from a book at all, for immediately upon straining his eyes, tears would flow from them due to his weakness. Therefore, he would then review his regular study schedules by heart. Once Rabbi Moshe Shmuel also asked him, "We don't see you learning at all?" Rabbi Avraham answered him, "It is because I am sick in my eyes, but thank God I learn by heart." Rabbi Yaakov Melamed related that when he would see Rabbi Avraham in his childhood, he remembers that he was constantly murmuring with his mouth. When they spoke with Rabbi Avraham about the fact that when they told Rabbanu what the righteous Rav of Berdichev said, that the year 1810 would be the year of the redemption, Rabbanu said, 1888 is also year, meaning if 1810 is the year of redemption, hinted at in the verse, sound a shofar, then the year 1888 also hints at the matter of redemption, as it is written, "You will arise and have mercy on Zion." The Hebrew word for have mercy is terahem, whose letters correspond to the year 1888. And when they spoke with Rabbi Avraham after even this year that Rabbanu hinted at had passed and we did not merit redemption, he said that in that year the Teshelet, the blue dye for tzitzit, was revealed in the world by the Tzaddik of Radzin. And about the Teshelet, our rabbis recalled that it is destined to be revealed at the time of the redemption. When the book of Rabbi Gershon Henoch of Radzin on the matter of the Tekeleh thread was published, and they wanted to show the book to Rabbi Avraham, Rabbi Avraham said that he did not need his proofs because he had even stronger foundations to support wearing the Tekeleh. And it seemed from his words that he said this because of his knowledge of the Megillat Sitarim that Rabbanu revealed. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman followed the opinion of the Ravad to wear 2 threads of Tekeleh, meaning one thread dyed completely. Rabbi Mordecai Glinick related that when Rabbi Yitzchak Breiter once spoke with Rabbi Avraham about the matter of Tesheleh, and when he asked him and repeated the question, "From where do you take the matter according to the way of Rabbeinu, to put on the talit, the thread of Teshelet that was revealed by the Tzaddik of Radzin?" Rabbi Avraham said to him sternly, "Stop your questions, and you will not be punished." And indeed, Rabbi Yitzchak Breiter put on Tesheleh in his tzitzit, as did Rabbi Aharon Leib Siegelman, Rabbi Yitzchak Otwaki, and also Rabbi Mordecai Sokolover, who, besides being a student of Rabbi Avraham, was also formerly a Hasid of the Tzaddik of Radzin, on simplicity in prayer. Rabbi Avraham would say, "From the essence of several devotions that were by Rabbanu, we have learned that just as the person of great stature brings his will from potential to actual and merits what he merits through his great knowledge, so too the simple and small person succeeds likewise through his simplicity and small faith." He once said, "It is known that the wife of the Baal Shem Tov did not know how to pray from a prayer book, and therefore she was such a righteous woman. For in their great simplicity, they were holy and modest, and served their husbands in their holy ways, and helped them much more than they were able. They noticed he awaited three things with longing eyes: the time of midnight, as he was careful to rise and awaken before the exact moment of midnight, then the time for putting on the talit for prayer, and for receiving the Shabbat, for which he would already be in the synagogue, waiting for the arrival of Shabbat with an hour of secluded prayer. And he said, a person must wait for three things. A person must wait for midnight, he must wait for Shabbat, and he must wait to be able to put on the talit." Once, several members of our community from Cherin rebuked Rabbi Baruch Getziles for his noisiness with his shouts and clapping, to the point that he was forced because of this to go outside the Beit Midrash to pray. After he finished his prayer, Rabbi Avraham came out to him and called him to enter a room with him and strengthened him and said to him, "We have a tradition from Rabbanu that a young man must shout and shout," as if to say to him, "Do not let your spirit be weakened by those who rebuke you, but continue in your service to shout and cry out to God with strength and might." And he asked him, "If so, why did you not protest against them?" He said to him, "You know what value I have in their eyes." Rabbi Avraham esteemed him. He received his way of service in secluded prayer and waking at night, and in investing strength in prayer from Rabbi Avraham. Once, during the morning prayer of Shabbat, Rabbi Binyamin Farber, a resident of Berdyshev, approached to pray as the prayer leader before the Ark in Uman. Now in Berdyshev, the tune and melody of the prayer was uniform, from Hodu until the Shemoneh Esrei prayer. The man prayed according to his custom in the Berdyshev style, and not in our style and the custom of the world to change the style from Berechu onwards. After the prayer, Rabbi Avraham approached him and commented to him on this, that he did not conduct himself correctly, and said to him, "Do not do so again. Here we do not pray like that. Here we pray in the style that we pray here. And in Berdyshev, they pray like that, not here." For it is known that our community members were particular about the style of prayer and its melody, so as not to confuse the congregation of worshipers. On prayer and devotion, Rabbi Avraham, although he did not have the voice of a cantor or a musician, when he would sing with precise movements. It was easy to learn from him because he was precise. He did not have a high voice, but he expressed it precisely. He did not want to embellish, but only as it was. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak quickly heard the melody, Bat Ami. Rabbi Avraham knew that Rabbi Levi Yitzchak would grasp it quickly, and he sat down to teach him. He told him, "So I heard it also from others." Rabbi Abali and Rabbi Avraham Berenu would come on the eve of Rosh Chodesh Shabbat and the eve of Rosh Chodesh Elul to Uman, and would already stay for Rosh Chodesh. Also, one of our community members from Odessa would come, and Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin would make a Rosh Chodesh feast in the afternoon, and our community members would come, and he would sing this melody with all of them at the feast. Once he said to Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, "If you want to hear a melody of our community members correctly, hear it from Rabbi Nachman Spag, because he knows them correctly." He was a wonderful musician and a great solitary practitioner. He was the father-in-law of Rabbi Shimshon Barsky, and his sons were also great cantors. He lived in the city of Vinitsa, and when he came to Uman, he would stay all the time in the study hall, and the young men would come to speak and study with him together, for he was a pleasant and nice man. He passed away in the 1930s. Rabbi Avraham generally did not pray as a prayer leader. Once, in his last years when he could not leave Uman, on Shemini Atzeret, which for him was then Simchat Torah, because he conducted himself like the people of the land of Israel, he asked to be given the maftir. Afterwards, he prayed the Ya Eli prayer with the tune and with precision, not missing any movement. Then he went up to pray before the ark, the Musaf prayer and the prayer for rain, and he prayed according to the tune with exactness and precision. And it was he who incorporated into the prayer for rain the well-known melody composed by Rabbi Sender Trovitzer, which was accepted among our community members. Also, once Rabbi Avraham read the Megillah in the study hall in Uman, he read it with the cantillation and tune and with a wonderful devotion that cannot be measured. Rabbi Yaakov Melamed Kalmanovitz knew Rabbi Avraham from his childhood in Jerusalem. He related that in his youth, Rabbi Avraham would urge him to read the Torah in public on Shabbat because he loved to hear his clear and pure voice and also his great precision in reading the cantillation marks. Regarding the matter of clapping during prayer, which is mentioned several times in the words of Rabbeinu, there were among our community members those who said that this practice applies mainly to the part of the prayer preceding the Shemone Esrei. Rabbi Avraham held that it applies even to the prayer itself, meaning the Shemone Esrei prayer. When Rabbi Avraham would pray with the general public, he would fall on his left arm during Tachanan, as is the custom of our community members. However, he would cover it with his right hand so that the other congregants would not notice. Regarding what Rabbeinu said, that the main service of an Israelite should be to pray and to learn and to pray, he said by way of allusion that this is why the sages instituted the obligation of reading the Torah on Shabbat between the Shacharit and Musaf prayers. This is in the aspect of the aforementioned to pray, to learn, and to pray. Rabbi Avraham Sternhardt said to Rabbi Gedaliahu Koenig in the name of Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman that the members of our community were careful to put on the tefillin of Rabbeinu Tam even during the recitation of Shema. During the First World War, Rabbi Avraham strengthened the members of our community, saying, "Whoever engages in prayer will be saved and will escape." He based this on the verse, "All who call on the name of God will escape." Regarding the teaching about prayer, sometimes he hears and sometimes he does not hear. He said that when they said sometimes he does not hear, the intention is not that the prayer is not accepted at all. Rather, they do not answer and fulfill the request of the one praying immediately. Sometimes a person is told to wait and hope further until his prayer and request are actually fulfilled, and sometimes his request is fulfilled immediately. Rabbi Avraham said that in order to be saved from the severe punishment for one whose wisdom is greater than his deeds, about whom the sages said that his wisdom does not endure, the counsel to be saved from this flaw is only through the service of prayer, which is called action. Through this, one can be saved from what one needs to be saved from and merit all the holy levels. From this, we can further understand the great virtue of Rabbeinu's directive to make prayers from the teachings, so that there will be a proper balance between wisdom and action. For prayer is the key and the opening to all good deeds. Therefore, the name of service and action is called by the name of prayer. As they said, "What is service in the heart? This is prayer." And as they said, "We have nothing but the mouth." And this is what they said: "The main thing is not the study, but the deed," meaning the deed in service of prayer. And Rabbi Avraham fulfilled this. He was an immense scholar in the revealed and hidden Torah, and his wisdom was not greater than his deeds because he engaged extensively in prayer. Rabbi Avraham would say all the prayers and supplications that are written, even those written in Yiddish. And he said, wherever there is a prayer, one must say it. In general, he said about the Yiddish language, a true language, a beautiful language. Regarding the Holy Rabbeinu, once Moharanat said, "The main way I came to know Rabbeinu was from his mundane talks that he would share. And so I also understood from my father that his main recognition of the greatness and loftiness of Moharanat and the knowledge he gained through him of the greatness and loftiness of Rabbeinu was also due to his great diligence at the doors of Moharanat and his constant journeys twice every month, one Shabbat in his house in Toltchin and one Shabbat in the house of Moharanat, with a few days before and after the Shabbat. This is in addition to his journeys when he traveled with him to serve him in his old age, and the journey was prolonged each time, both in summer and in winter. When he was extolling the greatness and praise of Rabbeinu, he said among his words regarding the shortness of his life, It is a novelty that Rabbeinu merited to live long so much. For a holy soul such as Rabbeinu's is one of the great souls of infants who are unable to live long, and for that reason are called Yanuka, infant, because they pass away in their very youth. As is known, the entire lifespan of the holy Rabbeinu was only about 38.5 years. Rabbi Avraham would say, although Rabbeinu was, as is known, completely closed and secretive, and as he complained and said, "For this I needed all the fame," and other such words. However, everything that was relevant to future generations, in this he went out of his way and did not hide his words, such as the matter of traveling to the land of Israel, and the gathering on Rosh Hashanah in Uman, and so on and so forth, matters upon which the redemption of Israel in its entirety depends. Rabbi Avraham would often say, although it was not Rabbeinu's way to insist on anything, in matters where they are permitted and upon which his entire matter and legacy depend, such as ascending to live in the land of Israel and other fundamental laws, he was extremely stubborn and firm, even though it affected his wife and children. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak explained that even in such matters, he did not insist specifically on the time, saying, "Now, at this very moment, the matter will be concluded." For this was the flaw of striking the rock from which the punishment was derived. For you shall see the land from afar, but you shall not enter there. This matter is like taking something by force and strength. Rather, he insisted on finishing the matter and was prepared to wait until he succeeded. He said, this conduct of Rabbeinu, not to command our community members specifically to do this or that, he also practiced for the sake of the questioner's power of choice. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman said, every single word that came from the holy mouth of Rabbeinu and was revealed in the world belongs to each and every one, in every place and at every time. And so he would say, every single word from Rabbeinu is necessary for the present, for the future, and for after the resurrection. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak explained that every single word from Rabbeinu is a revelation of godliness, and even if one does not feel it or understand it completely now, by fulfilling them, the word will shine for him in the future and will be felt more and more completely, and even more completely at the time of the resurrection. Rabbi Avraham once explained the wonder we saw with Rabbeinu in the years when he conducted himself with the practice of vidui devarim, confession of words. How could several hundred people who came to shelter in his shadow during the days of Rosh Hashanah enter to him and confess before him and detail their requests? And then Rabbeinu would explain to them a path of repentance appropriate for them in such a short time as the eve of Rosh Hashanah? He explained, according to what is known, the way of Vidui Devarim was as follows. Rabbeinu would stand in his room with his face to the wall, and when a person entered, he would not look at him so that he would not be ashamed. The person would begin his confession, and after he mentioned 2 or 3 details, Rabbeinu would raise his hand as a sign to end his words. For Rabbeinu would bestow a blessing on his memory, and this person would already remember in his memory everything that had ever happened to him, and would be aroused to immense weeping with a memory from above, a wonderful, orderly memory. And he would utter from his mouth in one moment, one word, in which was included everything that had happened to him as it came up in his memory, and he would go outside. The matter took only a very short time, and in the Torah that Rabbeinu said on Rosh Hashanah, all the matters of the vidui devarim of each one were included, and each one found that Rabbeinu was speaking about him alone. Rabbi Avraham said about this, that Rabbi Zalman the Small, who traveled on a mission from Rabbeinu to receive approbations for the book Likutei Moharan, would say to Moharanat and Rabbi Naphtali, I know such things from Rabbeinu that you do not know, I cannot say. Although we do not know what these things are, we understand that the matters revolved around the issue of the end of days, that the seer of Lublin and several other tzaddikim exerted forces to bring the end closer, and we understand that Rabbeinu instructed them not to force the end. Rabbi Avraham related that once the Maggid of Tarna and Rabbi Nachman of Chernobyl were together on the holiday of Shavuot. They danced together for the entire night of Shavuot. However, in the end, Rabbi Nachman no longer had the strength to dance, and his son, Rabbi Mordecai, danced in his place with the Maggid. When Rabbi Avraham recounted this, He said that due to his closeness to Rabbeinu, he had joy and strength to dance so much. On the teachings, our awesome Rebbe and his holy student Moharanat, in their hidden ways by which the righteous resemble their Creator, left us a place to be great in, so that we would need to request and search for the spirit of their holiness, which is found in their holy books. Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman said, "The entire book Likutei Moharan is like a book of riddles that requires a solution. A person must toil greatly in the service of God with Torah and prayer, according to the counsels of the holy Rabbanu, in order to decipher these riddles. And according to the value of his service and the solution of these riddles, so his devotion to God grows. For even though the words of Rabbanu seem to be explained, yet in their depth, the words remain a secret riddle and a mystery that requires a solution through abundant service of God." Rabbi Avraham said, "Wherever Rabbanu mentions in his words the Gentiles, the intention is also for the distant and the wicked of Israel, the heretics and sinners who have the characteristics of Gentiles." He said, "Wherever they learn in the book Likutei Moharan about the matter of the Tzaddik, one must long for the Messiah." He concluded, "In order that we may merit to be upright people, Rabbanu gave us all his holy counsels. But in order to be truly upright people in the ultimate perfection, one must long for the Messiah." He said, "When the Messiah comes and says a Torah teaching, he will mention in his words teachings from Likutei Moharan and will say, 'As it is brought in Likutei Moharan.' Sometimes when he was asked for a simple explanation in Likutei Moharan, he would not answer and would say, 'When you become refined, it will be revealed.'" Rabbi Avraham explained a certain teaching regarding Torah with strength in relation to the matter that Rabbanu mentioned to go with a Torah, because this was his practice. This is the aspect of Tav, that through grace the aspect of Tav is made. And it is explained, the matter of Jacob and Esau, that Jacob is the aspect of the judgment of holiness, whereas Esau is the opposite of this. Rabbi Avraham said, "This is the matter of the 400 men, corresponding to the numerical value of Tav, who came with Esau against Jacob, for they wanted to overcome the aspect of the Tav of Jacob. When Rabbi Getche of Uman once asked Rabbi Avraham what Rabbanu's intention was regarding the matter of judgment mentioned in this Torah, he answered him, to be careful not to touch another's kopek. With Rabbanu, there was a fear of touching another's penny. This Torah was said by Rabbanu on the first Shabbat night that he entered the city of Breslov. Yosef the Shazan also arrived and wanted to sing before Rabbanu. Before he began, Rabbanu began to say this Torah, which begins, "Behold, he who hears a melody from a wicked musician," and the Shazan immediately closed his mouth. And Rabbi Avraham, in his book, cited this incident and said that for this reason, Rabbanu did not begin his Torah with the virtue of the kosher musician, but began the Torah with the matter of the wicked musician, so that the Shazan would not think that Rabbanu meant him, that he sings badly. And because of the aforementioned incident, it was necessary to begin with the negation of the Shazan, so that his mouth would be closed. When Rabbi Avraham would speak from this Torah, he would say, "This is a difficult and deep discourse." Rabbi Avraham said, "According to the words of the holy Rabbanu in this Torah regarding the virtue of accepting disgrace, it would be fitting to go to the mikveh before accepting the disgrace, just as one goes to the mikveh before accepting a great holiness, and to say a declaration of intent, as before fulfilling the mitzvah of taking the lulav, and so on. And why do we not do so? Because most of the time, disgraces come to a person suddenly. When he spoke of shame, as it is explained in the teachings, he would say that above, shame is the norm, because everyone is ashamed before God, and God is infinite, and one must always draw closer and attain more. Therefore, the shame is unceasing. But unlike here where shame is pain, above shame is pleasure, because that is the order. In another teaching it is brought, there are 4 elements, fire, wind, water, dust. And above, in their root, they are the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton, and below, they are a mixture of good and evil. And afterwards it is brought, and to come to this, to separate and distinguish and nullify the evil from the good, is through Torah and prayer. and the study of Torah should be to delve into the depth of the halacha, meaning to learn the poskim. Rabbi Avraham would say that just as there are 4 elements, so the study of poskim was established in 4 parts of the Shulchan Aruch specifically to allude to the 4 elements. Regarding a teaching about the Holy Tongue, he said that the intention is words of Torah and prayer, meaning holy words, and not necessarily in the Holy Tongue, in which one can speak flawed words. Rabbi Avraham said regarding another teaching that for this reason one must call the evil inclination by a different name, by the name Medameh, the imaginer, and no longer call it by the name Yetzer Hara, evil inclination. That behold, our sages said that the evil inclination has 7 names: evil, uncircumcised, impure, enemy, stumbling block, stone, northern one. This corresponds to the 7 holy sephirot that are included one in the other up to the 49 gates of holiness, against which are the 49 gates of impurity. Now today, after we have merited to receive the light of the Tzaddik, which is the light of our great and holy Rebbe, who completely broke the evil inclination and merited to completely subdue the 49 gates of impurity and to ascend completely in the 49 gates of holiness, for which reason the letter Nun is doubled in his name, Nachman. Therefore now one must in truth call the evil inclination by another name, by the name Medameh, which corresponds to the light of Binah, the light of Nun, which is alluded to in his name. Regarding what is explained in a teaching on the verse, "And he saw their distress when he heard their cry," Rabbi Levi Yitzchak said that even though we saw Rabbi Avraham from time to time singing a Russian tune, it is not at all similar to our time. For then, even though the government was oppressing Israel to the extreme, in general they were believers. Nicholas himself supported synagogues and would ask that they pray for him and for the establishment of his kingdom in the world. But today, when the government's foundation and root is to completely uproot faith from the world, it is certainly completely forbidden. In another teaching, Rabbi Nathan says that the main repentance is for what is unknown, but he does not know, so how can he do repentance? Rabbi Avraham said that when a person does repentance in truth, God helps him to know and remember things that he did tens of years ago, and he will be proud. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak wrote, "All my life I grew up in Uman, and I saw, thank God, many elders, especially Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman, and it was common in everyone's mouth that the main way to draw close to Rabbanu is through a particular teaching regarding the matter of the 3 points. The point from the Tzaddik through the study of his holy books, the point of receiving judgment from judgment, where one speaks with his friend about the true purpose, what we are doing in this world, and the point of from him and in him, which is secluded prayer to pour out one's whole heart before him." Rabbi Levi Shirak related that Rabbi Avraham said that the verse, "And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the children of Israel." This verse is the subject of a certain Torah teaching. In this verse itself, it alludes to the 4 aspects of milui that are mentioned within the Torah. Rabbi Avraham said that the aspect of the 70 faces of the Torah, which is explained in another teaching, is practically relevant to people of our stature. It is in being renewed in the Torah more and more, especially according to the ways of the counsels of our holy Rebbe, so that every year, as a person grows and matures, he will not stand on the same level as the previous year, but the Torah will be renewed for him with completely new faces. For the aspect of the 70 faces of the Torah is the matter of the new novelty that is in the interpretations of the Torah. And for us, the matter is relevant according to the measure of renewal in the simple fulfillment of the matters in practice. And from day to day, one will ascend until one achieves and understands the truth of the secrets of the 70 faces that are in the Torah. Regarding what Rabbanu speaks of about several types of false grace, Moharanat would say, Rabbanu had the grace of truth. I do not have the grace of truth, but thank God for this, that I am clean from false grace. And Rabbi Avraham said about this, when one is truly clean from false grace, the true grace shines upon him. Regarding a teaching about the repentance of Shabbat and the repentance of weekdays, Rabbi Avraham said that when one holds on to the repentance of weekdays, this is also very good. For even in impurity, there is the aspect of fixed and established, that one does not strive at all to repent. At the very least, one should be in the aspect of repentance of weekdays, that he fights with the evil inclination and does what he can to emerge from impurity to purity. Regarding what is brought in the same Torah, and the enlightened one who understands has to pray all his days that he should merit once in all his life to speak one word of truth before God as is proper. Rabbi Avraham would say that generally one can merit such a true word, specifically at a time of descent and falling. Rabbi Avraham related to Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen when he asked him for the meaning of the statement, "When one cries out to God, they tell him to act." He too had asked this question to his father, and he told him that he had asked this question to Moharnat. He told him, "When a person cries out to God in truth, then from heaven they hint to him to continue on his way. And when from heaven they tell a person to act, it means his path has already succeeded, and he has no need to worry how he will succeed. For when they tell him to act, he should act, and he will reach his request, since he has achieved it through prayer and crying out. Even though it is impossible to understand how the matter will come about and happen, because it is impossible to explain how, whether because he does not yet have the merit for it, or for another reason." Rabbi Levi Yitzchak said, regarding a certain story that is told, that once when they spoke of this with Rabbi Avraham, he refused to tell the story and said, "The story that is told is not correct, and that is not how the incident was." And he did not investigate the matter further. Moharnat said that if they had not disputed Rabbanu would have brought the whole world closer to God. And Rabbi Avraham would say about this that the whole world means the great people and the small people. This is the world. And to the great ones, Rabbanu would have shown that they know nothing. And to the small ones, Rabbanu would have shown that God is with them and near them. And thus the whole world would have drawn closer to God. For to the great ones, one must show that they know nothing and have not yet begun at all, and they only need to search for God. And the more they see this, the more they will be satisfied in the aspect of, "I want to become," that they want to prepare to become, which is the way of the great ones drawing near. And the small ones who know that they are nothing, them one needs to strengthen and show them with words that God is with you, near you, and wants you still. A certain Torah was said on the last Rosh Hashanah of Rabbenu's life, and it also explains the matter of Shavuot. Rabbi Avraham explained that this is also because on the last Shavuot, Rabbenu did not say a Torah teaching. Therefore, when he said a Torah on Rosh Hashanah, he mentioned the matter of Shavuot in order to fill what was lacking. Regarding what is brought there, the other side is forced to vomit and expel all the holiness of the knowledge and the mercy and the prayers that it swallowed, in the aspect of he swallowed riches and he shall vomit them up. Rabbi Avraham said, regarding the sage's exposition on the verse, "For a hand is on the throne of God. The Holy One swore that his name is not complete, and his throne is not complete until the name of Amalek is completely blotted out. That one of the names of the 72-letter name is Chav-U, and it is from the combinations of the verse, for the Lord has chosen Zion, he has desired it for his habitation. And also from the verse, he has swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up. And just as the name of Havai is not complete at this time, so this name of Chavu is now lacking the letter Vav. For only he swallowed riches has been fulfilled, and he shall vomit them up has not yet been fulfilled. And only the letters Chav remain, which alludes to the other side being obligated to the side of holiness. As our sages said, Rabbi Yochanan said, "Woe to the nations that have no rectification. As it is said, instead of bronze I will bring gold, and instead of iron I will bring silver, and instead of wood bronze, and instead of stones iron." Instead of Rabbi Akiva and his colleagues, what do they bring? And about them he says, "And I will avenge their blood, I have not avenged." And only at the time of the redemption, when the Holy One will completely blot out the name of Amalek, then he shall vomit them up, will be fulfilled. That Amalek will have to return and vomit up all that he swallowed from the beginning of creation, through all his incitement and seduction, like the sin of the tree of knowledge, the sin of the golden calf, and all the other sins. And then through this, the letter Vav of the name Shavu will be completed, and his name and his throne will be complete, on joy and devotion. Rabbi Avraham once said, Regarding what Rabbeinu taught, it is a great mitzvah to be constantly joyous. What should a person do if he sees he has nothing to be joyous about? Then he should believe that if Rabbeinu commanded us to be constantly joyous, then he certainly has something to be joyous about, even if at present he does not know or understand how and with what. In another teaching, Rabbeinu explains, one must be a great stubborn person in the service of God. Rabbi Avraham said the main stubbornness is in the continuation of the service of prayer, not to stop, to persist in prayer and outcry to God, in whatever manner and on whatever level one is. One must only be stubborn in prayer, not to stop talking. Once when Rabbi Avraham was teaching this in public, when he reached the words "and now," he said it with great emphasis and enthusiasm. In Yemei Moharanot, it is recounted what Rabbeinu asked in the year 1810 on the Shabbat of Parashat Noach. Which portion is read on Shabbat? They answered him, Parashat Noach. He replied and said, I will begin to say a Torah teaching every Shabbat. And he began and said, in the beginning refers to the stricture against Noah. Now, as is known, a Torah teaching was not said every Shabbat afterwards. And Rabbi Avraham explained this. Rabbeinu's intention was that the saying of his Torah would be in a manner that Moharanot would be present at the time he said the Torah, and then he would say a Torah every Shabbat. However, Moharanot, due to his humility, did not dare to think that Rabbeinu's intention was that he specifically should be present. Therefore, the sequence of saying his Torah every Shabbat did not continue. The chapter headings found in that teaching are the headings of the Torahs that Rabbeinu prepared for himself to say on the subsequent Shabbats, as per his aforementioned statement. On the Siprei Ma'asiyot, stories of ancient times, Rabbi Avraham would say that each and every one of the 13 tales in Siprei Ma'asiyot begins from the time before creation and concludes only in the future, when our righteous Messiah comes and beyond. In the story of the beggar and the pauper, where the beggar performed an act of madness and afterwards hid himself in 7 places of various kinds of filth, Rabbi Avraham said that there is a hint here. After a person merits to perform an act of self-sacrifice, he needs to hide himself so that he does not come to greatness and pride. Also, he should not think that since he has merited something, he can rest. For the evil inclination is already waiting for him to make him fall precisely at this time, and it is precisely then that he can reach a decline in the service of God. And what is told there? That the young man went and revealed his secret to the kings, and they sent him 200 parasangs away. Rabbi Avraham would say, although they were righteous men, they nevertheless persecuted him and sent him far away. For throughout the history of Israel, although there were among the persecutors of the righteous wicked men and literal false messiahs, there were also righteous men who persecuted the one greater than them, like Saul who persecuted David, and the brothers of Joseph who persecuted Joseph. This was a mistake on their part, yet they remained righteous despite their mistake. In the story of the Master of Prayer, it is told there that the king had a picture of a hand that depicted all the worlds, how they were and how they will be at all times. Rabbi Avraham said that the intention is the hidden Torah, where everything is explained, what was and what will be. Regarding the Tziyun, gravesite of Rabbeinu, Rabbi Avraham ben Rabbi Nachman would say regarding the greatness of the land of Israel and the Holy of Holies, that the 4 cubits of the gravesite of Rabbeinu are not found in any place. The Admor said that any infant who would be with him before the age of 7 would be protected from sin until the day of his wedding. It seems to me that he said this only regarding the matter of a nocturnal emission, and so it is understood from the time he specified for this. It also seems, to my humble opinion, that his intention was also after his passing, for any infant who would come to him before the age of 7 and fulfill his holy saying by giving charity and reciting the 10 Psalms. And I knew of one who tested this, and so it was. And the members of our community said that presumably that one who tested this, and so it was he himself, because it is difficult to know about others in this matter. And incidentally, it should be noted that when they spoke with Rabbi Levi Yitzchak about the custom of our community members in Uman to say the 10 Psalms with a child before the age of 7, he said that they were not strict about this, only to bring them to the Tziyun to say even 1 Psalm. He also wrote this in one of his letters, Seemingly, this is according to the simple meaning of Rabbenu's words regarding the matter during his holy life. For after his passing, it is a novelty of Rabbi Avraham that it is in conjunction with charity in the 10 Psalms. But today, since the book Kochvei Or has spread among our community members, they endeavor to practice as Rabbi Avraham writes, as it seems his father, Rabbi Nachman, so practiced with him. Initially, there were no chairs at Rabbanus Tziyun, and they would only stand. When they began to bring chairs, Rabbi Avraham wanted to arouse people about the matter. He spoke of the greatness of the Rav of Cherin and his feeling for the holiness of the Tziyun. After the passing of Rabbi Nachman of Toltchin, for a certain time the key to the building of Rabbanus Tziyun was in Rabbi Avraham's possession. He related that the Rav once came to Uman and asked him to open the Tziyun building for him. Out of respect for him, he went with him and opened it. He saw how the Rav stood and said the Tikkun Haklali in a trembling voice, with the Tikkun book in his hands covering his face. He stood and cried so much that his face became completely wet from the flow of tears. Only after he had stood like this for a long time did he take a handkerchief from his pocket, spread it on the floor, and sit on it. He continued his prayer, and Rabbi Avraham finished and said with sadness, "And today they take chairs to the Tziyun." Rabbi Avraham was concerned that the Tziyun should not be treated lightly by us, because when one sits not on the ground but on a chair, one falls asleep and dozes off, and Rabbi Avraham cried out about this greatly. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak came to Uman after his wedding on the eve of Rosh Chodesh Iyar 1917, which fell on a Friday. He stayed there for 2 Shabbats and wished to remain there also for the 3rd week because Lag BaOmer fell in the middle of that week. When he went to the mikvah on the eve of the 2nd Shabbat, Rabbi Avraham, who was then in the study hall, did not wait until Rabbi Levi Yitzchak came up to pray, but went down and waited for him outside the mikvah. As soon as Rabbi Levi Yitzchak came out of the mikvah, he ordered him, "Tomorrow you will travel and return to your home." He tried to convince him, "Behold, the day of Lag BaOmer is coming, and I greatly desire to prostrate myself at the Tziyun then. No, return to your home, and when you long for it, you will return and come again. And do not listen to the voice of the frivolous who advise you to stay." For Rabbi Avraham was strict that they should fulfill the command of his father, Rabbi Nachman Toltchiner, who did not allow his followers to stay in Uman for more than 2 consecutive weeks, because with a long stay, the holiness of the place becomes light in a person's eyes. It did not help Rabbi Levi Yitzchak to try to argue and change his mind in any way, and indeed he listened to his voice and returned to his home. He once said, "At Rabbanus Tziyun, one hears miracles and decrees, and this is because those who prostrate themselves are not careful with the holiness of the Tziyun." And once he said, "When one is stubborn in prayer and supplication at Rabbanus Tziyun, one achieves what one wants." And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak explained that the intention in this stubbornness is on the desired request itself, that one should stand firm and be stubborn in his request and not let go of his desires until he receives his request, but not to force the time and the moment that it should be now specifically. The Yiddish word spart can also be interpreted as leaning and relying, meaning to support oneself and lean on his great power. Once he spoke of the great matter of how one must be careful with the holiness of Rabbanus Tziyun, to honor it and to behave there with awe. He recounted and said, "We had a rabbi," referring to Rabbi Meir Leib Blecker, who was his teacher in the revealed Torah, who used to prepare himself with Torah and prayer for 3 days before he went to prostrate himself at Rabbanus Tziyun. Because of the great holiness of this awesome place, he concluded and said with sorrow, "And today they go to the Tziyun without immersing in a mikvah." When Rabbi Yisrael Cohen heard this, he sighed and said, "Rabbi Avraham, when I am lost, I am lost." For he was a weak man and could not be strict about immersing in the cold mikvah in the winter days. Rabbi Avraham told him, "If you follow this halakha, you are permitted to go to the Tziyun even so." Sometimes he would go to prostrate himself at Rabbanus Tziyun, even several times in one day. At the Tziyun during World War I, during the First World War, Rabbi Avraham was once heard crying bitterly at Rabbanus Tziyun, "Enough blood has already been spilled." Rabbi Avraham was once heard crying out and shouting at Rabbanus Tziyun, "Rebbe, arouse mercy that the spilling of Jewish blood should already cease." Rabbi Levi Yitzchak recounted, "With my own eyes I merited to see Rabbi Avraham when he stood and poured out his heart to God. Blessed be he at the holy Tziyun." It was like a man speaking to his friend, literally. Such closeness to God, such closeness to the Tzaddik as I saw with my own eyes with Rabbi Avraham, cannot be described. He so refined his speech that he spoke to God, "Blessed be he," as a man speaks to his friend. Once I noticed that he was leaving the holy Tziyun, but he immediately re-entered and continued his speech. He seemed like someone who still had something to say, and he returned and continued to speak fluently as a man speaks to his friend. Once the brother-in-law of Rabbi Avraham, the husband of his sister Mrs. Rachel, fell ill. She went to Rabbanus Tziyun to pray for him. When she finished and turned to leave, she saw her brother, Rabbi Avraham. She asked him, "What is the well-being of my husband?" Rabbi Avraham made a certain gesture with his hand, and she thought that they were already preparing for the worst. She immediately returned to the Tziyun and burst into shouts and cries with loud voices from the depths of her heart. After a long hour that she prayed from the depths of her heart with copious tears, she returned to her house, and behold, she sees to her joy that her husband's condition has improved and he is out of danger. Afterwards, she asked her brother, Rabbi Avraham, why he made such a gesture when she asked him. He answered her, "Because I knew that in this place one can achieve results, and I wanted you to persist in prayer. And indeed, through your cries and your shouts that were from the depths of the heart, you achieved the salvation for him." On Maharanat, Rabbi Nathan. I heard from my father that one should engage in the books of Maharanat more than in the books of the Admor himself. For in our days, when everyone is going through what they are going through in body and soul, the main study should be in the books of Maharanat. For through him, the Admor was able to bring down his awesome words and to arouse and strengthen with them even physical and lowly people in the depths of the lowest abyss like us. Also, because in truth, all the words of Maharanat, from beginning to end, are all from the Admor himself, both in revealed form, as I heard from my father who heard from his holy mouth that he once said in this language, "From the day I drew close to the Admor, it is not a question of a word of Torah that I cannot say, but even words of jest in mundane matters I cannot say, except what is rooted in the words of the Admor." And also in hidden form, as is brought at the beginning of his introduction to his books, Likutei Halachot. And also in this, I heard from my father, who heard from the mouth of Maharanat, that he once said in this language, "I am to the Admor as a pen to a scribe." Maharanat said that now that his prayers have been published in the world, one will be held to account for a day that passes without saying them. And in addition to the necessity of Torah for prayer, it comes to us that likewise at the end of his days, and mainly after his passing, that we have merited his Torah in the books of Likutei Halachot, one will be held to account for a day that passes without learning them. When he once spoke in praise of Maharanat, he replied and said, "Why did Maharanat receive from Rabbanu with a full face? Because he was lowly in his own eyes like a clod of earth." And he said this also about his father, Rabbi Nachman, that he received from Moharanan more than all of them, for this reason. And so our community members who knew Rabbi Avraham, ben Rabbi Nachman, praised him with this quality. He would greatly extol when speaking of Maharanat, and would say that the entire matter of Rabbenu is with Maharanat. And when he once spoke of the greatness of Rabbenu and his student Maharanat, he said, "There has never been a Rebbe like Rabbenu in the world, and likewise there has never been a student like Maharanat." He said, "Rabbenu remembered for Rabbi Shmuel Isaac the souls of the dead, and for Maharanat the souls of the living." He used to say, "Just as Maharanat was the greatest of the great in his virtues, beyond the ordinary way, so too his innocence, simplicity, and humility were also not in the ordinary way at all." As we see in his writings, that although on the one hand his immense genius is evident in them, on the other hand, how much innocence and simplicity are hidden in them. For his entire being and existence was to fulfill the words of Rabbenu with innocence and simplicity, and thus he succeeded in transmitting his matter to us. On Maharanat, Rabbi Nathan, and the legacy of Rabbenu, Rabbi Avraham said regarding Rabbenu's conversation with his followers, It is true that you are kosher people, but this is not what I intended. I wanted you to roar to God like the animals in the forest." And Rabbi Avraham said about this, "Although with Rabbanu this did not yet happen, with Maharanat, Rabbanu's will was fulfilled. For after Rabbanu's passing, Maharanat had disciples who would go for entire nights and roar like animals to God with such desires and such passion, only they did not live long." Rabbi Avraham explained that Rabbanu in his lifetime could not reveal himself, and Maharanat had the awe of his teacher and was afraid to reveal the greatness of Rabbanu. For all the 8 years that he was with Rabbanu, his belly was full of words from the greatness of Rabbanu, and he could not speak. But after Rabbanu's passing, when Maharanat opened his mouth and began to reveal what kind of Rebbe he was, he thereby nurtured such students who burned so much for God that they did not even have time to come to Maharanat, and he had to go to them to speak with them. He once said and explained that the greatness of the book, Likutei Tefillot, which Maharanat composed, is more important and elevated in its virtue than his books, Likutei Halachot. For a true prayer can only be composed if there is an outpouring of the soul at the very moment of writing. And indeed, so Maharanat wrote it, that at the time of his writing, he himself actually prayed this very prayer with all his emotions in his broken heart. He had a great and awesome depth, and also the duplications that are in the prayers such as, have mercy, or because it comes straight from the heart. And when his heart felt to say it twice, he wrote it twice. There is an awesome truth in this, an awesome heart. This is not the case with Torah Novelai, which one can think and reflect on beforehand and only afterwards remember and write. Apparently, Rabbi Avraham felt this because he himself wrote prayers in novellae. Rabbi Avraham also spoke in general that it is a great virtue to write prayers. There is much truth in this. A wonderful heart is in this writing. There are many great ones from the early authorities who wrote prayers. When some of our community members once asked Rabbi Avraham, "Behold, Rabbanu promised Maharanat and Rabbi Naphtali when he traveled to Lemberg that they would merit long life. May you live long. And where is the long life of Maharanat? For as is known, he was only 65 years old." He told them that he did indeed merit it, for according to the severe intestinal illness that Maharanat had for years before his passing, the 65 years of his life are indeed considered a long life. Rabbi Shmuel Isaac authored several books, and Rabbi Levi Yitzchak saw a book of sermons from him. At the end of every sermon was written, "And so it is found in Likutei Moharan, etc. It has been lost and is no more, and woe for that which is lost." Rabbi Avraham said that this was the difference between Rabbi Shmuel Isaac and Maharanat, that Maharanat began all his sermons with the words of Rabbanu in Likutei Moharan, and upon them he expounded and innovated. This was not the case with the novellae of Rabbi Shmuel Isaac, the legacy of Rabbanu. He said, "When one learns and engages in the books of Rabbanu at the beginning of the day, one receives from this a strong desire and arousal for the other holy studies of the Torah that one learns afterwards during the day." Rabbi Levi Yitzchak once wrote in the name of Rabbi Avraham, regarding the love of friends among us, "Behold, we are a small group of people. Let us at least hold on to one another. We are a small bunch. Let's at least hold on together." Rabbi Avraham once said, "We have no perception whatsoever of what we would receive from the light of Rabbanu and what Rabbanu could bestow upon us if we would hold ourselves together in love and unity. We cannot imagine what we could have gotten from Rabbanu, what the Rebbe could have given us if we had held together." He once said, "Why did Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai succeed so much? Because his students held themselves together with love. They loved each other very much, and therefore he succeeded so much and merited so much. And others did not succeed as much as he did." And once he said, "The great light of Rabbanu is so great and sublime that a single solitary Hasid, no matter how great he may be, does not have the strength to receive and contain within himself the light of Rabbanu because of its greatness, unless he joins and connects with the many who desire with him to receive his light. It is precisely in his joining with the many that he has the strength to receive his great light." See Likutei Halachot, Hilshot Tefillin 2:4. And therefore, from this one must understand and know well what is said in the Zohar, Vayikra 128b, that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai said, "We depend on love," that their main strength to receive from their teacher, the Rashbi, was only because of the love between them. And therefore the Holy Ari especially warned his students about the love of friends, as is known. For only on this depends the reception of the light of the Tzaddik, especially when the Tzaddik is so lofty and exalted in his stature as the soul of Rabbenu in our generation. When in the course of his words he happened to speak of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, he would mention him with very great awe and reverence. He said, "The matter of Rabbenu is comparable to a wheel of spirit that revolves by itself without stopping, and whoever wishes can enter the wheel and revolve with it, and whoever does not want to need not enter. But in any case, the wheel will continue to revolve onward." He said, "Rabbenu will surely finish his task. However, we must strive and long that Rabbenu should finish his task also through us, and that we should merit to also have a part in the completion of his desire." He said, what Rabbenu said, "I have won and I will win," also applies to our precious community members, that if they are stubborn in any matter of holiness, they will ultimately win. But one must want and want a great deal until one wins. Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz and Rabbi Nachman Burstein wrote that Rabbi Avraham said that everyone who draws close to Rabbenu must think and feel that he is like a dwarf on a giant's shoulders, meaning that in himself he is small and lowly, like a very short dwarf, but from the giant's perspective, he is very great and taller than everyone. His final days in passing. Rabbi Avraham lived at the end of his days in the house of Rabbi Nachum Schuster, who was a holy man and very hospitable. Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz wrote that at the end of Rabbi Avraham's days, he would lament about the holy Tziyun, gravesite, and cry out, "Rebbe, you have the strength and can lie outside the land of Israel, but I need to lie in the land of Israel." At the end of his days, Rabbi Avraham did not go frequently to the Tziyun of Rabbenu, explaining, "I am afraid to go to the Tziyun of Rabbenu, lest I come to cry tears, and the crying will harm my weak eyes." He cried so much in his youth that he had such red, swollen eyes, and he was afraid that it would be aroused, and he would have to suppress the tears so they would not flow much. People who knew him said, "I knew him, the Jew with the red eyes." He would say his learning by heart because he could not open a book. When he opened a book and began to look at it, his eyes would immediately begin to tear, and therefore he was forced to close his eyes so they would not tear. On Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, he would approach someone to hear the liturgical poems, since he could not see, and he would say the poems after that person. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak heard from members of our community who heard from Rabbi Avraham that he said at the end of his days to the members of our community that he was sorry that in his youth he did not spend more time at the holy Tziyun of Rabbenu, but rather in the forests and fields outside the settlement. It pained him that he spent the whole week in the forests and in the fields. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak says that this is similar to the words of Moharanat, that he regrets the Torah and the prayer, etc., because he should have been more with the holy Rabbenu. But it was precisely from his being in the forests and fields outside the settlement that the greatness of the Tziyun of the holy Rabbenu became clear and known to him. When they asked Rabbi Avraham why he did not continue to write his novellae on Likutei Moharan, he replied and said, "All the novellae that I wrote them with tears and from the cries that I cried before each and every novellum that was revealed to me. And since in my old age I do not have the strength to cry so, for that reason I have stopped writing." Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen related that, as is known, Rabbi Avraham at the end of his days could not pray from a cedar. Once, at one of the times when they needed to say the Yotzerot, liturgical poems, he asked Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim Rosen to read the Yotzerot before him, and indeed he read before him. And as he was reading before him, he saw that Rabbi Avraham, of blessed memory, had placed his head resting on his hands, and he thought that Rabbi Avraham was not listening to his reading, and he fell silent. However, Rabbi Avraham immediately raised his head and said to Rabbi Eliyahu Chaim, "Why have you become silent? Do it with your lips. Do it with your lips." Rabbi Avraham was in hitbodedut, secluded prayer, all day. He constantly spoke to God. Even his learning was in hitbodedut. In his last years when he could not read from a book, he learned by heart. He could walk in the street and learn Mishnayot, Gemara, Shulchan Aruch, and speak to God. No one else knew or could discern. They only saw that he was always attached to God. He would speak with a person and return to his connection with God. On the Shabbat Eve before Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak met Rabbi Avraham, and by providence he gave him the pidyon, redemption money, that he had prepared to give him on the eve of Rosh Hashanah. Rabbi Avraham told him, "Next year you will already have a son." This was even though he had not told him that he had not yet been blessed with children. And indeed in Elul his son, Rabbi Moshe, was born. On the Shabbat before Rosh Hashanah, 5678, 1917, which fell on a Monday, Rabbi Avraham fainted and took to his bed. They moved him to the house of his sister Rachel, and he lay there in his illness until the day of his passing. From the time of his fall, speech was difficult for him, and on Rosh Hashanah, he no longer had the strength to come to the cloise for the Rosh Hashanah prayers and lay in the house of his sister, Mrs. Rachel, in severe and bitter suffering. All the members of our community came after the prayer to his house to be blessed with the blessing of the years, and they also blew the shofar for him. He remained conscious until the end, but sometimes, because he had terrible suffering, they could not connect with him. Shortly before his passing, while he lay very ill on his bed, Rabbi Getzi came to visit him. When he parted from him and gave him his hand in farewell, Rabbi Avraham held his hand for a long time with great friendship. When Rabbi Getzi later came out, he said, "Who knows what this is, that Rabbi Avraham did not let go of my hand?" And indeed, Rabbi Getzi passed away on the 7th day of the following Passover, when he was then 44 years old, and he was buried on the same day next to Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Avraham himself had passed away during the previous Chanukah. Rabbi Avraham passed away on the eve of Rosh Chodesh Tevet in the year 5678, 1918, from an intestinal illness. His years were 69. According to the nature of his illness, he was considered to have lived a long life. Maharanat, of blessed memory, also passed away from this illness, as did many other righteous men. On the way of his funeral procession, Rabbi Yisrael Cohen, of blessed memory, said, "A guardian of the covenant like Rabbi Avraham is not to be found today. Let us at least tear the gullet," in screams, as Rabbi Getzi used to scream, who was then already bedridden with illness. Rabbi Abraham's devotion to the land of Israel was also expressed in what was written on his tombstone. Of all his praises and greatness, nothing was engraved on his grave except, "Here is buried Rabbi Avraham, son of Rabbi Nachman Halevi Shazan, from the land of Israel." For this is how the members of our community would refer to him, Rabbi Avraham from the land of Israel. After the passing of Rabbi Avraham, Rabbi Yisrael Cohen would speak wonderful words and talks that he heard from Rabbi Avraham. Rabbi Shimshon Barsky and Rabbi Getzi also heard him, and they greatly enjoyed and were inspired by this. For Rabbi Avraham was ill, and his way was, "If you want to hear, you will hear, and if not, not." And his greatness was not apparent during his lifetime. Therefore, when Rabbi Avraham sat and spoke, they did not come to listen. But when Rabbi Yisrael began to speak, he spoke. He had strength and wonderful words like a stream. He spoke with fear of heaven like a righteous Jew, a great fear of heaven. He was a great man of truth and was careful in his speech. He had an immense mind and a mighty memory. He was a holy young man. Everyone loved him because there was not a single person who was hurt by him. He was very careful about this. They would sit with submission and listen. They knew that everything he was saying was all from Rabbi Avraham, and they were seen to be very regretful that they did not hear these things from Rabbi Avraham himself during his lifetime. Why do we need to hear from a second person? This pained them. He was then only 21 years old, and despite their being outstandingly righteous men, they felt in their souls that if they had heard Rabbi Avraham, they would have reached higher levels. Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz, who came to Uman after the passing of Rabbi Yisrael, gathered the students of Rabbi Avraham and wrote from their mouths the talks of Rabbi Avraham, which they heard in his time and also after his passing from his student Rabbi Yisrael. He called the pamphlet he printed from this by the name Avni a Barzel, an acronym for Avraham ben Nachman, Yisrael HaKohen, who were sharp in their service of the enthusiastic God with self-sacrifice, like iron. Rabbi Shlomo Gavriel HaKohen was one of Rabbi Avraham's confidants, with whom Rabbi Avraham would speak lofty matters. He was one of the great members of our community in Warsaw before the First World War and would come to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. In the year 5679, 1919, he traveled from Poland to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, but he did not succeed in arriving due to obstacles on the road. He was already in the village of Krastinivka, near Uman, 20 kilometers from Uman. He did not want to travel after the stars came out and remain there for Rosh Hashanah. He did not pray with a congregation and did not hear the shofar blasts. And he did not travel on the holiday, because that is the halacha. Although he traveled from Poland with self-sacrifice and was already so close, one stop from Uman, he could have looked for some counsel and come to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, but he forsook everything, because it is forbidden. He came after Rosh Hashanah. At that time, Rabbi Moshe, the son of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, was born. Rabbi Levi Yitzchak asked him to come to Teplik to be the Kohen at the Pidyon Haben, redemption of the firstborn, of his son. Rabbi Shlomo Gavriel told him, "I would have come to you with honor, for I have heard that you were attached to Rabbi Avraham. However, I am now wandering without a head, because when I heard that Rabbi Avraham had already passed away, I was very broken by this, for I had prepared for myself many questions to ask him, and now I no longer have anyone to ask these questions." In the winter of 5696, 1936, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was in prison in Oman for 15 weeks. On Chanukah, he dreamed that he saw Rabbi Avraham, and he cried before him. Rabbi Avraham turned to him and said to him, "I want to stay with you." Rabbi Levi Yitzchak said to him, "Rabbi Avraham, but you stay with Rabbi Nachum Schuster. Why do you want to change your lodging?" And Rabbi Avraham did not answer him. When he woke up, he thought to himself, "Who knows if Rabbi Nachum Schuster is still alive?" And indeed, in the morning when they went out to the yard, for the half hour they were allowed out, Rabbi Baruch Getziles, who was also in prison, went and cried out to himself, so that Rabbi Levi Yitzchak would hear, "Nachum, may his memory be a blessing." And then Rabbi Levi Yitzchak already knew that Rabbi Nachum was no longer alive, and he interpreted the dream for himself, that Rabbi Avraham intended by this that he should speak of him. Also, during Rabbi Avraham's lifetime, several times when he spoke, since he could not see well, he would ask if Rabbi Levi Yitzchak was present. His writings and legacy, behold, just as we have from him many talks and stories that his students heard from him and told us, as collected above, we have several books from him. From the beginning of his youth, he engaged in writing books in which he revealed necessary things in the matter of rabbinu. And it has already been mentioned that his books are in the category of a prophecy that was needed for generations was written. For as is seen from his words in the introduction to Bur Halikutim and Sason V'Simcha, he did not just write things that were new to him, rather he came from the assumption that everything that everyone needs is found in the books of Rabbanu and Moharanat. Only that, like them, they also left a place for those who come after them to continue and reveal things that they did not reveal, which can only be revealed through request and searching in their books themselves. And he searched a great deal in their books with prayers and cries in the forest for the place that they left for him to be great in. And this is what he wrote in his books, which shows us the importance of his books. Rabbanu also says, Chaye Moharan 347, that if one is diligent in his books, one can merit to be a truly upright man, and then he will merit to see the great inner depth in them, which is not seen at all on the simple level. And everyone can see that this is said about the books of Rabbi Avraham, that by virtue of having merited to be an upright man through his service of God according to the teachings of Rabbanu, he merited to reveal from the inner depth in them what is not seen on the simple level. Rabbi Avraham had many writings, each book unique in its kind, and in them immense genius alongside simple talks about matters of the service of God, divine wisdom combined with simple words of caution against sin. And many of them were lost from the world. Some of them were in Russia when a great fire broke out in the attic where most of his writings were stored, and some of them were in the old city of Jerusalem during the flight from there in the year 5708, 1948. The writings remained inside and they did not manage to save them until the city was closed for 19 years. And what remained was printed, which is a small part of his many writings, so that if he himself refined his words and wrote only what was necessary for the generations, and only from the place they left for him to be great in, God further contracted the matters, and only what he wanted to leave us from his many writings. That is what has remained for us. As is brought in the Holy Zohar, everything depends on mazal, fortune, even a Torah scroll in the Ark. To return and mention the fact that Rabbi Avraham himself spoke about his writings and the books he wrote and composed, and he expressed his desire and strong wish that people should learn his books, saying that they are clear and explanatory words in the knowledge of Rabbanu, of blessed memory. And it has already been brought above that Rabbi Shmuel Shapiro said that his books grab and arouse him more, especially in matters of the greatness of Rabbanu, more than other books, even those of Rabbanu and Maharanat themselves. And so we see with Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz that thanks to him we have his books. For he is the man who was raised up, who established the cause of the Torah of Rabbi Avraham. He is the one who gave his life to collect them, copy them, and print them, to the extent that without him, we would not have merited the writings of Rabbi Avraham. And on the scale of Rabbenu's statement, Chaye Maharan 369, that it is proper for us to be grateful to Maharanat, without whom not even one page would have remained from Rabbanu, our community members said about him that it is proper for us to be grateful to him, for without him the writings of Rabbi Avraham would have been lost. And when he returned from Uman, he wanted to engage in hitbodedut and gave his life to engage in printing these books. As he recounts, the entire burden was on me to prepare and transfer to the printer to print and to proofread several times and to give the money. God knows and is a witness with what self-sacrifice of body and soul I had over this, how much work I neglected, etc., in order to benefit the public. I cannot estimate in my mind how much strength I gave for this. And if they had given me 200 pounds for a few old books from Rabbanu of blessed memory that had already been printed, I would not have accepted. And I would not have accepted for this trouble, for I am more ready for the inner service of God, not to be quiet from hitbodedut and purification of the soul, etc. After drawing close to Rabbanu, he got to know the students of Rabbi Avraham in Jerusalem, his father-in-law Rabbi Naftali Cohen, Rabbi Shlomo Wexler, and others. Especially when Rabbi Yaakov Palmer came up from Jaffa, he told him a great deal about him and his students in Berdikiv. And even before he traveled to Uman, he began to engage in copying the writings of Rabbi Avraham, whatever his hand found. And he would search in the Genissa, repository for old holy texts, until he found what Rabbi Avraham had thrown there from what he had written for himself. And especially afterwards, when he traveled to Uman, he met with his students from there, and he received the writings of Rabbi Avraham from Rabbi Eliezer, son of Rabbi Alter of Teplik. Part of the writings that were printed are copies that his students copied, foremost among them Rabbi Shmuel of Berdikiv and his brother, part from the copying of Rabbi Alter of Teplik, and part are copies of Rabbi Shmuel Heschel Friedman and Rabbi Shmuel Meir Anshin. And Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz recounted that after printing the book, he dreamed that Rabbi Avraham came to him, kissed him, and thanked him very much for his very hard labor until he printed his book. And when he described his appearance to Rabbi Levi Yitzchak, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak confirmed to him that indeed he looked like that in his lifetime. His major work, Bur Halikutim. His great and primary work is his book Bur Halikutim, which he began to write in his youth when he would spend weeks outside the settlement. This book also connects to his other books, for after he wrote his book Kochvei Or, which is composed of 4 parts, he wrote a 5th part, which is a writing in a simpler language, his commentary on Torah 60. Also, at the end of his life, when he wrote his pamphlets Sishot V'Sipurim, he wrote within them a commentary on Torah 8 in a simpler language. Today, these things are found in the book Bur Halikutim. Likewise, the book Chochma Utevuna on Sipurei Masiot is in the style of his composition Bur Halikutim. The name of the book Bur Halikutim is taken from his name, as he wrote at the end of his introduction, the utterance of the Emvar Konakim, the letters of Avraham. In this book, he paved a path to enter the book Likutei Moharan with depth and insight. At its head, he established 18 rules for all who come to the holy and wish to merit to learn, understand, and innovate in this holy book. The book is written in a difficult language, in abbreviated phrases taken from the language of each of Rabbanu's Torahs. In the introduction to his book, he thanks God in his poetic language for creating the world with all the wonderful things in it. The greatest wonder is the human intellect, through which one can be startled and understand that not for naught and in vain did God create the entire sublime creation, immeasurable, with all the pains he has experienced, but only for the wonderful virtue that one can merit only through it. And from this he is included in the name and in his Torah, which is the wisdom of the spiritual nature, which is the root of the physical nature. Therefore, every mitzvah is the necessity of salvation and rescue for every soul, through which it will be purified and come to the fruit of delight and pleasure, which is the purpose of creation. And although the main thing is the deed, there is also a special virtue and remedy in the study itself. And the main thing is the study of the inner dimension, and the books of Rabbanu are fundamental studies for the wisdom of Kabbalah, and they also purify from the physical languages where it is, for which reason our sages said that one should not expound on the Maaseh Merkava, work of the chariot, and they are the soul in the Torah that will unite with the revealed in the bodies of the Torah. And then he gives thanks for all the kinds of studies that are in the Torah and describes the difference in their forms of expression. It is known to all who enter their gates, the variation in the ways of elevating their Holy Spirit to the holiness of their mouths and their manuscripts. Upon this, the commentators and explainers have toiled to know and to make known their entrances and the paths of their ways. And according to this, one can say so also about himself, that the variation in the elevation of his Holy Spirit is what gave him the type of holiness of his mouth and this unique style of his handwriting. And since, as mentioned, the main difficulty in presenting his words is that they are abbreviated phrases taken from the language of Rabbanu of each Torah, therefore to understand his words well, at least two conditions are necessary. A, to strive to remember well the Torah being learned with all its details and sub-details, with all the verses and sayings of our sages brought in them, and with all the languages and expressions that Rabbanu uses in them, which in every Torah and discourse are in a completely different manner and form, unique to that discourse. B, to strive with all one's ability to become accustomed to and understand his form of presenting words, which, as mentioned, is unique in its writing, which is not found in ordinary books. But due to the great loftiness and depth of the words, it is unavoidable that after all the effort in understanding his words, there will remain sealed and incomprehensible things. And he himself apologizes for this at the end of his introduction. All that I multiplied in investigation and inquiry, in what order and in what manner, to conceal them and to bring them out to others, nothing came of it. And in the complete opposite, it was added and increased in me because of this. Several digressions and deletions and changes without order. And also sometimes it came to me because of this in length and duplication of words. For not many will be wise to come to the intention for which I caused it. But nevertheless, he encourages us to strive to learn his words, saying, "But in all this I said, let it be from this. I will want and bring also my humble offering. For even a hair's breadth of the gleam of light that reaches 1 in 1,000 from it is also worthwhile and worthwhile. And indeed, fortunate is he who will strive with all his strength and soul to be one of those 1 in 1,000 who merit the gleam of light that breaks forth and emerges from within his wonderful words." And seemingly, since there is a very high light in his words, as he himself testifies, this light had to be clothed in a very bare and difficult style, so that there would be great obstacles on the one hand to prevent those who are not worthy, and on the other hand to increase the desire of those who are worthy. And behold, as he wrote about the variation in the styles of the books, upon which the commentators and explainers have toiled, to know and to make known their entrances and the paths of their ways, so too they have toiled on his book, and we will try to come and see the chain of the words from then until today. As I mentioned, Rabbi Avraham printed in his lifetime the beginning of his book in Jerusalem in the year 5668, 1908. There was also an approbation from the Beit Din of Jerusalem at that time. This was only on the first 4 Torahs and the beginning of Torah 5. And in the year 5695, 1935, Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz printed the entire book. And afterwards, there were 2 photostat editions of this printing by Rabbi Nachman Bernstein in the Keren Hadpasa of the Breslov Hasidim. And in the year 5749, 1989, Rabbi Baruch Mordecai Frank re-edited the book with the help of Rabbi Moshe Kramer, Shilita. Truly new faces came to the book. It was printed for the first time in square letters in an orderly and well-proofread form and with many cross-references, with an introduction of stories about his life, from which this collection was brought. This edition was copied by the Meshech Hanachal Publishing House and by the Torat Hanetzach Publishing House. And after they were sold out, the Breslov bookstore in Mia Shirim is publishing it in a photostat edition. The Nakuda Tova Publishing House edited the book, and recently the Karen Rabbi Yisrael Ber Odesser published a new edition of the entire book with verses and new cross-references at the bottom of the page. And as mentioned, the main purpose of the book is to bring everyone into the great matter that Rabnu wanted, that we should go with his Torahs as brought in Sishot Haran 297 and Chai Moharan 346 to 347. The main path that Rabbi Avraham paved for this is in the 18 rules in the introduction to the book. Many have worked to explain them. Rabbi Moshe Kramer at the end of his book, Mayim Amukim, and Rabbi Avraham Yitzchak Carmel of blessed memory at the end of his book, Mekor Chochma, and also Rabbi Yaakov Natan Anshin, who explains these rules in several ways in a thick book on the introduction to the book. And it is understood that this is only the beginning, and he wishes to publish a series of books that will explain the entire book in several ways. May God grant him this in the merit of Rabbi Avraham. And there are those who have published a guidebook on how to go with a Torah, in which they explain these rules. Rabbi Yisrael Yitzchak Bezenson in his book Mesilat HaKesharim, Hod HaSharon publishing in the book Sharei Tzion, Rabbi Avraham Peleg in his book Ber Lakai Roi. There are also classes on his words. Rabbi Aharon Eliyahu Firer of Beitar gives classes on the 18 rules, and there are also several series of classes in Yiddish that were set on several Torahs from Biur Halikutim by Rabbi Avraham Glinsky and Rabbi Binyamin Ze'ev Chashin. One can listen to them on the Breslov telephone line. We see that Rabbi Avraham opens the way to go with the Torahs, for it seems that most of the members of our community in previous generations simply did not go with the Torahs. And although certainly Rabbeinu led them in a straight path according to the root of their souls, and they were very upright people, much more so than our wise generation that goes with the Torahs. As explained above, what Rabbi Avraham said about this, that with them, faith in Rabbeinu was in depth. But in this generation, when we have merited to be born in the land of Israel, whose air makes one wise, we are more obligated to go with the Torahs of Rabbeinu, as this path has become a paved road. And so it is hinted in the words of Rabbi Avraham in one of his prayers related to Biur Halikutim, where there is a missing part in the middle, and Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz completed it according to his understanding of the content of Rabbi Avraham's words. It is understood that he wrote this around the year 5658, 1898, because he writes that it is already 100 years after Rabbeinu entered the land of Israel, when he achieved his boundless Torahs. And he prays that we should merit to ascend to the land and establish their yeshivas to learn his Torah, until the learners will be able to go from strength to strength. Now it is nearly 100 years since he arrived and entered into it, the sublime and hidden from all eyes, who suckled and attained much, and drank his Torah without limit or end at all. Fortunate is he who waits and reaches the days of the shining of his holy light and knowledge, and the drinking of his Torah and his holy deeds that he merited to receive in a vessel of 10 measures. And thus, a person will wonder, in the world of action, to do and fulfill his words, for he has magnified counsel and made wonderful advice on this, that they will sow in the land of truth, for there is no end to your greatness and no limit to your silver and gold. And with the abundance and essence of your strength, you have the ability to make us succeed, and to elevate us until we merit to establish their yeshivas and synagogues to learn his Torah and his holy knowledge until they will be able to go also from strength to strength. And Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz also writes to our community members from Poland. This is to let you know that not to mention the small books, Sisho Vesipurim, Kochve Or, even all the books that have not yet been printed are useful and understandable even to the smallest of the small. But also the Bur Halikutim is very necessary, and especially for our community members who want to understand the Torahs and Likutei Moharan, and to enter into its depth and to fulfill and to instill in themselves the counsels. The Bur Halikutim will be a great benefit, and especially for the holy gathering where one will learn and give to understand in the gathering. The main thing I said is write this for a generation to come, and a people yet to be created will praise God. A generation is destined to be created that there will be a great yeshiva in the Holy Land specifically, that will learn the Torahs of Rabbeinu with the intention of delving into and being precise in the Torahs on every single letter, according to the Bur Halikutim, and to do all their work and conduct in holiness and in the mundane, according to the inner dimension of the Torahs of Rabbeinu and Moharanot, according to the words of Rabbi Avraham, may his memory be for a blessing. They gave all their strength and the efforts of their souls to purify the body and to bring into it all the counsels and good things of Rabbeinu, of blessed memory. Fortunate is he who will have a part in this, both from the internal ones and from the external ones, who help to establish and strengthen this. But whoever will have the merit for this, God, blessed be he, will help him for this, for the sake of the honor of Rabbeinu. Amen. So may it be his will. We see from his words that he is certain that the book Bur Halikutim is a guide for the service of God with all one's strength according to Likutei Moharan, and it is understood that he himself did so, that he served God with devotion according to the Torahs of Rabbeinu, and from this he gave his life to engage in printing. But seemingly in our generation, they have taken more the wisdom in this path than the service in it. And although due to the weakness of the generations, this is certainly also good and it brings to points of service. But we must have respect for our community members in previous generations. For although it may seem to us that they did not go with the Torahs of Rabbeinu, as in this generation, they were attached to Rabbeinu more deeply, and they served God more truly. It is just that was their deed, and our deed today is to strengthen ourselves to go with the Torahs. Because in this generation, this path has become more accessible to every soul, and groups are formed for this, and it is very worthwhile to join them and to be counted among them for such a mitzvah, which are ways of Torah and wisdom that illuminate a person in all his paths to succeed in overcoming all the great trials that are increasing in the last generation. Now, because this book is nevertheless written in a difficult language and one needs to get used to it, it may be that there is a simpler way that would be more accessible to every soul. For behold, when Rabbeinu guided Moharanot in the study of the book Etz Chaim, he told him to learn, and when he does not understand, he should mark it for himself and continue until he finishes the book, and then return again, and he will understand more. And seemingly in this book it is also so. As mentioned, its language is abbreviated phrases from the language of Rabbeinu in a unique form of expression that one needs to get used to. The best way to get used to the book is to read it even when one cannot yet understand everything. For behold, Rabbeinu said that his will is that we should have in his book 2 sessions, one in depth and one in proficiency. And so our community members practice, that everyone has a set order in Likutei Moharan, in Likutei Halashot, in order. And when one merits and goes with a Torah, or learns a Torah in depth, besides the regular set order, he chooses a specific Torah that he learns with all the halachot and Likutei Halachot on it. And presumably he enters to learn also the Bur Halikutim on that Torah. And since he has come to this book through the path of in-depth study, he comes to it through the intellect. And because the vessels of the intellect are limiting, the entrance is very difficult in this way. But if a person makes an order in this book, in order, as is customary in Likutei Moharan and Likutei Halachot, as mentioned above, he will approach it with the mouth and the heart to receive from it the light that rests in it and to get used to its language. This will also make it easier for him to get used to its language, and he will also receive from it ways of looking, discerning, and contemplating more deeply in the order that he has in Likutei Moharan. And also, since there is a great light in this book, if a person does not learn in this way, but only learns the Torahs that he learns in depth, it could be that he will not succeed in all his days in finishing this book. And this is a great loss, for as we know that the books of Rabbeinu are a remedy for the soul, and this entire book is a continuation of the light of Rabbeinu, it must be that in this book there are words that draw down necessary remedies for the soul, and one who refrains from it loses a remedy for the soul. And the saying of the poor man is already known, Shabbat 63a, that Rabbeinu brings in Sisha 76, to finish and then to understand, even though he does not know what they are saying. And after a person has gone over an entire book, he connects to it and something from it opens up for him. And especially it is unavoidable that he will encounter things that he does understand, and this too will certainly open up for him the understanding in the words of Rabbeinu. Now, when one reflects on the way of this book, it seems that it is in a different way from the way of Moharanat in the books of Likutei Halachot. And it is common that one who enters into the depth of the study of the Torahs of Rabbeinu in the way of Rabbi Avraham may weaken in the study of Likutei Halachot, which seems to him to be only in the way of drush, homiletics. Therefore, one must elaborate on this to sharpen the points. For behold, Rabbi Avraham writes in his introduction to his book, Kochvei Or, I heard from my father, may his memory be an atonement for his resting place, that one should engage in the books of Moharanat, of blessed memory, more than in the books of the Admor, of blessed memory himself. For in our days, when everyone is going through what they are going through in body and soul, the main study should be in the books of Moharanat, of blessed memory, for through him the Admor, of blessed memory, was able to bring down his awesome words and to arouse and strengthen with them even physical and lowly people in the depths of the lowest abyss like us. And it is seen that Rabbi Avraham writes in the name of his father that the main study should be in the books of Moharanat. And seemingly one must say that there are here two ways of learning. The first learning is to engage much in Likutei Halachot in order to succeed in bringing down the awesome words of Rabbeinu into everything that everyone goes through in body and soul. But we do not have permission to innovate in the Torah of Rabbeinu in this way, since this way is a way of drush that is not for every soul, only for Moharanat and for those who are worthy of it, as is understood from the words of Rabbi Avraham in the first rule. Therefore, Rabbi Avraham established his way so that it would be accessible to every soul. And seemingly, the way of Moharanat is that he brings down the divine intellect of Rabbeinu to the imaginative faculty. Through the imaginative faculty, which is the power to compare one thing to another, he compares and clothes the words of Rabbeinu in halakot, in verses and other things that bring the words of Rabbeinu to us to revive our body and soul with the light of Rabbeinu's words. But when we are fit to use the imaginative power to compare one thing to another, the permission given to us is only to compare within the Torah of Rabbeinu itself. And seemingly in his book, which followed the rules he paved, he arrives in this way to reveal an inner dimension in the words of Rabbeinu that is not seen on the simple level. And although, according to his words, this way is accessible to every soul, nevertheless in his book he revealed a great light through deep contemplation of the words of Rabbeinu from within itself. And after one merits to understand his words, one can also find in the words of Moharanat the ways of deep contemplation in the words of Rabbeinu from within itself. But in a general way, it seems there are here two paths. First, one must receive from Moharanat the way to bring down the words of Rabbeinu to us, to our lowest levels, to always strengthen us in the path of Rabbeinu. And from Rabbi Avraham, one must receive the way to search for the highest aspect that Rabbeinu intends and to desire to be included in it. And seemingly this is the aspect of what Rabbeinu says in Torah 7 Part 2, that the aspect of the student is, the whole earth is full of his glory, to illuminate the knowledge that God is with you, near you, and by you. And the knowledge of the aspect of the Son is, where is the place of his glory, to enter into the Father and the Teacher. And one must include the knowledge of the Son and the student, and only through this does one merit to fear. For behold, since Rabbeinu said that his Torah is entirely aspects, and Moharanat brings down for him the high Torahs to the very lowest aspects, sometimes this can give the strength to go out of bounds. That one who is on a low level and the light of the high level shines on him so much that he can come to the error that the light is already with him and he will nullify reality, in the language of Rabbanu there. But when it is also included with the immense longings for the high level, this balances him. And seemingly this one can receive from the book of Rabbi Avraham, that then one can also see the words of Maharanat in a completely different light. And likewise the opposite, sometimes a person can receive from Rabbi Avraham a great light in the study of Likutei Moharan, but if he does not have the vessels of Maharanat, he cannot use it. For the light of Likutei Moharan is a light of intellect that belongs to the future. Only through the way of Maharanat is there the ability to receive it in the manner of vessels to use it in this world. His books and legacy. As mentioned, he wrote the book Kochvei Or after his father's passing, feeling the responsibility for the matter of Rabbanu. He wrote this in a simple language. This book is divided into 4 parts. The first part, called Anshe Moharan, is also divided into 3 parts. The first part contains stories from Moharanat and other students of Rabbanu. The second part contains a collection of Rabbanu's wonders. The third part contains discourses from Moharanat. The second part is Evot V'Emunah, Fathers in Faith, which strengthens the matter of faith. The third part is Chochma Ubinah, Wisdom and Understanding, to show that Rabbanu, who merited the attribute of humility, has answers to all things. The fourth part is Sason V. Simcha, Joy and Gladness, which are prayers on the matter of joy. He writes at the end of his introduction to this, "In these words alone are concentrated, for one who merits, the supreme intellect of joy, which the mouth cannot speak, the heart cannot think." And at its end, he writes about the matter of peace, that the main evil inclination is on this, and one must be careful in this. He began to print this book in Jerusalem in the year 5656, 1896, apart from the first section. In the year 5689, 1929, they printed in Poland in Kawka or Zoriak the part Chochma Ubina, and in the year 5693, 1933, Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz printed the entire book except for Chochma Ubina. And in the year 5721, 1961, it was all printed completely. And Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz also attached to this book the Testament of the Rav of Cherin and wonderful stories in Avnei Barzel, which are talks and stories that he collected from our community members, the students of Rabbi Avraham. And in the Meshech Hanachal edition, they were omitted since they are not from Rabbi Avraham. And on the other hand, they added letters and talks and stories about him. In the year 5673, 1913, Rabbi Avraham printed several pamphlets called Sisho Vesipurim, Talks and Stories, and in them are clarifications on the matter of Rabbanu. And it has already been mentioned that he hints there at the Holocaust and at the matter of the gathering on Rosh Hashanah in Uman, that there will be a period when it will be nullified, and also that the redemption will be through thousands of souls coming to the Tziyun of Rabbanu. He explains this at length, and above, main points from this were brought. He greatly strengthens faith and holiness, and the study and depth of the books of Rabbanu, and the greatness of his father, and of the other students of Moharanat, and also novellae on Sipurei Ma'asiot. And since Rabbi Shmuel Horowitz printed Kochvei Or, he attached it to it. Rabbi Avraham recounts in it the tribulations that Moharanat went through. In the first edition of Kochvei Or, it was also attached, and afterwards it was printed many times by itself. Rabbi Avraham held that it should not be printed in order not to increase strife, as mentioned above, but seemingly in our generation the fire of strife has already died down. This is a small composition on Sipurei Ma'asiot, and at its beginning, he wrote a discourse on the greatness of Rabbanu around the year 5654, 1894. Since it is a small composition, and there are words of Rabbi Avraham on Sipurei Ma'asiot also in his other works, for the first tale is included in Torah 60 in Bur Halikutim. Therefore, Rabbi Shmuel attached in this matter from his other works, and Rabbi Natan Tzvi Koenig published it in the year 5722, 1962. And after it was unavailable in the market for years, his son, Rabbi Haran Yosef, re-edited and published it again recently. And recently, the Mashon Salat Nakia published only the collection After Avraham Was, The Stage and the Sun,